Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Underscore 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 underscore. At Luo Wen's command, tens of thousands of burrower ants were the first to be mobilized, heading to the construction site of the new brood nest. They were soon joined by over 20,000 worker ants tasked with logistical support. These ants were responsible for transporting food to meet the daily needs of the burrower ants. Additionally, they handled soil relocation and the reinforcement of newly dug tunnels. In the past, Luo Wen personally led the excavation of the hive. However, now that he commanded tens of thousands of subordinates, there was no need for the highest-ranking commander to dirty his claws. Although there was no longer anything in the vicinity that could threaten the hive, Luo Wen maintained his characteristically cautious style. At a depth of 3 meters underground, the burrower ants constructed an impressive labyrinth of tunnels, intended as a decoy and transit hub a fake brood nest. The real brood nest was located 3 to 4 meters below the fake one. This true hive, also a network of tunnels, was connected to the decoy by a single passage. Both ends of the passage were stocked with loose soil, ready to be sealed at a moment's notice. A team of spy bugs and burrower ants was stationed there permanently. Their mission was to seal the passage and deploy misleading pheromones if intruders breached the decoy, ensuring the true hive remained hidden. Luo Wen didn't see this strategy as overly cautious, it was simply prudent. He was wary of the yellow earth ant legion atop the cliff. If one day they lost their footing and charged straight down the slope, Luo Wen's hive would be their first target. Though the hive had grown much stronger, the gap in power between it and the yellow earth ant legion was still insurmountable. Direct confrontation remained out of the question, evasion was the safer strategy. Luo Wen firmly believed in the adage, preserve the green hills, and you'll never run out of firewood. He swore he would avenge his past grievances, eventually. Despite the ambitious scale of the new brood nest, it was completed at an impressive speed thanks to the collective efforts of tens of thousands of ants. With the old hive set to be abandoned, Luo Wen no longer needed to hold back. Personally digging his way down, he and the worker ants carefully dragged the massive brood nest to the surface. The brood nest, tireless and sleepless, consumed vast amounts of food daily, converting it into energy. Most of this energy went toward producing eggs, while the remainder fueled its own growth. Its sheer size only became apparent during the move. Now larger than Luo Wen himself, the brood nest's rotund form dwarfed the surrounding ants. Even with multiple tunnel expansions, its bulk barely fit through the passages. To put it into perspective, if Luo Wen was the size of a plate, the brood nest was like a giant watermelon. Worker ants, no larger than a fingernail, seemed like tiny specks around it. Countless worker ants swarmed beneath the brood nest, forming a layered platform to carry it. After numerous adjustments, the platform began to move. Luo Wen didn't participate directly. As the hive's supreme commander and strongest combatant, he focused on overseeing the operation and ensuring its security. After several hundred meters of careful relay work, the worker ants successfully transported the brood nest to its new location without incident. In the following days, the main passage and the brood nest's chamber were further widened. At last, the brood nest settled into its new home. The main passage was then narrowed once more, restored to its original state. The move to the new hive was a success, though there was no one to share Luo Wen's joy. By now, he was accustomed to the solitude of a life without social interaction. The swarm returned to its steady rhythm of growth, resting, expanding, exterminating ant nests, absorbing territories, a repetitive cycle. Hundreds of days and nights passed, and the swarm once again approached the limits of its expansion. Luo Wen, however, already had a solution in mind, establishing branch bases. This idea had been on his mind for some time, and he had conducted several experiments. Initially, he used the queen ant's genes as a template, attempting to hatch a few hive-specific queens. These queens developed normally from eggs to maturity but failed to produce eggs once fully grown. Despite multiple rounds of experiments, the results remained unchanged. Luo Wen racked his brains but couldn't pinpoint the issue. Could the problem lie with the brood nest's queens being defective? Suspecting otherwise, Luo Wen decided to observe an ant colony for answers. He captured a colony of black ants, killed their queen and most of their members, and reduced their size for easier observation. This colony was confined indoors, with any ants attempting to leave promptly driven back by guard ants stationed outside the nest. Worker ants from the hive delivered food to the colony's entrance daily. Luo Wen dug a passage connecting to the colony and used his body to block the opening. His camouflage and pheromone abilities allowed him to blend seamlessly into the colony, making him as inconspicuous as a stone. Not a single black ant showed curiosity about him. To ensure no details were missed, Luo Wen gave up foraging. Worker ants periodically delivered his food through the passage. Luo Wen merely needed to turn slightly to eat before resuming his position. Prepared for a prolonged operation, Luo Wen was surprised by how quickly answers emerged. After losing their queen, the worker ants somehow managed to hatch several new queens and some strange ants Luo Wen had never seen before. Once the queens matured, they engaged in unspeakable acts with these peculiar ants. Shortly afterward, the strange ants perished without exception. Luo Wen discreetly used his adhesive claws to collect the corpses of these peculiar ants. Meanwhile, internal conflict erupted within the colony, as the new queens led their factions in a brutal power struggle. The defeated queens were killed mercilessly, while their followers surrendered to the victor. By the end of the war, only one queen remained, commanding the allegiance of all surviving ants. The colony resumed its familiar rhythm, laying eggs and raising larvae. Midway through this process, Luo Wen had already figured out the problem. But since he was bored, he decided to watch the drama unfold to its conclusion, treating it as entertainment. The peculiar ants, likely male ants, appeared only during the colony's early stages. After mating, they died shortly thereafter. When Luo Wen infiltrated ant colonies in the past, they had all been large, established nests with thousands of members, so he had never encountered male ants. The issue with the brood nests queens lay in the absence of these males to complete the process. Underscore 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 underscore. This was an oversight Luo Wen hadn't anticipated, a blind spot in his thinking. Beyond his lack of familiarity with male ants, there was another factor. The brood nest had always produced eggs without needing external involvement. Perhaps the brood nest instinctively knew that if it required such a process, Luo Wen might have eliminated it long before it reached its current size. With the issue identified, Luo Wen extracted genetic fragments from the male ants. The brood nest soon began producing eggs for a few male ants. In time, the queens successfully laid eggs. However, the hatchlings were ordinary, unmodified ants free of any advanced biological features. Fortunately, these creatures still obeyed Luo Wen's commands. Apart from their pheromone-based identification system, they also inherited the dual friend or foe recognition system characteristic of brood nest creations. Yet, this outcome fell far short of Luo Wen's expectations. He wasn't here to raise ordinary ants. If the swarm couldn't grow stronger alongside him, what would be the point of the collective's energy? Determined to achieve better results, Luo Wen conducted further experiments. Although the brood nest's origins lay in the genes of black ant queens, its mutations had transformed it beyond recognition. Luo Wen experimented with various combinations of his own genes and those of the brood nest. After countless trials, he finally devised a passable solution. The queens hatched using this new formula operated more like miniature versions of the brood nest. They could lay eggs without the need for male ants and even utilize optimized genetic combinations to produce specialized insects, such as burrower ants and spy bugs. However, they had their limitations. Firstly, their gene libraries were fixed the moment they detached from the brood nest. Unlike the brood nest, they couldn't synchronize with Luo Wen to continuously update their genetic repertoire. Secondly, they lacked the brood nest's capacity for relentless energy conversion. Bound by their smaller appetites and limited time, their growth was slower, and their egg production couldn't compare to that of the brood nest. These flaws, though inconvenient, could be mitigated. For example, the first issue could be resolved by periodically producing new queens to refresh the gene library. As for the second issue, while individual output was limited, there was no restriction on the number of queens that could exist. If one wasn't enough, produce 2. If 2 weren't sufficient, try 10 or 100. The swarm's expansion accelerated dramatically. Simultaneously, the first batch of 10 experimental queen eggs was produced. While these queens matured, the swarm launched a frenzied offensive, wiping out dozens of ant nests in a short time. None of the 30-plus ant nests that once provided food for the hive were spared. All were annihilated, and their territories absorbed into the swarm. However, due to the distance, the new territories couldn't yet be developed or guarded. This was only a temporary issue. As the 10 queens matured, it was time for them to play their roles. Luo Wen equipped each queen with 300 burrower ants, 700 worker ants, and 50 soldier ants as their personal guard units. After assembly, the 10 teams set off in different directions toward the front lines. Their mission was to establish branch bases in the new territories, create additional aphid pastures, and utilize local resources to increase their numbers. They were also tasked with safeguarding their territories and the brood nest itself. Luo Wen was thrilled. If these experimental seeds proved successful, the swarm's growth would reach unprecedented levels. Finally, the prospect of defeating the Yellow Earth Ant Legion and avenging past grievances was within reach. Despite the emergence of branch queens, the brood nest's production continued unabated. After replenishing the forces assigned to the 10 queens, all new mature individuals were sent to support the front lines and branch bases. The queens, still limited in production capacity, focused on nurturing themselves while the branches grew steadily under the brood nest's support. As the branch bases expanded and the number of insects increased, new aphid pastures began to appear around them. The experiment proceeded smoothly. In the following weeks, the swarm resumed its relentless march of expansion. One by one, over 20 additional queens were dispatched with their personal guards to establish new branch bases in fresh territories. As the branch bases proliferated across the region, the swarm's activity radius grew significantly. Unlike independent black ant colonies, which formed separate systems with unique identification protocols, the brood nest's queens functioned as extensions of the hive. All branches shared the same identification system and pheromone-based network as the central hive. Insects from any branch could freely access the brood nest and other bases for rest and resupply. Luo Wen remained their supreme commander. Time flew by, with a new queen team departing every few days to secure new territories. Backed against the cliff, the swarm's influence now extended along the eastern lake's shoreline, rapidly expanding northward. Upon reaching the lake's northern end, the swarm split into two forces, one continued north, while the other followed the lake's edge eastward. Eventually, the eastern force encountered a river flowing from the lake. Turning north along the river, they rejoined the northern force. Meanwhile, a western force of 30,000 insects advanced westward. When the hive was weaker, Luo Wen had avoided the lake, staying as far away as possible. As a human, he had harbored an unexplainable fear of deep water. After becoming an insect, even small puddles seemed bottomless to him. Fear of the unknown only deepened his caution. He couldn't be sure what terrifying creatures might lurk underwater. As the swarm grew stronger, Luo Wen dispatched scouts to patrol the area. Nothing unusual occurred, though he climbed tall plants near the shore to observe the lake from a distance. Despite the calm surface, he couldn't see beneath the water. Over time, Luo Wen's wariness subsided. Though the swarm patrolled the area, he never expanded their territory to the lake. Now, however, the hive encompassed half the lakeshore. Ironically, Luo Wen found himself hoping something would emerge from the lake. Perhaps it could offer new genetic fragments for his collection. It had been far too long since his gene library had been updated. Alas, the lake's creatures adhered to a live and let live philosophy, showing no inclination to come ashore. Underscore 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 underscore. As the hive continued to expand, a new problem emerged before Luo Wen. This issue was long-distance communication. With nearly 100 branch bases established, the network was vast. While the bases remained steadfastly loyal to Luo Wen's commands, he was completely unaware of their individual situations. And Luo Wen had no idea how to solve this problem. His knowledge was limited, making it impossible for him to create communication devices suitable for his swarm. Additionally, the insects' low intelligence rendered them incapable of acting as effective messengers or accurately reporting the statuses of the various branch bases. Thus, Luo Wen, who had been enjoying a relatively leisurely life, became busy once again. He began traveling daily to inspect the conditions of each branch base personally. The more he saw, the more astonished he became at the vastness of his territory. Merely doing a cursory circuit of all the branch bases took 3 full days and nights. If he stopped for a detailed inspection, the time required would double. The first round of inspections was accompanied by a sense of novelty and wonder at his expanding domain. By the second round, Luo Wen was already beginning to grow weary. By the third round, his thoughts had emptied, and his gaze had grown vacant. Luo Wen knew this couldn't go on. At this rate, as his territory continued to expand, he would work himself to death. He had to come up with a solution. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't think of anything. So, the issue was postponed. After completing several rounds of inspections without encountering any anomalies, Luo Wen reduced the frequency of his patrols, opting to do them once every 10 days or so. But it was precisely during one of these patrols that an unexpected incident occurred. During a new round of inspections, Luo Wen discovered that the insects in one branch base, including the queen ant, had mysteriously disappeared. After multiple rounds of genetic adjustments, the queen ants had become emotionless and machine-like in their loyalty, eliminating any possibility of betrayal. This meant that they must have encountered some external factor that led to the current situation. Luo Wen dug into the nest to examine the remaining traces carefully. Pheromone residues were abundant everywhere. Upon analyzing them, Luo Wen made a discovery. The pheromones originated from the base's inhabitants and an unknown force. From the scent profiles, the unknown force seemed to be another ant species, similar to his own, but the violent and savage undertones revealed through the pheromones indicated they were far from as docile or disciplined as black ants. Luo Wen's first guess was the Yellow Earth Ant Legion. Could they have established a branch nearby? But he quickly dismissed this theory. The characteristics of the pheromones were completely different from the Yellow Earth ants. This was an entirely new ant species. Moreover, judging by the state of the branch base, their methods bore an unsettling resemblance to his own. Faced with the emergence of an aggressive neighbor, Luo Wen dared not be careless. He followed the pheromone trails, tracing them meticulously. Maintaining his characteristic caution, Luo Wen advanced slowly, frequently pausing to observe his surroundings and prepare to retreat at the first sign of danger. By now, his swarm consisted of over 100 branch bases, though rapid expansion had stretched his forces thin. Each base had an average of only about 2,000 insects. Even so, Luo Wen commanded a total of 200,000 insect followers. As their supreme commander, Luo Wen had to act with caution. His responsibility to his subordinates demanded it. If the insects weren't so woefully unintelligent, Luo Wen wouldn't even be handling the reconnaissance himself. Sitting safely in the rear and directing his army on the front lines was the image he preferred to embody. The pheromone trails led north, eventually leaving the hive's territory, before branching out in multiple directions. Luo Wen arbitrarily chose one path and followed it, arriving at an unfamiliar black ant nest. Unfortunately, he was once again too late. This nest was also abandoned, its inhabitants having disappeared without a trace. With no other choice, Luo Wen selected another trail that diverged from this point. After circling around for some time, he ultimately returned to the hive's territory and arrived at another branch base. Luckily, this time he wasn't late. A fierce battle was unfolding at the base's entrance. Amid the chaos, Luo Wen finally caught sight of the enemy. They were small ants, only about half the size of a black ant worker. Their heads and thoraxes were an eerie dark red, while their eyes, mandibles, abdomens, and legs were black with reddish hues. In addition to their standard ant features and unconventional coloration, they possessed short, sharp stingers at the ends of their abdomens, a clear indicator of their unique combat ability. Although their size was small, their numbers were overwhelming, and they were ferociously aggressive. The forwardmost branch base had limited insect forces to begin with, essentially the standard outpost contingent assigned to remote areas, roughly 1,000 worker ants and 50 soldier ants. These defenders were rapidly losing ground. Dozens of soldier ant corpses were scattered near the base entrance, and the surviving soldier ants were few. As the main combat force and frontline shield, the soldier ants had been nearly wiped out. The remaining worker ants had also suffered heavy losses, with fewer than 300 still alive. They were now desperately defending the narrow entrance under the leadership of the remaining soldier ants. In contrast, the attacking red ants numbered at least 3,000. Strangely, their ranks also included many black ants, roughly another 3,000. Could it be that I've destroyed too many black ant nests recently? Did they go find reinforcements to seek revenge? Luo Wen was stunned. With the limited intelligence of black ants, could they even coordinate with reinforcements? Or was there more to the story? But there was no time for speculation. The dire situation demanded his immediate action. After ensuring there were no ambushes nearby, Luo Wen entered the battlefield. The red ants were no match for Luo Wen's overwhelming force. Despite their agility, they couldn't withstand his brute strength. Luo Wen's digging limbs swung wildly, smashing ants left and right. Even without precision, his sheer force incapacitated numerous red ants with each strike. Meanwhile, his walking limbs, tipped with sharp, spear-like claws, stabbed at the red ants with lightning speed, targeting their heads and abdomens, their largest and most vulnerable areas. Before long, Luo Wen's digging and walking limbs were covered in sticky fluids, and the ground around him was littered with red ant corpses. Standing amidst the carnage, Luo Wen exuded an aura of invincibility, evoking the image of an unstoppable force mowing down enemies. But this was a skirmish involving over 3,000 red ants. No matter how formidable Luo Wen was, his influence on the battle was limited. Moreover, his presence had drawn the attention of the red ant army. Though he had ambushed and killed dozens of them, the majority now turned their focus on him. Underscore 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 underscore. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds of red ants, Luo Wen swiftly dispatched a few of the vanguard attackers. However, the red ants showed no fear. The sight of their companions being killed did nothing to deter them. Instead, they seized the openings in Luo Wen's attacks and quickly closed in on him. Luo Wen's 8 legs moved rapidly, stabbing through one red ant after another. He flung their lifeless bodies away before thrusting down again. But there were simply too many red ants. Despite killing a handful, the remainder quickly swarmed up his legs, crawling toward his body. While the red ant's small size and limited weaponry posed no real threat to Luo Wen's armor, his head presented 2 glaring weak points that he couldn't afford to leave exposed to their chaos. Just as Luo Wen was preparing to act, a sharp pain flared from one of his leg joints. The sensation shocked him. This was the first time Luo Wen had felt pain since transforming into an insect. Even during extreme injuries, like being gutted, he had felt nothing. Yet now, he was in agony, and the pain only intensified. It was as if his tissue was melting, forcing a pained cry from him. What in the world? When did I develop a nervous system capable of pain? Luo Wen thought angrily. The sharp pain severely hampered his combat ability. Is this evolution or regression? If it's evolution, I'd rather do without it. Unfortunately, there was no time to dwell on his misfortune. Glancing at the source of his pain, he saw a red ant clinging to his leg joint. Its stinger had penetrated the thinner part of his armor, causing the excruciating sensation. A simple sting shouldn't have caused such intense pain. Luo Wen realized with horror, these little bastards use venom? How underhanded? Using another leg, he extended its adhesive tip, grabbed the offending red ant, ripped it away, and brought it to his mouth. Luo Wen crushed the ant into pulp with a furious bite. But in the brief moment of distraction, more red ants had climbed onto his body. They were clearly targeting the weaker joints in his armor and seemed eager to showcase their collective talents. Every hair on Luo Wen's body stood on end in alarm. Without hesitation, he began thrashing his legs and rolling wildly on the ground. Thankfully, his legs had a total of 7 joints, so even if 1 or 2 were disabled, he could still function effectively. Additionally, the smooth surface of his armor offered little to grip, and the red ants lacked the fine hair-like structures that spiders use for climbing. Luo Wen's chaotic rolling dislodged most of the ants clinging to his body. When Luo Wen stopped, only 3 red ants remained stubbornly attached to his leg joints. Their end, however, was even grimmer. They were individually grabbed by his adhesive limbs, ripped away, and crushed to death. The searing pain had cleared Luo Wen's head. This isn't a game, and I'm no invincible warrior mowing down hordes. A single mistake here could lead to my downfall. Resolving not to linger in battle, Luo Wen began retreating, his 8 legs moving swiftly as he ran and leaped toward the base entrance. Victory in this fight was impossible with the forces at hand. The only sensible choice was to retreat. Pheromones dispersed into the air, signaling his insects. Some climbed onto Luo Wen's back to protect his vulnerable eyes, while others retreated into the tunnels. Switching tactics, Luo Wen abandoned the goal of killing as many ants as possible. Instead, his two front legs swung back and forth, knocking away any red ants that came close. This defensive strategy allowed him to cover most directions on his own, leaving the remaining areas to the surviving soldier and worker ants. Before long, the worker ants inside the tunnels emerged, carrying the queen ant. Luo Wen extended a leg, stuck the queen ant to its adhesive tip, and placed her on his back. The remaining soldier and worker ants scrambled up after her, forming a small tower on his back. As the insect defenders evacuated the perimeter, the red ants pushed closer. Seeing the remaining dozens of ants struggling to climb aboard, Luo Wen sighed inwardly. He couldn't save everyone. He issued a final retreat order, wishing them luck, and bolted out of the battlefield at full speed. Along the way, he scattered random pheromones to confuse any pursuers. Some red ants followed his trail for a while but became disoriented by the mixed signals and eventually turned back. Luo Wen wasn't one to hold grudges, but being forced to flee like a whipped dog wasn't his style either unless his enemy was as formidable as the Yellow Earth Ant Legion. After finding a safe spot, Luo Wen set down the survivors. They included 1 queen ant, 3 soldier ants, and a group of worker ants. He assigned 3 soldier ants and 10 workers to escort the queen ant back to the rear. The rest were instructed to search for the Northern Army, ordering them to retreat and halt any advances to avoid clashing with the red ants without his leadership. At this stage, Luo Wen still knew too little about the red ants. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. He needed to gather more information about them before planning his next move. For now, strategic avoidance was the best course of action. The Northern Army should be nearby, but due to the lack of communication tools, Luo Wen had to rely on spreading worker ants across the area to locate them. Once the army retreated, they would be redistributed among the branch bases. If the army remained stationary instead of advancing, consuming prey, and destroying nests to sustain themselves, they would face serious supply issues. The hive currently lacked an effective supply chain, so dispersing them across bases would allow them to be supported locally while also bolstering defenses. With everything arranged, Luo Wen examined his injuries. The joint on his poisoned leg had mostly healed thanks to his remarkable regeneration ability. The red ant's venom was potent, akin to spider venom, capable of dissolving tissue. However, their small size meant that the quantity of venom they could deliver wasn't enough to inflict serious damage on Luo Wen. Still, he had no desire to experience such pain again. And if their numbers were large enough, they could indeed threaten his life. During the battle, Luo Wen had devoured several red ants. If his genetic assimilation was successful, the next batch of eggs might yield insects equipped with stingers. Satisfied that his injuries were manageable, Luo Wen returned to the previous base. He needed to track the red ants to uncover their purpose in attacking his base, their origin, and the mystery behind the involvement of the black ants. These questions demanded answers. When Luo Wen returned to the branch base, he saw black ants emerging from the tunnels. They were carrying not only food but also eggs, larvae, and pupae, and surprisingly, they didn't seem to be killing them. Are they planning to adopt these larvae? Luo Wen wondered, puzzled. At the same time, he noticed another strange phenomenon. The ones working were exclusively black ants, while the red ants stood idly by, showing no intention of helping. They appeared to be loafing about. An uncontrollable thought sprang to Luo Wen's mind. Could the theory he had jokingly entertained earlier actually be the truth? He adjusted his pheromones to disguise his identity and cautiously approached while observing their reactions, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Fortunately, the pheromone disguise still worked on the red ants, who didn't react to his approach. However, some red ants, for reasons unknown, suddenly began fighting each other. More than a dozen red ants locked jaws and wrestled fiercely, forming a chaotic melee surrounded by a large circle of spectators. Is this their idea of entertainment? Luo Wen mused. The erratic behavior of these tiny creatures baffled him, and he couldn't discern their behavioral patterns. Erring on the side of caution, Luo Wen refrained from venturing deeper into enemy territory. If one of these dim-witted ants decided to challenge him to a test of strength due to his size, it might blow his cover. Circling the enemy, he observed a critical detail. Both the red ants and the black ants shared the same pheromone markers. This meant they were on the same side. The red ants weren't hired reinforcements but part of the same group. This discovery reinforced Luo Wen's earlier suspicion. After a while, the black ants finished clearing out the branch base, and the army, laden with spoils, began their march. Luo Wen immediately followed at a safe distance. The combined force of thousands of red and black ants soon merged with another detachment, forming an army of over 10,000 ants. They left Luo Wen's hive territory and veered off to destroy another black ant nest, looting its resources and larvae. By now, nearly every black ant carried some cargo. The united army resumed their march, this time heading straight back to their home base without diversion. Their destination lay more than 500 meters from Luo Wen's territory. As it came into view, Luo Wen saw a towering mound with a massive entrance resembling a volcanic crater. Countless red and black ants swarmed across the mound's surface. The recently returned army filed into the entrance with their spoils, but Luo Wen halted his advance. Without knowing what might trigger the red ants to start fighting opponents, Luo Wen wasn't about to charge recklessly into their lair. The interior was an unknown danger zone. If his cover was blown and hundreds or even thousands of venomous red ants surrounded him, he might not make it out alive. Luo Wen burrowed underground to scout the area. The nest's subterranean structure was vast, far exceeding any black ant nest he had ever encountered. Given the red ants' size, combined with the addition of numerous black ants, their numbers were staggering, easily exceeding tens of thousands. This was an alarming figure. Even though Luo Wen's hive boasted over 200,000 insects, most were dispersed across various bases to maintain operations. He could muster only tens of thousands for combat. That didn't account for the resources needed for transportation and supply lines. In a prolonged conflict, at least half his forces would need to focus on logistics. This war wasn't going to be easy. Yet given the habits of both sides, one of them was bound to be eliminated. Emerging from the ground, Luo Wen continued to shadow the red ant army, occasionally launching ambushes to capture a few red ants for food. Over several days of observation, Luo Wen learned more about the red ants. Their behavior resembled bandits. They didn't produce anything themselves but survived by looting. Their numbers far exceeded those in their lair. Numerous red ant detachments operated far from the nest, targeting primarily black ant colonies. They stormed the nests, killing the queen ants. For some reason, after the queens were killed, most surviving black ants submitted to the red ants. Those who refused were swiftly executed, while the rest were tasked with transporting resources and larvae. Red ant squads, typically numbering 2,000 to 3,000, returned with several times their number in black ants. Once brought back, the black ants tended to the larvae and searched the surrounding areas for aphids to farm. They also served as the red ants' reserve food supply. The red ants that attacked Luo Wen's branch base had likely returned early because they failed to subjugate additional black ants and were short on manpower. Thinking of the larvae taken from his branch base, Luo Wen's heart grew heavy. Though they resembled black ants, they were entirely different. They wouldn't submit to the red ants, and their fate was grim. The information Luo Wen had gathered troubled him. Based on his estimates, the red ant population alone exceeded 100,000. And that didn't include those operating too far afield to observe. On top of that, the black ants, numbering several times more than the red ants, were now loyal to them. These black ants didn't just refrain from resisting, they actively assisted the red ants, even joining their attacks. And in the red ant stronghold, where most red ants were out raiding, the sheer number of black ants far exceeded the remaining red ants. Yet there was no sign of rebellion, proving their unwavering loyalty. Perhaps the situation still held some variables. Luo Wen resolved to examine the genetic fragments he'd collected from the red ants upon returning to the brood nest. Perhaps they held hidden secrets that could explain their dominance over the black ants. With his reconnaissance complete, Luo Wen hurried back. The situation was dire. He was no longer planning to attack the red ants. Given their scale, Luo Wen lacked the means to eradicate them for now. If handled poorly, he might even face their counterattack. Traveling quickly, Luo Wen avoided several red ant patrols and entered his own territory. On his way, he stopped by a branch base to dispatch dozens of messenger teams, ordering all bases to bolster defenses. If they encountered the enemy, they were to immediately request reinforcements from nearby bases. After repelling the attackers, pursuit was strictly forbidden. Thanks to the brood nest's growth and the mixing of multiple genetic traits, the intelligence of Luo Wen's insects had improved significantly. The queen ants, in particular, seemed to have an innate intelligence boost. They could now understand more complex commands and had high priority in directing worker and soldier ants. Finally, Luo Wen felt like he had some semblance of military strategy. If he had to rely on the likes of Black 2 and Black 3's early intelligence, they'd never grasp the concept of mutual aid among bases. Underscore 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 underscore. After arranging the frontline operations, Luo Wen wasted no time and rushed back to the hive's main base. Upon reconnecting with the brood nest and conducting a thorough examination, he was surprised to find no genetic fragments from the red ants that could explain their ability to subjugate black ants. This was terrible news, and Luo Wen was at a loss. The red ants weren't using some genetic skill to dominate the black ants. Could it be their charisma? Are you kidding me? Luo Wen thought incredulously. Still, though the reason eluded him, the outcome was clear. Not dwelling on this mystery for too long, Luo Wen shifted his focus to adjusting the worker ant template. Originally, he intended to integrate the red ant's stingers into the worker ant's design. However, he discovered that the stinger was incompatible with the acid spray system. The conflict was not only positional, both systems required the same area at the rear of the body but also internal, with overlapping storage chambers for venom and acid. Faced with a choice, Luo Wen began to deliberate. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He realized that although the red ants were smaller than the black ants, their specialization in combat overproduction marked them as akin to soldier ants. This shift in perspective explained their exceptional ferocity. So, they're essentially a species where every member is a soldier ant, Luo Wen concluded. No wonder they were so aggressive. With this revelation, Luo Wen used the red ant template as a base, first altering their red pigmentation to black for uniformity in his forces. He then added features like acid-resistant armor, enhanced spring-like movement, reinforced chitin plating, and stronger mandibles. The resulting new ant type was a small soldier ant. These creatures were entirely combat-focused and undertook no production tasks. Their size matched that of the red ants, but they were stronger, with thicker armor and larger, tougher mandibles. Though slightly less agile than the red ants, the addition of the spring-like movement compensated for this drawback. Luo Wen gave them a simple name, small soldier ants. Not stopping there, Luo Wen developed 2 additional new species. The first was based on spiders, incorporating his own eye genes, the black beetle's carapace, and chitin-reinforced legs. This new species, called the transport bug, was designed for logistics. Using spiders as the base allowed for a large body size, and their nimble legs made them quick and agile. The beetle's wide back provided ample space for carrying materials. While primarily a support species, the transport bugs were no pushovers in combat. Their legs, sheathed in bone armor, could transform into spears, piercing enemies with precision aided by high-resolution vision. Luo Wen had personally tested this design and found it highly effective. The second species was a pure support unit named the adhesive bug. Modeled after regular worker ants, they were enhanced with the camouflage bug's adhesive traits. Their role was to assist the transport bugs by using their adhesive abilities to secure loads on their carriers' backs. Once the materials reached their destination, the adhesive would dissolve to aid unloading. Logistics would be crucial in the war against the red ants, especially given both sides' reliance on foraging and plundering for sustenance. In a prolonged conflict, the first to lose their supply lines would fall. The red ants, with their captive black ants serving as living food reserves and expendable soldiers, posed a unique challenge. What a headache, Luo Wen muttered, narrowing his eyes. If possible, he'd need to find a way to disrupt their operations. For now, though, Luo Wen focused on preparation. Due to the high energy demands of producing queen ants, the brood nest only produced 50, then switched to mass-producing the 3 new species. The first batch of new queens would take time to mature. Until then, the production of the new species fell solely on the brood nest. Luo Wen ordered the existing queens to concentrate on producing worker ants. Worker ants were the swarm's only ranged attackers and were essential for reclaiming and developing territory after defeating the red ants. Their numbers needed to grow as much as possible. With the rear operations in order, Luo Wen returned to the front lines. His lingering concerns about his swarm's adaptability made his presence reassuring. In the following days, messenger units crisscrossed the territory, relaying Luo Wen's orders. He personally conducted reconnaissance in enemy-controlled areas, observing the red ants mobilizing their forces. Numerous detachments returned from foraging and began amassing along the border. The joint red-black ant army swelled to an estimated 200,000, with their numbers continuing to rise. The enemy swept through the borderlands, occasionally sending small raiding parties into the hive's territory to harass and sabotage. 2 branch bases, too remote for timely reinforcements, were overrun and destroyed. However, most bases successfully repelled attacks with the timely arrival of reinforcements, driving the red ants away. The situation grew increasingly dire. A full-scale war was imminent. On Luo Wen's side, the newly developed species matured. From above, one could see large numbers of transport bugs marching on their 8 long legs toward the front lines. Some carried food, while others bore swarms of small soldier ants on their backs. Small soldier ants, due to their small size and limited energy reserves, weren't suited for long marches. Using transport bugs to carry them conserved resources. Though outnumbered, the swarm forces concentrated their troops and adopted a defensive strategy. Meanwhile, the vast outer territories became hunting grounds for the red ant army. Their foraging sustained their massive numbers despite weaker logistical capabilities. As the first 50 new queens reached maturity, they were escorted to the front lines by dedicated teams of transport bugs and guards. There, they began mass-producing small soldier ants on site. The brood nest, meanwhile, ceased small soldier ant production. After producing 10 more queens, it shifted entirely to creating transport bugs and adhesive bugs, reducing the burden of transporting small soldier ants. At the same time, restrictions on the aphid farms were lifted, drawing heavily on the swarm's vegetative reserves to maximize food production. When the first batches of small soldier ants emerged from their pupae, Luo Wen issued an order to redeploy the burrower ants from across the territory to the front lines. The burrower ants, previously tasked with digging tunnels and later relegated to fertilizing vegetation, now had a new purpose in Luo Wen's plan. Far-off groups of burrower ants rode on transport bugs, while closer ones traveled on foot. Over the next few days, they steadily arrived at their designated positions. Luo Wen tallied their numbers, which totaled over 50,000, representing 80% of the hive's burrower ants. Luo Wen didn't want to stir up trouble just yet. The longer he could delay, the more advantageous it was for him. The foundation accumulated by the swarm required time to be converted into military strength. However, over the past 2 days of observation, it was evident that the size of the Red Ant coalition at the front line had exceeded 500,000. Their relentless scavenging of areas near the border had left these regions overexploited and severely depleted, making it increasingly difficult to sustain their daily consumption. Luo Wen even witnessed several groups of red ants turning on black ants in their own ranks for food. The situation had reached a critical point. The Red Ant Coalition now faced a choice, either launch an offensive or retreat. The probability of retreat was low, which meant that an all-out war between the two sides was imminent. Time was of the essence. Over 50,000 burrower ants were prepared, with 500 ants riding on each transport bug. In addition, more than 5,000 small soldier ants were accompanying the convoy to provide protection. Due to their smaller size, each transport bug could carry 800 to 900 of them. The team also included a small number of scout bugs and spy bugs. Under Luo Wen's command, over 100 transport bugs marched briskly into enemy-occupied territory, carefully avoiding areas under surveillance along the way. An hour later, the unit arrived at its designated location. This spot lay along the riverbank, about 600 meters from the red ant's brood nest. Without delay, Luo Wen began excavating a channel from a point half a meter from the riverbank. His massive body functioned like a giant excavator, carving out a trench that extended toward the red ant's nest. The burrower ants followed behind Luo Wen, removing the displaced soil, expanding, smoothing, and refining the trench. Meanwhile, the scout bugs and small soldier ants spread out around the team to maintain vigilance, and the transport bugs climbed the surrounding vegetation to fortify their positions. The operation proceeded in an orderly manner, and progress was swift. Luo Wen single-handedly tackled the most challenging tasks, his large digging claws tearing through the hardened earth, conserving the stamina of the burrower ants behind him. The plan unfolded smoothly. Although a few enemy scouts crossed their path, they were swiftly eliminated, providing the team with a modest supply of protein reserves. However, as the excavation neared the enemy's nest, they encountered an increasing number of enemy troops, with steadily growing forces. Even so, the small soldier ants maintained their numerical superiority. Transport bugs were also deployed to patrol the periphery, pursuing any fleeing enemies to prevent them from reporting back. Meanwhile, spy bugs erased any pheromone trails the enemies left behind. When the team was within 20 meters of the enemy's nest, their presence was finally exposed. The prolonged combat had drained the unit's stamina, and the proximity to the enemy's brood nest meant that patrols were more frequent in this area. Although the swarm still held a numerical advantage overall, they could no longer intercept all the fleeing enemy troops. Eventually, a few managed to slip away and spread the alarm. Fortunately, the distance to their target was now minimal, and ants were not the most efficient communicators. Luo Wen, deeply familiar with the rhythms of ant colony operations, understood that it would take some time for the red ants to react. Seizing this window of opportunity, he abandoned any pretense of concealment and pushed forward with full force, digging directly toward the mini-volcano ahead. Simultaneously, 20 transport bugs carrying 10,000 burrower ants sped back to the riverbank. Their mission was to breach the half-meter barrier separating the river from the trench. Although the departure of 1/5 of the workforce slightly slowed the excavation, the overall impact was manageable. After about 10 minutes, with the small soldier ants fighting valiantly to cover them, Luo Wen breached the mini-volcano's wall, creating a large hole that exposed the dark, winding tunnels of the enemy nest. This was like striking a hornet's nest. Swarms of red and black ants surged out from the breach. Exhausted from digging the 600-meter trench, Luo Wen was barely holding on. The final meters had been sheer willpower alone. Now that the task was complete, the fatigue hit him all at once. Even lifting his digging claws became a struggle. Remaining in the area was a death sentence. Summoning the last of his strength, Luo Wen retreated a short distance. The burrower ants moved ahead to shield him, standing firm as the bicolored flood of ants surged toward them. The burrower ants crouched, aiming their rears forward in standard spray formation. Acidic spray? Thousands of burrower ants unleashed their acidic solutions simultaneously, dousing the advancing vanguard in a wave of corrosive fluid. The enemy troops faltered, overwhelmed by the saturation attack. While an individual burrower ant didn't carry much acid, the combined output of thousands formed a river of acid. The liquid pooled on the surface, unable to seep into the soil, flowing directly into the nest's depths. Many enemies didn't even have time to react before their limbs and antennae dissolved in the acid stream. Struggling in vain, they succumbed to silence. Having withdrawn to the rear, Luo Wen began issuing commands. He ordered a few worker ants to scavenge ant remains from the battlefield so he could replenish his strength. Next, he directed 20,000 burrower ants to the volcano's mouth to block the entrance. Any enemy that emerged was greeted with a fresh spray of acid. The remaining burrower ants held the newly dug breach, ready to meet any escaping enemies with the same treatment. The small soldier ants and transport bugs guarded the flanks. Since the main force of the enemy was trapped inside the nest, the scattered patrols outside could still be held at bay. Half an hour later, despite several enemy charges, the swarm held firm, repelling each assault with concentrated acidic sprays. Using acid to block the tunnel entrance amplified its lethality exponentially, far surpassing its effectiveness in open field battles. However, the repeated waves of self-sacrificial charges weren't without effect. The burrower ants' acid reserves were rapidly depleting. One more assault, and they'd likely run out. Just then, a distant rumbling reached their ears, the sound of rushing water. The trench, now filled with water, surged toward them, carrying the corpses of burrower ants that had sacrificed themselves to complete the task. Luo Wen knew all too well that the respiratory systems of insects like these were highly vulnerable to flooding. The final task of breaking the river's barrier had been perilous, and many had drowned in the attempt. But their sacrifice had not been in vain. underscore 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 underscore. The water flowed continuously into the breach in the ant nest for a full 2 minutes. The surging current carried with it soil and a torrent of red and black ants, sweeping them out of the tunnels. At the entrance, the turbulent waters clashed back and forth before eventually stabilizing. The water level inside the nest equalized with the outside, and the surface of the water gradually calmed. Near the entrance, the water was littered with countless red and black ants. Most of them had not drowned immediately and were still desperately struggling on the surface. Some of the luckier ones managed to climb onto the bodies of their companions and painstakingly make their way to the riverbank, where they struggled to crawl ashore. However, what awaited them on land were the burrower ants, standing ready to strike. The terrain inside the nest was complex, and only a small fraction of the ants had been swept out by the water. The majority had perished below. This raid on the enemy's brood nest exterminated tens of thousands of red and black ants, at the very least. Most importantly, their stockpiled food reserves in the nest were completely destroyed. This blow exacerbated their already strained frontline supply situation. After eliminating the lucky survivors who made it ashore, the ants in the water stopped struggling one by one and began to float silently on the surface. Luo Wen ordered the burrower ants to turn back and support the small soldier ants, using up the last of their acidic reserves. While the combat strength of the burrower ants couldn't compare to the small soldier ants, their sheer numbers overwhelmed the battlefield in an instant. After clearing the battlefield, all corpses, friend and foe alike, were collected and processed into protein reserves. The army then boarded the transport bugs and quickly retreated toward the riverbank. Having just destroyed the enemy's nest, it was wise to leave the area quickly to avoid a frenzied counterattack from their frontline forces. Upon reaching the riverbank, the group regrouped with the burrower ants stationed there. A count revealed that of the 10,000 burrower ants who had breached the final barrier, only about 6,000 remained. Nearly 4,000 had been swept away by the rushing water in an instant. Adding to this were the losses from the final stretch of digging, and the subsequent battle. Over 3,000 burrower ants were lost. The 5,000-strong small soldier ant force was reduced to fewer than 3,000, with nearly half falling in battle. Even among the robust transport bugs, 2 units had been lost. This battle cost over 10,000 troops from various classes, but the victory was spectacular. After a brief recovery, Luo Wen ordered the entire force to retreat. They traveled along the riverbank, carefully avoiding enemy patrols. The exhausted army couldn't endure any more disruptions. Fortunately, the journey back was uneventful. The army returned safely to the frontline command center, a location Luo Wen had ceremoniously named but was, in reality, just the nearest forward base. Currently, this base had become a major gathering point for the swarm. Excluding the returning burrower ants, there were still around 150,000 worker ants stationed here. The small soldier ants, due to their late production schedule, were still relatively few in number. Even with the addition of the 2,000 that just returned, their total barely reached 30,000. However, there were still over 10,000 original soldier ants from earlier generations. Including the transport bugs, the total number of combat-ready troops was just over 200,000. Even with the addition of the burrower ants, the number barely reached 250,000. Furthermore, the burrower ants had expended all their acidic reserves, reducing their combat effectiveness by at least half for the next few days. The enemy still had at least 500,000 troops, more than double the swarm's forces. Fortunately, about 70% of the enemy troops were black ants, and with Luo Wen's command, there was still a chance of victory. Moreover, the destruction of the enemy's brood nest created severe supply issues for their forces. While the swarm's rear lines were stretched thin due to the allocation of troops to the front, they could still barely maintain normal operations. Over time, Luo Wen's chances of winning would only increase. Thus, the swarm's current strategy was to hold their position, delay the conflict, and adapt to the situation. However, the Red and Black Ant Coalition had no intention of giving Luo Wen the luxury of time. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, their densely packed forces crossed the border, advancing on the swarm's base. Despite the abrupt timing, Luo Wen remained unfazed. He had long prepared for this decisive battle. The only difference was that the longer the delay, the fewer casualties his swarm would suffer. Having absorbed countless pieces of intelligence, Luo Wen's unparalleled intellect allowed him to craft an elaborate trap. The enemy's rapid discovery of the swarm's base was no coincidence, it was all part of Luo Wen's plan. Rather than fight on an uncontrollable battlefield, Luo Wen had deliberately prepared a stage for the enemy, ensuring the confrontation would play out on his terms. With the scout bug's superior vision, every movement of the enemy army was under Luo Wen's watchful eye. As the enemy forces advanced, small swarm detachments continuously appeared in their path, strategically retreating to lure them closer to the base. The stage was already set. Now, the actors just needed to enter. The bait squads gradually returned, retreating into the base's tunnels. The Red and Black Ant Coalition arrived shortly after, their sheer numbers staining the ground in a tapestry of red and black. When they reached the swarm's base, they found the surface eerily clean. There were no signs of life, only a dark, funnel-shaped hole gaping like an ominous eye in the earth. Faced with this abyss-like entrance, the coalition hesitated not a moment. The nimble and aggressive red ants led the charge, diving headfirst into the tunnel. Once inside, they encountered a long passageway. Crawling through it, they entered a massive chamber. Here, they were met with a brutal ambush. Dozens of giant mandible soldier ants were stationed around the tunnel entrance. The moment a red ant poked its head out, it was grabbed and flung back into the chamber, where swarms of small soldier ants swarmed over it to finish the kill. While this bottleneck tactic was insufficient to eliminate an army of 500,000, it effectively stalled them. The giant mandible soldier ants rotated in shifts. Once a group exhausted their strength, they withdrew, replaced by fresh reinforcements. The red ants at the front were picked off one by one, while those at the rear, unaware of the situation, continued to surge forward. Occasionally, a group would burst through the defenses or be pushed forward by the press of their comrades, only to face overwhelming numbers in the chamber beyond, where they were swiftly overwhelmed. Though the passage was relatively wide, it was still too narrow for the sheer size of the enemy army. Only a small fraction could enter at a time. After losing over 10,000 troops in half a day, the rear forces began to grow restless. Smaller groups broke away from the main force to forage in the surrounding area. Unbeknownst to them, their movements were closely monitored by the scout bugs. As soon as they strayed from the main force, they were met by the swarm's mobile units, who had been sharpening their claws in anticipation. The swarm deployed its units in small groups of a few hundred, each consisting of scout bugs, soldier ants, small soldier ants, and worker ants. Every squad was accompanied by a transport bug, tasked with patrolling around the enemy forces to intercept and annihilate their foraging teams. A foraging team of approximately 500 ants had ventured less than 50 meters from their main force when they were intercepted by two mobile swarm squads. 500 versus 1,000, and with the smaller group possessing inferior individual combat power, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Each red ant had to face at least two worker ants. Although the worker ants relied on superior numbers and size, their primary tactic was to engage in prolonged skirmishes. The red ants' stinger attacks were indeed formidable, capable of defeating targets significantly larger than themselves. However, stinger strikes had a critical weakness. To target an armored opponent, the red ants needed to climb onto the enemy, secure themselves, and find vulnerable spots like armor joints to pierce with their stingers. The worker ants countered this by remaining highly mobile. Every time a red ant curled its abdomen in preparation for a stinger attack, the worker ants would dodge out of reach. Even if a red ant managed to grab hold of one, nearby worker ants would promptly intervene, pulling the red ant away. Despite the effectiveness of these tactics, unexpected events still occurred. Some worker ants were caught and stung during the battle. Nevertheless, the Red Ant Coalition fell faster than the swarm sustained losses. Combining the efforts of the soldier ants and small soldier ants, the swarm prioritized eliminating the weaker black ants. The black ants, with their inferior combat abilities and lack of the worker ants' agility, were swiftly eradicated under the soldier ants' onslaught. Once the weaker opponents were dealt with, the soldier ants surrounded the red ants still entangled with the worker ants. The red ants, which had barely held their ground moments ago, began to fall rapidly. Their defeat snowballed, and in the end, only about 50 red ants managed to break through and flee back toward their main force in panic. The previously idle transport bugs now sprang into action, chasing down the fleeing red ants. Along the way, they eliminated over a dozen more before turning back, stopping about 20 meters from the enemy's main force. With their long legs and superior speed, the transport bugs retreated effortlessly. During the skirmish, the swarm lost 2 small soldier ants and over a dozen worker ants. Their bodies, along with those of the enemy, were quickly loaded onto the backs of the transport bugs. The squads then retreated to a hidden location, where they uncovered a passage concealed by a leaf. The worker ants carried their spoils into the tunnel and delved deeper into the earth. This tunnel was one of the concealed entrances to a branch base. Luo Wen, ever cautious, had constructed over a dozen escape routes even when he was operating alone. Now, with a decisive battle underway, there was no way he would rely on just one entrance and exit. The tunnel used for the enemy's invasion was deliberately designed as a trap to lure them in. Similarly, the plan to flood the coalition's brood nest had been formulated after Luo Wen observed that their nest had only one entrance, the so-called volcano mouth. The devastation he witnessed at the nest further reinforced his belief in the importance of having multiple escape routes. After a short while, the worker ants emerged from the hidden tunnel, climbed onto waiting transport bugs, and swiftly departed. Once they left, several spy bugs crawled out of the tunnel, erasing pheromone traces left behind. They then led the entrance. In addition to the spy bugs, numerous burrower ants were stationed inside the tunnel. Their task was to collapse the passage and bury it should the enemy discover it, ensuring the safety of their allies within. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a mobile swarm squad was leading a 2,000-strong coalition force on a wild chase. Just ahead, 10 more mobile squads lay in ambush, waiting for the coalition forces to arrive. 2,000 versus 5,500. The result was inevitable. The only question was how many of the coalition forces would survive to retreat. Thanks to their superior mobility and visual range, the swarm's mobile squads maintained the advantage of fighting outnumbered enemies, steadily whittling down the coalition's numbers. Faced with constant harassment and the continued loss of their foraging teams, the coalition's main force finally grew restless. They began regrouping to sweep the surrounding areas. Luo Wen quickly detected their movements and issued orders for the swarm blocking the tunnel entrance to retreat, leaving the passage open. Immediately, the coalition forces trapped in the tunnel surged forward, pouring into the massive underground chamber. As their numbers grew, worker ants hidden along the chamber walls and ceiling assumed their acid spray formation. Acid rained down like a torrential storm, drenching the unprepared coalition forces. The attack was devastating. Those fortunate enough only lost their antennae, while the less lucky had their exoskeletons corroded, dying instantly. After the acid downpour, the giant mandible soldier ants resumed their positions, sealing the passage once again. With much of the coalition force cleared from the tunnel, the soldier ants now found themselves with a rare moment of respite. The small soldier ants and worker ants charged into the chamber, finishing off any survivors and carrying their bodies deeper into the nest. Initially intending to eliminate the swarm's harassing squads, the coalition hesitated when they found the tunnel unexpectedly cleared. Torn between attacking the nest and continuing their sweep, they eventually chose to press forward into the tunnel. Once again, waves of coalition forces flooded into the passage, only to face renewed acid attacks and countermeasures from the swarm. Whenever the coalition forces grew impatient and prepared to withdraw, Luo Wen would order the tunnel to be reopened, allowing more of them inside just in time for another acid barrage. Fortunately for Luo Wen, the red and black ants lacked complex strategic thinking. They fell for this simple tactic repeatedly over 2 full days. During this time, the underground nest became a graveyard for over 100,000 enemy soldiers. Meanwhile, the swarm's mobile units annihilated at least another 50,000 coalition troops. However, the swarm itself lost more than 10,000 of its own. The swarm converted the fallen into protein reserves, temporarily achieving self-sufficiency through sustenance via combat at the forward base. Instead of transporting food to the forward base, the transport bugs now redirected supplies to nearby hive bases, where 50 queen ants worked tirelessly to produce small soldier ants. Additionally, the 100 other hive bases across the territory were no less busy. While their genetic libraries couldn't be updated, they focused entirely on producing worker ants and giant mandible soldier ants. The reinforcements were then transported by transport bugs to the vicinity of the front lines. Underscore 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 underscore. Despite losing over 100,000 troops in the past 2 days, the Red and Black Ant Coalition continued to receive reinforcements from their rear territory, keeping their total numbers above 500,000. Meanwhile, Luo Wen's swarm steadily bolstered its ranks with new arrivals from the territory. The total swarm force had grown to nearly 300,000. The gap in troop strength between the two sides was gradually narrowing. Finally, the coalition realized they could no longer allow Luo Wen to continue his attritional tactics. Gathering their forces, they ignored the emptied underground tunnels and the persistent harassment by swarm squads, marching en masse past the underground base and deeper into swarm territory. Perched on the trunk of a plant along their path, Luo Wen estimated the coalition's composition. The ratio of red ants to black ants was now about 1:9. Most of the red ants, having spearheaded earlier assaults, had been severely depleted during the battles at the underground base. Although the coalition still numbered over 500,000, their overall combat effectiveness had significantly diminished. In the central ranks of the coalition, Luo Wen spotted several massive red ants. These ants were dozens of times the size of ordinary red ants, with distinctive, swollen abdomens that marked them as queen ants of the red ant species. These queens had not been present during Luo Wen's earlier reconnaissance. Clearly, they had arrived with reinforcements from the rear. What surprised Luo Wen even more was that these queens coexisted peacefully, suggesting that red ants might be a multi-queen species. Their whole family migration strategy gave Luo Wen an oddly familiar sense of déjà vu. After a moment of thought, it struck him this was the swarm's own classic strategy, the move the entire hive tactic. To think these red ants, with their limited intelligence, could conceive such a strategy amused Luo Wen. However, their execution was flawed. The essence of this tactic was to fortify one's own base to stall the enemy's main force, while using the rest of the army to capture the enemy's headquarters. Instead, the coalition was attempting to forcibly migrate while the swarm army was right beside them. It was suicidal. Emerging from their underground base, the concealed swarm surged out to engage the coalition's rear guard. The two armies clashed like tidal waves. Transport bugs, carrying worker ants, spearheaded the assault, unleashing a round of ranged attacks to incapacitate portions of the enemy force and sow chaos before quickly withdrawing. The predominantly black ant coalition, lacking stingers, had no effective counter to the swift, hit-and-run tactics of the long-legged transport bugs. Even when a black ant managed to latch onto a transport bug's limb, nearby transport bugs would swiftly kill it. The acid spray attacks, though less effective in open environments than in the confined underground tunnels, still served to disorient and scatter the enemy. Many ants with corroded antennae turned into aimless wanderers, creating disorder within the coalition's rear ranks. In no time, tens of thousands of their troops were thrown into chaos, disconnected from their vanguard. Seizing the opportunity, the pursuing swarm accelerated their assault, engaging the disorganized coalition in fierce melee combat on open ground. Although individual black ants were weak, the sheer scale of a melee involving tens of thousands of troops made differences in individual strength less significant. Even Luo Wen, with his superior combat ability, could be overwhelmed if surrounded by the enemy. He was always reminded of the grim fate of the spider he once encountered. In the chaos, a red ant managed to grapple a worker ant and drive its stinger into the worker ant's abdomen, only to be impaled moments later by a passing transport bug. Both combatants perished in the skirmish, locked together in death. Elsewhere, a giant mandible soldier ant, having advanced too far, was surrounded by dozens of black ants. Some tore at its limbs, while others targeted its joints. By the time reinforcements arrived, the soldier ant had only 2 legs remaining. Though rescued, it could no longer move and would be processed for protein recovery. The battlefield was a scene of relentless carnage, with hundreds or thousands of ants perishing every moment. Words failed to capture the ferocity of the combat. Without the advantage of terrain, the swarm suffered heavier losses in direct engagements, even with their superior strength. However, as more swarm mobile units arrived, the coalition forces, which had initially held their own, began to falter. The coalition's reliance on pheromones for communication proved inefficient. By the time news of their rearguard's plight reached their command and decisions were relayed back, the swarm had already obliterated the rear forces, looted their remains, and retreated. Frustrated, the coalition launched a full-scale pursuit. Yet the trail left by the swarm indicated that their forces had split into several retreating groups. Lacking strategic knowledge, the coalition impulsively divided their army to chase after the swarm. Following the pheromone trails led them to further branching paths, where they divided again. These misleading pheromones, left by spy bugs under Luo Wen's orders, were intended to slow the coalition's pursuit. Luo Wen hadn't expected the coalition to divide so readily, but he wasn't about to let the opportunity go to waste. He ordered spy bugs to create more branching trails. Meanwhile, the swarm regrouped and consumed part of their spoils to replenish their strength. After a brief regrouping, Luo Wen mobilized approximately 150,000 troops, though another 100,000 swarm forces were scattered across the area. While Luo Wen had dispatched messengers to locate these mobile units, he hoped they would avoid blundering into the coalition's main force. After repeated splits, the coalition's forces were fragmented. Aside from the main force guarding the queens, which still numbered over 200,000, the remaining units were reduced to smaller groups of 20,000 to 30,000 each. Luo Wen lured one such 20,000-strong detachment away from the main army, ambushing it with a 150,000-strong swarm contingent riding on transport bugs. The smaller force was completely surrounded, with not a single ant escaping. The disparity in numbers and individual combat power rendered the battle one-sided. The smaller coalition force was annihilated with minimal swarm losses. Luo Wen then led his forces in a circuit around the coalition, repeatedly baiting and eliminating isolated detachments. Though the tactics were simple, they proved consistently effective. Luo Wen couldn't help but feel a sense of detachment. As an ordinary human employing military strategy against insects, he felt as if he were bullying them with his superior intellect. Underscore 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 underscore. After systematically eliminating 5 splinter forces of the coalition army, Luo Wen's forces had exterminated approximately 120,000 to 130,000 red and black ants. Although Luo Wen's swarm lost around 10,000 troops, reinforcements arriving gradually from the mobile units more than compensated for the losses, increasing the swarm's numbers by over 20,000. The coalition army finally sensed something amiss and hurriedly regrouped their forces, merging their troops into a single large contingent. However, even in the span of just half a day, the reunited army seemed visibly smaller when viewed from above. Luo Wen no longer felt any sense of crisis. His initial caution toward the red ants had stemmed from a lack of understanding of their capabilities. Now that they had laid all their cards on the table, dealing with an opponent as slow and limited in reconnaissance capabilities as them was simply too easy. As the red-black ant coalition continued marching, they gradually realized they had entered a trap. Any scouting parties sent out would mysteriously vanish as soon as they strayed a short distance from the main army. Along their route, they encountered an overwhelming number of confusing pheromone markers, making it impossible to determine the proper direction to proceed. Too cautious to split their forces again, they could only trudge forward blindly. Day turned to night, and an entire day passed quickly. To their dismay, the coalition army discovered they had come across their own tracks from the previous day. Indeed, they had spent the entire day wandering in circles under Luo Wen's deliberate guidance. Every time they dispatched scouts, the scout bugs in Luo Wen's swarm would spot them. Ambush teams riding transport bugs would then lie in wait ahead and swiftly eliminate the enemy. Subsequently, the spy bugs accompanying the ambush teams would erase all traces of the engagement and replace the enemy's pheromone markers with fake ones. The coalition had no way of distinguishing between genuine and fake signals, forcing them to blindly follow along. Over the course of this day, the coalition lost over 10,000 scouts. The losses continued to pile up, and by the next day, another 10,000 scouts were gone, with the coalition army still trapped in its futile loops. Days of marching without resupply were taking a toll. Exhausted and demoralized, the coalition army made camp to conserve energy and sent out small groups to forage for food. However, these groups, averaging about 10,000 each, were like throwing dumplings to the wolves. None returned. By the end of the day, out of more than 10 foraging teams, only 2 returned, bringing back little food. With another 100,000 troops lost, the coalition had no recourse. Stranded without supplies and blinded by their sealed-off surroundings, they could only send out more foraging parties the next day. Luo Wen's forces had swelled to nearly 300,000 after days of consolidation, giving him ample manpower to set up more intricate traps. As a result, not a single foraging team returned to the coalition army that day. At night, the effects of prolonged hunger finally erupted. While ants lacked the concept of morale, hunger caused noticeable unrest. The red ants began attacking the black ants, killing and eating them. Strangely, the black ants, despite being more numerous, offered no resistance. Suffering from the same starvation, they silently watched their kin be slaughtered, their antennae drooping as they passively awaited their fate. Luo Wen observed this unfolding chaos with interest. Given a few more days of siege, the coalition might just annihilate itself. Still, the monotony of round-the-clock command for several days was beginning to bore Luo Wen. Facing an opponent of such low intelligence offered no sense of strategic satisfaction. The coalition's remaining 200,000 troops were utterly exhausted and had lost much of their combat strength. It was time to finish them off. Messengers scurried about, rallying Luo Wen's forces. His 300,000-strong swarm surrounded the coalition completely and began to close in. Despite their lack of rest, the swarm had access to ample food, all of it nutrient-rich muscle tissue, leaving them far stronger than their starving adversaries. Additionally, Luo Wen had intentionally conserved the worker ants' acid reserves, allowing their depleted glands to refill. The coalition's first greeting came in the form of a saturated acid bombardment by nearly 200,000 worker ants. This initial assault alone wiped out 50,000 to 60,000 combatants, leaving the battlefield terrain muddy with acid. In some areas, pools of acid had even formed. The swarm troops, equipped with acid-resistant armor, ignored these obstacles entirely. However, the same terrain posed immense challenges for the coalition. Many ants found their legs corroded and snapped, causing them to collapse. Once their bodies made contact with the acidic ground, they soon became irretrievable casualties. Even under such adverse conditions, the coalition's desperate counterattack inflicted significant losses on the swarm forces. Most of the casualties were among the frontline soldier ants and transport bugs, while the worker ants in the rear sustained minimal losses. This was by design. For this war, Luo Wen's swarm had mass-produced large numbers of soldier ants and transport bugs. Soldier ants served no productive purpose and were only needed for combat, while transport bugs, though vital for moving troops and resources during wartime, were carnivorous and unsustainable in peacetime due to their high meat consumption. With the final battle underway, and the coalition's main force fully engaged, Luo Wen prioritized conserving the worker ants, which were far more valuable for post-war reclamation and construction efforts. The battle raged until dusk. Afterward, the worker ants hauled away intact corpses from both sides while collecting severed and corroded body parts to be processed for protein recovery. This 7-day campaign annihilated over 700,000 coalition troops at the cost of 90,000 swarm forces. The final battle alone accounted for half of these losses. Luo Wen stood before the queen ant of the red ants, its limbs severed and presented by his worker ants. This was his prize of war. He hoped it might yield some valuable genetic fragments, though his expectations were low. As a species similar to the black ants, Luo Wen doubted the red ant queen would possess any unique traits. Cleaning up the battlefield would take considerable time, but Luo Wen saw no need to linger. Days of sleepless command had pushed him to his mental limit. It was time to rest. Underscore 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 underscore. As expected, keeping his expectations low proved wise. The next morning, Luo Wen awoke to find no new gains from the red ant queen. To be sure, he would need to return to the brood nest to verify the specifics. But before that, there were still post-battle tasks to handle. After a day's rest, Luo Wen led his 300,000-strong swarm across the border into the red ants' territory. Following the climactic battle, the coalition forces had been annihilated, and no remnants had been spotted along the way. Luo Wen had assumed that taking over their territory would be a mere formality. Unexpectedly, not long after entering enemy territory, his forces encountered two fully assembled units numbering over 30,000 ants in total. These troops had likely been on a distant hunting expedition and had only just returned, intending to reinforce the front lines. Unluckily for them, they ran straight into Luo Wen's swarm as they neared the border. There was little to discuss. With transport bugs dividing the battlefield and 300,000 troops surrounding the enemy, exterminating the 30,000-strong force was a matter of minutes. The red ants may have accepted the black ants as prisoners, but Luo Wen had no interest in doing the same. These basic model combat units, equipped with only a rudimentary friend or foe recognition system, were riddled with vulnerabilities. Recycling them into protein was their best use. That said, the red and black ants of the coalition were surprisingly steadfast, showing no inclination to surrender. Before long, they became part of the swarm's food reserves, loaded onto the backs of transport bugs. Over the next few days, Luo Wen deployed scout bugs to survey the area while leading his forces along the border to conduct sweeps and ambushes. The coalition had considerable reserves, with units frequently arriving from afar. Their numbers ranged from a few thousand to tens of thousands, though none exceeded 30,000. Each time one of these units appeared, either Luo Wen or the scout bugs would spot them, and the swarm, with numbers several times greater, would surround and eliminate them. After intense skirmishes, these units would obediently become food reserves. Within just a few days, Luo Wen's forces had wiped out over 30 groups, amounting to nearly 500,000 enemies. However, since these units typically appeared individually, with an average size of around 10,000, their collective resistance inflicted fewer than 10,000 casualties on the swarm. Luo Wen couldn't help but reflect that if the coalition had better supply chains and the patience to wait a few more days to amass a million-strong army, the situation might have been more challenging. Several more days passed, and Luo Wen had not encountered any more coalition reinforcements heading for the front. It seemed their distant hunting parties had all returned, making further waiting unnecessary. Thus, the swarm finally advanced deeper into coalition territory. Encountering no resistance along the way, it became clear that after their home nest had been flooded, the queens had moved to the front lines. No troops had been left to garrison their territory, as all available forces had been sent to support the front line. Unfortunately, the ants' primitive communication methods meant they remained oblivious to the war's outcome and had continued sending reinforcements to their doom for days. At this moment, Luo Wen felt an urgent need for advanced communication methods. Regrettably, he still had no idea how to obtain such technology. The swarm advanced 500 meters northward, arriving at the volcano-shaped nest entrance that had once served as the Red-Black Ant Coalition's home base. It remained flooded and held no strategic value. Luo Wen did not linger, instead sweeping the area to eliminate potential threats. His forces zigzagged another 500 meters north, consuming a significant portion of their food reserves along the way. Finally, Luo Wen confirmed the area within a kilometer radius to be temporarily secure. He then divided his army into two groups. The first group, comprising soldier ants, transport bugs, and a small number of worker ants, totaled about 70,000 to 80,000. They were tasked with carrying the majority of the food reserves and continuing northward along the current route. These units needed to sustain themselves through constant warfare and would be sent to expand the swarm's territory. Luo Wen led the remaining 200,000 worker ants back toward the border. Along the way, he split them into 50 groups, leaving one group at intervals to construct new bases. By the time he returned to the border, Luo Wen was alone. However, he soon encountered another swarm unit escorting 50 queen ants. These queens had been stationed near the front lines, and Luo Wen had sent messengers to summon them once the newly occupied territory was deemed secure. The 50 bases constructed along the route were meant for these queens, who would oversee and develop the surrounding areas. Of course, 50 queens would not suffice to cover a kilometer-wide territory. Luo Wen planned to hatch additional queens upon returning to the brood nest. These new queens would fill the gaps in the current bases and could also be dispatched to garrison the northern territories captured by the expeditionary force. With these arrangements in place, the territorial dispute was finally resolved. Luo Wen returned to the brood nest to resume his reclusive lifestyle. Through the brood nest, Luo Wen confirmed that the red ant queen had provided no new genetic fragments, a result he had anticipated. However, the question of why the black ants had submitted to the red ants after their queen's death remained unsolved. It was likely a mystery that would persist indefinitely. Fortunately, Luo Wen felt no curiosity or desire to acquire such an ability. Trusting the black ants was out of the question, so turning them into nutrients to power the queen's egg-laying was undoubtedly the better option. Life returned to tranquility, and the swarm continued its steady development. During this time, Luo Wen re-established two expeditionary forces for strategic exploration. The first was the reformation of the Western Army, which had been recalled during the initial phase of the war due to severe manpower shortages. With the war over, they resumed their westward exploration. The second was a newly formed Northwest Army, tasked with exploring the blind spot between the territories covered by the Western Army and the Northern Army. As the exploration distances of these two forces increased, the gap between them would inevitably grow, necessitating a dedicated force for this region. Both expeditionary forces were instructed to send back small teams to report every 3 days. To address their limited intelligence, Luo Wen assigned each force a queen ant to accompany them. Queens, with their comparatively higher intelligence, could at least relay simple messages. As the territory expanded, Luo Wen could no longer personally survey the land for updates. To maintain balance, Luo Wen also dispatched a queen ant via transport bug to join the Northern Army. The ants' lack of selfishness ensured they would readily accept this parachuted commander with enthusiasm. Underscore 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 underscore. To the south of the brood nest lay towering cliffs, while lakes and rivers hemmed in the east. Even so, with the west and north connected in a fan-shaped expanse, the swarm's territory expanded rapidly as the three armies pushed forward. Day by day, Luo Wen continued dispatching hundreds of queen ants to oversee and develop the new territories. The swarm's scale was steadily growing, yet it remained far from capable of directly confronting the Yellow Earth Ant Legion head-on. The days stretched on in monotony. Without internet, phones, games, or newspapers, and not even a creature to converse with, loneliness loomed over Luo Wen. Gradually, the reports from the three armies, delivered every 3 days, became the highlight of his otherwise dull existence, the sole reprieve in his barren life. Unfortunately, while the queen ants possessed some intelligence, it was only relative to the simple-minded worker ants and soldier ants. Their reports were terse, devoid of richness or intrigue, and failed to bring Luo Wen any satisfaction. As boredom gnawed at him, Luo Wen began to fear that without some kind of diversion, he might succumb to depression. Sometimes, he found himself staring at the distant lake surface from a tree trunk, even contemplating trying to swim to see if he could evolve the ability to breathe underwater. Luckily, reason still held sway over his impulses, narrowly restraining these self-destructive thoughts. But as his restlessness grew, his rational grip began to erode. Just as Luo Wen felt he might succumb to his reckless whims, a message from the Northern Army brought good news. They had encountered red ants once again. The black ants, though diligent, were disorganized and weak. They posed no threat and served only to replenish the expeditionary force's food stores when discovered. For this reason, the destruction of countless black ant nests by the three armies was considered trivial and unworthy of reporting. The red ants, however, were different. As a nomadic species capable of enslaving black ants in numbers several times their own, they were highly threatening. To prevent mishaps, Luo Wen had specifically instructed the queen ants to notify him immediately upon spotting red ants, retreat 500 meters, and establish camp while awaiting his arrival. The queen ants faithfully executed his orders. Given how far the Northern Army had advanced, this newly discovered red ant colony was undoubtedly unrelated to the remnants of the earlier one. It signified a new red ant nest. Luo Wen had been yearning for something to shift his focus and pull him back from the brink of despair. However, the red ant's lifestyle and population density meant each nest required a vast area to sustain itself. This explained why it had taken the Northern Army so long to find another nest. Thankfully, though delayed, the opportunity had finally come. Luo Wen wasted no time, setting off immediately. On the journey, Luo Wen's thoughts turned to the yellow earth ants, whose behavior resembled that of the red ants. Both were nomadic predators. If a red ant colony of merely hundreds of thousands needed such expansive territory, how vast must the yellow earth ants' domain be to sustain themselves? Perhaps they didn't simply scour the area every few hundred days but instead maintained a constant state of predation, moving along a predetermined route that took hundreds of days to bring them back to the cliffside region. Luo Wen shuddered at the thought. If this were true, how many troops would he need to amass to exact revenge? Lost in thought, Luo Wen's long legs carried him forward in a sprint. At over 60 centimeters in body length, his raised legs made him more than a meter tall, dwarfing ordinary worker ants, which now seemed like mere specks before him. Yet this growth came with limitations. His newly evolved oxygen supply system had reached its maximum capacity. Any further growth would render it unable to sustain his body. Once again, Luo Wen faced a bottleneck, urgently needing new genetic fragments for reference. The riverside environment, dominated by ant species, offered little in the way of diversity. He could only pin his hopes on the other two armies deeper inland to uncover something new. After traveling approximately 3 kilometers, Luo Wen passed a swarm base, the furthest outpost to date. Beyond this point, he was stepping outside the swarm's controlled territory. Initially, Luo Wen thought the Northern Army would be just ahead, but even after advancing another 2 kilometers, he still couldn't locate them. At first, he suspected he might have gone the wrong way, yet the faint pheromone markers along the route confirmed otherwise. Then, he wondered if the Northern Army had already been wiped out. But there were no signs of a battlefield or a recent skirmish. The forest here was exceptionally lush, and it seemed to have rained recently. Water droplets occasionally fell from the leaves above, striking Luo Wen's carapace with a refreshing chill. The ground was muddy, with puddles forming in some areas impassable barriers for ordinary worker ants, but easily traversable for Luo Wen with his current size. The pheromone markers along the path had also been diluted by the rain, with some completely washed away by puddles. Fortunately, Luo Wen's elongated antennae, enhanced by his growth, allowed him to maintain his bearings despite the challenges. Still, he slowed his pace. Venturing so far beyond the swarm's territory without finding the Northern Army was troubling, and caution was warranted. Although he doubted anyone would set a trap specifically for him, he tensed his muscles, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Advancing cautiously, Luo Wen covered another 2 kilometers. Night was falling, and a light drizzle began to descend from the sky. While faint pheromone markers still lingered in the air, their identity verification signals appeared genuine. However, Luo Wen himself was adept at altering such markers. He had once used this technique to confound the red-black ant coalition, leading them in endless circles. There was no guarantee someone or something wouldn't attempt the same trick against him now. Moreover, he was nearly 4 kilometers beyond swarm territory. Typically, a queen ant would be deployed as soon as the army advanced, to claim the land, provide logistical support, and facilitate communication. Would they really send a few messenger ants to crawl several kilometers back to swarm territory alone? The messenger ants, being ordinary worker ants, lacked his resilience. The dangers along the way were far too numerous for them to survive. As Luo Wen pondered these concerns, convinced he had stumbled into a trap, reality delivered a sharp slap to his assumptions. Underscore 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 underscore. As it turned out, Luo Wen had overthought the situation. Just as he became increasingly convinced this was a trap and was about to turn back, he found the Northern Army. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within him, though his limited vocabulary left him unable to articulate them properly. Maybe it's because I've been too idle lately, letting my thoughts run wild and making me overly jumpy. Despite scaring himself along the way, it was a relief that the situation had been a false alarm. Finding the Northern Army was undoubtedly good news. Rain was still falling from the sky, and the army had taken shelter inside a tree hollow. Their small size proved advantageous. They could easily crawl into the hollow to avoid the rain. Luo Wen, on the other hand, had to settle for a patch of relatively dry ground beneath the tree canopy. Even under the cover of leaves, rain still dripped onto his carapace. Watching the snugly sheltered insects only stoked his irritation. These troops must have made swift progress. How else could their messenger ants report back every 3 days? It seemed even the queen ant's intelligence was not entirely reliable. Reflecting further, Luo Wen questioned his own laziness. Perhaps he should occasionally catch up with the armies to check on their progress. Given his long legs, covering this distance was no issue. The swarm's advance was not a rapid march. They meticulously cleared the areas along their route, eliminating all dangers to pave the way for the queen ants arriving later. This slow pace explained why Luo Wen, after surpassing the last swarm base, had become increasingly suspicious of a trap after traveling less than 2 kilometers and was on the verge of turning back after 4 kilometers. In hindsight, he realized the fault lay with him. He had not kept track of the army's progress and failed to deploy queen ants promptly. It was, yet again, a communication issue. The messenger ants sent back by the Northern Army only ever reported all clear. Luo Wen had not anticipated that the follow-up base deployments had fallen significantly behind. Once more, Luo Wen felt an urgent need for a long-range communication system. After reuniting with the Northern Army, he conducted a head count. Despite starting with 70,000 to 80,000 troops, they still numbered nearly 70,000 after such a long time, a testament to the power of an all-soldier ant force. While the army took refuge from the rain, Luo Wen decided to scout ahead alone. With his newfound focus on reconnaissance rather than idling on tree trunks, his vision had evolved significantly. He could now see clearly for over 200 meters. Unlike human sight, he could distinguish individual ants over 100 meters away, although his vision gradually blurred until objects beyond 200 meters became opaque. His long legs, elevating him over a meter high, provided a natural 8-legged tripod, granting him an excellent vantage point. Combined with his agility, Luo Wen realized he was the swarm's top scout. Luo Wen advanced cautiously, and after scouting about 300 meters, he spotted the Northern Army about 200 meters away. True to his orders, they had retreated over 500 meters from the red ant's nest, whose iconic volcanic structure was visible in the distance. Perhaps due to the rain, no patrols were in sight around the volcano. The red ants had likely retreated inside their nest to stay dry, lacking Luo Wen's size advantage. Suddenly, mischief sparked within Luo Wen. He sprinted to the volcano, and before the red and black ants inside could react, he used his burrower ant-like legs to collapse part of the structure. Then, he pushed soil into the volcano's mouth, sealing it shut. Satisfied, Luo Wen fled the scene, feeling a childlike joy. This act reminded him of a favorite pastime from his early days, poking ant nests with sticks and blocking their entrances. Though he lacked the finishing touch of boyhood antics, his prank brought him some delight. However, as he reflected, a faint melancholy clouded his mood. The rain's incessant patter only deepened the bittersweet feeling. Without tear glands, Luo Wen found himself unable to vent his frustration. Returning to the shelter, he was surrounded by thousands of living beings, yet not one could share in his emotions. With a sigh, he lay under the tree canopy, his body blending seamlessly with the environment. The rain persisted through the night but finally ceased by late morning. While occasional drops still fell from the leaves, the conditions were now suitable for movement. The red ant's nest, based on the size of its volcano, housed at least 1 million ants. The 60,000 troops under Luo Wen's command would be charging to their deaths if they attacked it. Though Luo Wen longed for a battle to distract him from his reckless tendencies, he wasn't suicidal. Moreover, being so far from his territory posed logistical challenges. Reinforcements and supplies would be delayed, and even if they captured the area, there weren't enough troops to hold and develop it. Having caused some trouble for the red ants, Luo Wen consoled himself that the trip wasn't entirely in vain. With that thought, he led the army back to their territory. Upon returning, he ordered the 60,000-strong Northern Army to camp near the border and secure the surrounding region. He then rushed back to the brood nest. Connecting with the brood nest, Luo Wen postponed other tasks and dedicated himself to producing 500 queen ants. The region between the swarm's territory and the red ant's nest spanned about 4 kilometers, an area even larger than the swarm's existing territory. A significant number of queen ants would be needed to secure and develop it. Furthermore, both the initial troop surge for attacking the red ant's nest and the subsequent occupation of their territory would require a large number of queen ants. Thus, Luo Wen decided to go all in, ordering 500 queen ants, a staggering number considering the swarm currently had only around 300. After setting things in motion, Luo Wen rested for a night and spent the next few days inspecting the other two armies. The Western and Northern armies faced similar challenges, with large blind spots between their positions and the swarm's territory. The Northwestern Army was slightly better off due to its fan-shaped exploration zone, which kept its position relatively closer to the territory. Nonetheless, the blind spot in their area was just as vast as those of the other two armies. If the other two armies' blind spots resembled vertical rectangles, the Northwestern armies resembled a horizontal one. In any case, the 500 queen ants would not be enough to cover these gaps. Realizing this, Luo Wen hurried back to the brood nest overnight and ordered an additional 700 queen ants. When fully matured, the swarm would boast approximately 1,500 queen ants. The brood nest would be occupied with this task for quite some time, leaving no room for other projects. In the following dozens of days, Luo Wen moved ceaselessly, meticulously planning the locations of new branch bases along the outskirts of his territory. He also commanded all the queen ants within the territory to focus entirely on producing worker ants. After this period, the first queen ants to mature had already emerged from their pupae and steadily moved to their assigned locations. Due to the sheer number of queen ants hatched this time, even with over 300 already working at full capacity, the brood nest being the largest production base was fully booked and unable to assist further. The worker ants produced by these queens alone were insufficient, especially as many of the queens still had significant labor shortages within their territories. As a result, the standard allocation of bodyguard troops, initially increased to 2,000, was reduced back to 1,000 per queen before deployment. Luo Wen had little choice in the matter. After all, the territory had already been cleared, and any insects that could pose a threat to the bases had long been converted into military rations. These areas were safe enough, so the queens were sent to gradually develop their regions. Once production capacity improved, he planned to make up for the deficit. After another few dozen days, the brood nest completed its orders and shifted its focus entirely to producing worker ants and transport bugs. With its production capacity gradually freed up, a steady stream of worker ants was delivered to various bases via transport bugs, bolstering their labor force. The brood nest, continuously sharing Luo Wen's genetic code, had grown slightly larger than Luo Wen himself and had necessitated several expansions of its underground chamber. Its production capability, proportional to its size, was equivalent to that of 200 queen ants. With new queen ants gradually taking their places in the northern base, the territory's borderlines advanced steadily. Time flew by, and within 100 days, the original buffer zone of roughly 4 kilometers was occupied by the swarm. Numerous bases were scattered like nails across the area, connecting into a unified network. As the border drew closer to the red ants' hive, patrol squads from the swarm inevitably encountered foraging teams from the red ants' colony. Red ants were nomadic predators, inherently living off plunder. While Luo Wen's side had developed a form of animal husbandry, establishing and expanding pastures required significant land resources. Therefore, neither side backed down when they met. Without a pre-battle exchange of insults, both forces verified each other's pheromones to confirm they were not allies before clashing violently. Luo Wen had anticipated this encounter. Relying on just the few hundred troops in a swarm patrol squad, they wouldn't have stood a chance against a foraging team of over 10,000 red ants. Thanks to his superior vision and mobility, Luo Wen had already mobilized 60,000 northern troops stationed nearby to set up an ambush in advance. Using a pocket formation, he awaited the arrival of the unsuspecting foraging team. The battle was one-sided. A mixed force of over 10,000 worker ants and soldier ants was no match for 60,000 elite soldier ants. The result was as expected. The Northern Army completely annihilated the foraging team, suffering only minor losses of just over 100 soldier ants. After this, battles became frequent. Foraging teams near the border repeatedly stumbled into ambushes laid by the Northern Army. Luo Wen's forces, with their numerical and strategic superiority, thoroughly routed the red ants in every encounter. After each battle, they cleared the battlefield and masked the pheromones, preventing the red ants from realizing anything was amiss. By the time the red ants had lost over 30 foraging teams, their forces in this direction were nearly depleted. However, setting traps in other directions to gradually weaken them would be too troublesome. In the past, Luo Wen had been patient in dealing with a red ant hive due to his limited strength. But now, he and his swarm had grown far beyond their former selves. With 1,500 queen ants at his disposal, the swarm's potential for war was unparalleled. Following his command, aside from the roughly 300 queens stationed too far from the northern front line, the remaining 1,200 plus queens and the brood nest ramped up production. Under such circumstances, the front line amassed a massive army of 1 million worker ants and 100,000 soldier ants in a short period. Combined with the 60,000 soldier ants already stationed there and additional auxiliary troops, a force of nearly 1.2 million was assembled. In sheer numbers alone, they already surpassed the red ants' hive. A direct assault was no longer an issue. At this level of strength, there was no need for tactics or a slow war of attrition. Standing before the densely packed swarm, Luo Wen felt a surge of pride. His demeanor began to mirror the arrogance he once despised. The advance of the million-strong army was overwhelming. Though the insects were small in size, their numbers blotted out the sky. For anyone with trypophobia, this scene would be utterly horrifying. Every insect encountered along the way was devoured as rations for the army. Even agile grasshoppers couldn't escape the transport bugs, let alone creatures like black beetles, which once impressed Luo Wen as war gods. Against this massive army, they didn't even register as a threat. Even the red ant foraging teams, once formidable opponents, barely caused a ripple before the swarm. This is what swarm warfare is supposed to look like, Luo Wen remarked, watching his unstoppable army sweep forward. Alas, there was no one to appreciate his bravado. From a distance, Luo Wen saw the crater they had rebuilt. He immediately ordered the army to accelerate and surround the area. The red ants, suddenly besieged by a million-strong force, were visibly stunned and retreated defensively to the crater. Shortly after, several small squads emerged from the entrance. Luo Wen ordered his army to clear a path and let these teams pass. He already knew their purpose. Pheromonal communication had its drawbacks. The information they carried was essentially public once decrypted. These squads were heading out to seek reinforcements. Luo Wen welcomed this. If they could summon all the foraging teams, it would save him the trouble of hunting them down later. As the red and black ants within the hive huddled defensively, Luo Wen refrained from sending troops into the complex tunnels. The confined space would hinder his forces, and he remembered how he had previously used a shut the door and beat the dog tactic to decimate enemy troops. With this precedent, he wouldn't risk a frontal charge. After some thought, he bypassed the perimeter and personally advanced. Using his forelimbs, Luo Wen skillfully collapsed the crater entrance, burying the tunnel in dirt. This was his second time employing this tactic, and he had become quite adept at it. By sealing the entrance, he forced the ants inside to come out. Although their ventilation system made it difficult to suffocate them, difficult didn't mean impossible. The reinforcements had already been sent out. With nothing urgent to handle, Luo Wen decided to surround the hive and ambush any returning troops. In truth, waiting for reinforcements to return to the hive would take a significant amount of time. Given the current state of the hive, it simply couldn't hold out that long. As expected, it wasn't long before activity was seen on the collapsed mound of earth. The soil began to bulge and shift as sand was gradually pushed aside. Soon, the cautious head of a red ant peeked out. Unfortunately for it, before it could gather any useful information, a spear-like limb pierced through its body, skewering it as it emerged from the soil. One of the transport bugs surrounding the collapsed entrance had acted swiftly. The bug flicked its leg, discarding the red ant's lifeless body. Beneath the transport bug's feet crawled a swarm of soldier ants. The one closest to where the red ant had fallen stepped forward and ended its suffering. More red and black ants began to emerge from the dirt covering the buried entrance. The surrounding transport bugs treated it like a game of whack-a-mole, skewering each ant as it appeared. However, this method of attack was physically exhausting. Under Luo Wen's direction, the transport bugs adjusted their tactics. Instead of impaling the ants, they began using the sticky hairs on their claws to grab the emerging red ants and toss them aside, where soldier ants promptly turned them into rations for the swarm. This reduced energy expenditure significantly, but the number of red and black ants appearing only increased. Fortunately, there were plenty of transport bugs queued up for their turn at whack-a-mole and claw crane. Exhausted bugs simply relinquished their positions to fresh replacements. Time slipped by, and after 4 or 5 hours, the red ants managed to dig another exit not far away. However, this new exit was still within the swarm's encirclement. This time, with plenty of worker ants on hand, Luo Wen did not hold back the acid. A torrent of corrosive liquid rained down on the new entrance, a deluge of acid. A large group of ants attempting to break through the encirclement barely emerged before being doused in acid. The luckier ones, with only their antennae corroded and minor pitting on their armor, barely managed to escape. The less fortunate were immediately incapacitated, left to helplessly dissolve in the acid. As time passed, the new entrance became clogged with a strange liquid composed of dissolved ants and other detritus. Severed limbs and fragmented bodies floated on the surface, releasing an acrid stench. No further ants attempted to emerge from the opening. Gradually, the liquid dried into a grotesque tableau, exuding an aura of despair and agony. Luo Wen assigned 5,000 burrower ants to bury the hole with more soil, then stationed additional transport bugs and soldier ants to guard it. The horrific sight of the acid-soaked environment seemed to have left an impression on the red ants. They abandoned this exit entirely, and no more emerged. 2 days passed. During this time, 2 foraging teams returned to the hive, providing the swarm with a small boost in provisions. The ants inside the hive had initially made several breakout attempts, but each was swiftly crushed. They had since been quiet for a considerable period. Reflecting on his strategy, Luo Wen realized suffocating the ants in the hive was unrealistic. Even if he filled in their exits quickly, the brief periods of ventilation from digging would suffice to sustain them for quite some time. In hindsight, he thought, perhaps he shouldn't have been so heavy-handed in blocking their exits earlier. This had only scared them into complete inactivity. If they tried digging again, he resolved to let them come out. Unfortunately, another day passed without any movement from the hive. Growing impatient, Luo Wen focused his sensory hairs, probing for the positions of underground chambers and tunnels. He located a spot close to the surface, then used his massive digging limbs to pierce the ground. Repeating the motion several times, he unearthed a large pit, with round tunnels now visible on either side of the walls. Inadvertently, he had dug too far, severing one of the hive's passageways. Ants moving through the tunnel sensed the fresh airflow and rushed over to investigate. Finding an unexpected exit and no long-legged creatures guarding it, a few black ants cautiously emerged, scouting the area. Detecting no danger, they quickly turned back. Moments later, swarms of red and black ants began pouring out of the tunnel. But their celebration was premature. The swarm's encirclement had only moved back slightly. Having been confined underground for so long, the ants streamed out in droves. Within moments, nearly 100,000 red and black ants had emerged from the hive. The prey had left its den, and the swarm's encirclement tightened swiftly. Hundreds of transport bugs led the charge into battle, accompanied by soldier ants. They quickly cleared the area around the tunnel entrance, sealing it off once more. This unit bore a heavy burden. They had to block ants still emerging from the tunnel while simultaneously fending off enemies attempting to retreat back into the hive, effectively fighting on two fronts. Fortunately, they didn't need to hold the line for long. After a single round of acid spraying, the enemy's combat effectiveness plummeted, and the swarm's army swiftly eradicated them. It seems some ants near the entrance reported back, as the tunnel quickly fell silent, and no more ants emerged. No matter. After cleaning up the battlefield and replenishing their rations, Luo Wen simply dug another hole nearby. The ants weren't immune to repeating tactics. Each time the swarm surrounded, eradicated the enemy, cleared the battlefield, and dug a new hole. After several rounds of this, 6 large pits now marred the ground. Though the effectiveness of each successive attempt diminished, over 300,000 enemy troops had been converted into rations for the swarm. Finally, the enemy realized it was a trap. Only a few ants emerged from the last pit. But Luo Wen was already prepared with a new plan. He deployed over 100 spy bugs, dividing them into 6 groups and sending them into the hive through the 6 pits. Their mission, infiltrate the hive and act as guides. Ideally, Luo Wen would handle this task himself, but his large size made infiltration impossible. The spy bug's intellect and adaptability weren't on par with his, but they would suffice. Besides, infiltration into the red ant hive was inherently dangerous. Friendly fire was a real threat, but with enough spy bugs, losses were acceptable. The spy bugs seemed to understand Luo Wen's intent. Once inside, they crawled deeper into the hive, disseminating new pheromone messages as they went. As a result, the tunnels, previously filled with messages like danger, turn back, and path blocked, now also carried contradictory signals such as safe route and exit here. These conflicting messages left the ants confused, unsure of the situation. Some believed the warnings and avoided the entrances, while others trusted the safe signals and ventured out. Soon, red and black ants began cautiously emerging from the pits one by one. Underscore 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 underscore. The enemy troops within the hive were gradually lured out in waves, eventually numbering tens of thousands. 2 hours later, while the occasional ants still emerged from the tunnels, Luo Wen decided it was no longer worth his time. With a single command, giant fang soldier ants led the charge, supported by small soldier ants, with worker ants providing ranged firepower. The massive army split into several units and surged into the hive's tunnels. After enduring several rounds of assaults, the hive's remaining defenders were few. Disoriented by the spy bug's misinformation, they offered feeble resistance. In contrast, Luo Wen's forces advanced like a knife through butter. With well-coordinated troop formations, the swarm crushed all opposition, even in the tight, winding tunnels. 2 hours later, the hive was conquered. It would now be repurposed into a swarm base, with one of the accompanying queen ants stationed to oversee and develop it. By the end of this campaign, over 700,000 enemy ants had been eradicated, at the cost of just over 10,000 of the swarm's troops. Most of these casualties occurred during the final tunnel battles. The small-bodied red ants excelled at using their stingers in the confined spaces, often achieving a 1-to-1 kill ratio. This resulted in notable losses for the swarm. However, for Luo Wen, who commanded 1,500 queen ants, such losses were negligible. After the battlefield was cleared, relatively intact ant corpses were collected and buried to prevent decomposition. The remains were processed into protein to sustain the swarm's troops. After a day of rest, the army split into several groups. 2 moved in different directions to hunt down the remaining enemy forces in the region, while a third stayed behind to deal with any foraging teams that evaded the sweeps. Over the next few days, these groups eliminated over 30 foraging teams, amounting to around 400,000 ants. This secured Luo Wen's control over the entire area. Following this, 300 queen ants that had accompanied the army with 2,000 bodyguards, 3,000 worker ants each, and ample provisions departed to establish and develop their own territories. The remaining 900,000 worker ants were transported to other regions by transport bugs. Of the 1,200 queen ants previously focused on production, 900 had settled into their designated territories. After a brief rest, they resumed mass-producing soldiers to support the front lines. With the war concluded, it was time to bolster their labor forces. Around 150,000 soldier ants were redistributed. Of these, 50,000 were assigned to reinforce the Central Army, formerly the Northwestern Forces, as the expanding wedge-shaped area under their control required extensive exploration, leaving them severely understaffed. The remaining 100,000 soldier ants, along with a small number of worker ants, scout bugs, and transport bugs amounting to a force of 120,000 were reorganized into the Northern Army, which continued advancing along the riverbank. As for Luo Wen, he had his own plans. He needed to rendezvous with the Western Army, which had reported a vaguely described anomaly requiring his personal attention. With the battles here concluded, Luo Wen welcomed the distraction. Staying idle only tempted him to seek unnecessary risks. As the largest individual in the swarm, Luo Wen's size made it impossible to travel leisurely aboard a transport bug like the others. Instead, he relied on his long, powerful legs for locomotion. Fortunately, his size also granted him exceptional speed faster than the transport bugs, and his 8 strong legs allowed him to leap over obstacles such as small ravines or exposed tree roots with ease. Setting out in the morning, Luo Wen maintained such a rapid pace that, despite stopping to inspect the development of several branch bases along the way, he reached the Western Army by nightfall. After resting overnight, Luo Wen set out early the next morning with the Western Army to investigate the anomaly. The anomaly had been encountered during the army's advance. The Queen Ant overseeing the troops had ordered them to bypass the area and sent a team to notify Luo Wen. Thus, Luo Wen's route led him backtracking slightly. Traveling about a kilometer southeast from the army's position, he reached the marked area. It lay close to a cliff face, where numerous large boulders had tumbled down from the heights. The rocks were piled together, forming massive gaps between them. From the outside, the area appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary pile of rocks. Although it covered a significant area, no obvious abnormalities were visible. This was where cannon fodder came into play. Luo Wen flicked his antennae, signaling 2 transport bugs to step forward. They dashed toward the pile of rocks at incredible speed. Like Luo Wen, their adhesive claw hairs allowed them to traverse the smooth rock surfaces with ease. Their strong leg muscles provided impressive speed and agility, allowing them to leap and twist through the rock gaps effortlessly. It seemed they were enjoying the rare opportunity to sprint unburdened, displaying an almost playful excitement. But Luo Wen soon noticed something unusual. The frolicking transport bugs had disturbed the area's hidden inhabitants. From the shadows of the rock crevices, several creatures began to emerge. Their bodies, though slightly slender, were still powerfully built. Their heads, thoraxes, and abdomens were connected in a segmented but uniform manner, lacking the distinct separations characteristic of ants. Their heads bore 8 eyes, a slightly larger central pair and 3 smaller lateral eyes on each side. Their faces were flat, with no antennae. On either side of their heads extended massive pincers, each shaped like a pair of menacing claws. Behind the pincers, large muscle groups emphasized their formidable strength, making them appear exceptionally dangerous. 4 pairs of walking legs extended from their bodies, which were low to the ground. Despite their size, these creatures could easily pass through narrow gaps, unlike the similarly sized transport bugs. Their bodies were covered in thick, jet-black chitinous armor, providing exceptional defense. The exoskeleton was densely coated with hairs, particularly on the pincers, which were more rugged and heavily furred than the rest of their bodies. Most notably, a long, slender tail extended from the rear of each creature, curling over their bodies. At the tip of the tail gleamed a sharp, barbed hook that glistened ominously. Luo Wen stared in shock. If it weren't still daylight, he might have thought he was back on Blue Star. The creatures bore a striking resemblance to scorpions, so much so that even now, they seemed to confirm that scorpions existed here as well. Underscore 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 underscore. So this is the so-called anomaly. Luo Wen mused to himself. Well, in a way, it was indeed something unusual and precisely the sort of anomaly Luo Wen needed. His genetic library hadn't seen new additions for quite some time. As soon as the scorpions emerged, Luo Wen's eyes lit up at the sight of their massive pincers. His burrower limbs had become somewhat redundant and only functioned as blunt tools for smashing. If he could integrate those powerful-looking claws, his Luo-style combat techniques might gain a few new moves. The sharp, menacing scorpion tails, likely venomous as per usual scorpion behavior, caught Luo Wen's attention less. It wasn't out of vanity he had long given up caring about his appearance. Luo Wen had embraced his monstrous form, a patchwork of insect parts cobbled together into a bizarre fusion. After all, nobody was around to judge what this amalgamation looked like. The problem lay elsewhere. Chitinous exoskeletons had become standard equipment, making the scorpion's stinger impractical. Besides, Luo Wen rarely engaged in direct combat himself these days, and he already had venomous fangs inherited from a spider. A similar weapon would only be redundant. Still, these considerations were pointless. Luo Wen had no control over his evolution. For all he knew, he might wake up one day to find a hooked tail sprouting from his rear. As Luo Wen pondered these thoughts, the lead scorpion seemed almost offended by his disregard for its tail. When another transport bug leapt past it, the largest scorpion struck like lightning, clamping one of the bug's hind legs with its pincer. The momentum of the transport bug's jump nearly lifted the scorpion off the ground. However, its low center of gravity proved advantageous. Though its body was dragged upward, its clawed feet maintained a firm grip on the stone beneath. Once the transport bug's momentum faltered, the scorpion yanked it back. The two began an impromptu tug-of-war, the transport bug pulling against the scorpion's grip. Despite losing one leg's leverage, the bug's remaining 7 legs still outnumbered the scorpion's 4, giving it a slight edge. But as the scorpion exerted more force, the trapped leg bent unnaturally, threatening to snap, a situation that ironically worked in the transport bug's favor. If the leg broke, it could escape, albeit with the loss of a limb. At that moment, the scorpion surged forward, planting its other pincer beneath the bug's body. Using both claws, it flipped the transport bug onto its back, exposing its vulnerable abdomen. The scorpion's tail, coiled above its head, struck with blinding speed. Its hooked stinger latched onto the bug's underside and slowly sank into its body. Luo Wen observed with interest, finally understanding the tail's true utility. His experience as an insect was still limited. He had assumed the hook would target an opponent's back. He realized now how wrong he was. The evolution of such a tool was far from ornamental. Insects typically had robust back armor that was difficult to penetrate. In contrast, the underbelly, though often protected, was relatively weaker or even soft in some species. The scorpion's hook could easily pierce through these vulnerabilities. Furthermore, the scorpion's low stance gave it exceptional stability in grappling situations. Once it could flip an opponent, the stinger became a decisive weapon. Meanwhile, the transport bug managed to free itself from the scorpion's pincers, but the tail hook remained embedded in its abdomen. The tug-of-war now shifted to the scorpion's tail. Unfortunately, the transport bug was already succumbing to the venom. Its strength waned rapidly, and it ultimately lost the contest. As the bug stopped struggling, the victorious scorpion raised its pincers like a triumphant general, flaunting its might. It then moved beside the transport bug to enjoy its hard-earned meal. Luo Wen, having enjoyed the spectacle, decided it was time to end the charade. His antennae flicked, releasing a pheromone signal that sent tens of thousands of swarm troops surging forward. Luo Wen stayed back, confident that new genes would soon be presented to him. Although the scorpion had bested a single transport bug, it now faced hundreds of them. And the transport bugs were merely support units. Atop them rode thousands of specialized soldier ants, their compound eyes fixed menacingly on their prey. While the scorpions towered over the soldier ants, their sheer numbers rendered size differences irrelevant. Leading the charge were the giant mandible soldier ants, the most formidable frontline warriors of the swarm. Refined through countless battles, these units had proven their versatility and strength, surpassing the dwindling numbers of giant fang soldier ants and hook soldier ants. The giant mandibles surrounded the scorpions in a single charge. Familiar tactics like leg pulling and eye gouging were executed with precision. Though their mandibles couldn't easily pierce the scorpion's thick back armor, their tails and legs were far less protected. The scorpions fought back ferociously, each pincer grasping a giant mandible soldier ant, while their tails sought targets. But the ants were no pushovers. Their serrated mandibles bit into the scorpion's tail, penetrating the armor and embedding themselves. The long tail offered multiple vulnerable points, and 7 or 8 ants attacked simultaneously. The scorpion's legs suffered a similar fate. In mere moments, the scorpion was dismembered, its legs and tail severed and scattered around its body. Thick bodily fluids oozed from its wounds as it lay incapacitated, unable to move or attack. Yet, even in this state, the scorpion hissed defiantly, baring its fangs at the diminutive ants. Its defiance, however, sounded more like a feeble whimper. The battle ended so quickly that the other scorpions hadn't even reacted. Before they could intervene, they were also dismembered and reduced to writhing lumps. The hissing chorus grew annoyingly loud. Luo Wen flicked his antennae again. Several small soldier ants, modeled after red ants, approached and drove their stingers into the scorpion's wounds. Venom wasn't exclusive to scorpions. The hissing gradually ceased. The scorpion's sturdy exoskeletons made them difficult to consume directly, but they could still be processed into a beverage. Underscore 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 underscore. The specifics of the feeding process need not be described in detail. After feasting, Luo Wen found a large crevice in a nearby rock and lay down to rest. Meanwhile, he ordered the army to camp around him. Since it was still early morning, and the battle had ended too quickly, Luo Wen found it difficult to enter a dormant state. Instead, he began reflecting on the recent skirmish. The scorpions, despite their formidable individual combat prowess, seemed capable of standing against tens of thousands. However, in reality, only about 100 giant mandible soldier ants had done the heavy lifting. The rest of the swarm was mostly there to spectate, much like Luo Wen, who had merely watched the spectacle. This performance underscored the terror of collective combat once more. Unless an individual reached another level of evolution, it was impossible to negate the advantage of overwhelming numbers. This realization further solidified Luo Wen's resolve to pursue the path of the swarm. In his dreams, Luo Wen felt as if his hands were melting. Startled, he almost awoke, only to remember that he no longer had hands. A pair of burrowing legs and 4 pairs of walking legs, losing one pair wouldn't matter since he could always regenerate severed limbs. Reassured by this thought, he sank back into sleep. He had no idea how long he slept, but when he awoke, it was still dark. 2 moons hung high in the sky, casting a cold, silvery light. Luo Wen sensed something unusual about his burrowing legs. Looking down, he saw a layer of dead skin peeling off them, as if they were shedding. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this layer of dead skin was the exoskeleton of his original burrowing legs. So, this was molting. Previously, whenever his body absorbed certain genes and underwent significant changes, it would cocoon and mutate. However, this was the first time he had experienced localized molting. It seemed his earlier anticipation of growing chelae was coming to fruition. As for a scorpion's tail, it was likely not happening. If he were to develop a tail, he would most likely need to cocoon. He glanced back and felt around. His guess was correct, there was no new tail at his rear. Next, it was time to test his newly obtained claws. Tearing at the molting skin on his chelae with bites, Luo Wen exposed the still soft and sticky inner limbs. Once freed, the chelae rapidly swelled to double their original size. They then began hardening and darkening. Before long, the chelae were fully armored again, but now the armor was thicker. The internal musculature was also much stronger. With a thought, the two massive pincers opened, revealing a row of sharp serrations that glinted coldly. He flexed the chelae. Despite their appearance being bulkier than his previous burrowing legs, they remained remarkably agile. In particular, the joints seemed to feature a specialized mechanism resembling a spring-loaded trigger, enhancing his striking speed. A flicker of black light flashed. The pincers accurately clamped onto a nearby rock. With a squeeze of his muscles, there was a sharp crack, and the rock shattered into pieces. Awesome! Luo Wen couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. Like a child with a new toy, Luo Wen went on a destructive spree, pulverizing everything around him. Rocks, plants, and even scorpion exoskeletons all fell victim to his havoc. Luo Wen was ecstatic. Not only had he gained a powerful new weapon, but these chelae also gave him a sensation akin to having hands again. Granted, each hand only had 2 fingers. Still, this newfound familiarity almost brought him to tears. After his excitement subsided, Luo Wen calmed himself. There was no use dwelling on the past, he needed to focus on moving forward. Overall, while only his chelae had been enhanced this time, the improvement to Luo Wen's strength was immense, not just in combat, but in daily life as well. He also discovered that when the pincers were closed, the chelae could still function as burrowing legs. Moreover, their increased size made digging even more efficient. This left Luo Wen a bit speechless. With the matter resolved, the Western Army continued their journey. Luo Wen returned to his lair and resumed his monotonous daily routine. Each day consisted of little more than eating and lounging on tree trunks to enjoy the scenery. Time passed, with the only notable events being the constant departure of queen ants and Luo Wen's steadily improving eyesight. However, his immense size limited the number of trees in his territory that could support him, restricting his vantage points. This greatly diminished his scenic enjoyment. The tedium of life reignited Luo Wen's reckless curiosity. Although he had eliminated 2 red ant nests during this period, the growing strength of his swarm had rendered such conquests dull and meaningless. There was no sense of accomplishment, and it did nothing to suppress his urge to seek danger. With no better options, Luo Wen tried to find tasks to distract himself. First, he inspected his territory. With its continued expansion, the swarm had added another 1,000 queen ants, bringing their total to over 2,500. Thanks to flourishing agriculture, abundant food, and a lack of major conflicts, the colonies experienced explosive population growth. Each base now housed at least 5,000 members, meaning the swarm's total numbers had soared to at least 12 million. Though most of these were worker ants, the swarm's war potential remained formidable. With their current resources, they could easily raise an army of 1 million at short notice. For instance, during the recent assaults on the 2 red ant nests, Luo Wen had summoned 1 million troops in no time. He no longer bothered with tactics like attrition or ambushes. These strategies were redundant. Instead, he simply ordered his forces to bore holes into the enemy nests and fled them with troops. Although this resulted in higher casualties, it didn't matter. Once the nests were captured, the fallen insects were recycled into protein. Within days, the queen ants would transform this protein back into soldiers for the battlefield. In the past, Luo Wen had felt a surge of excitement commanding his swarm in their first attack on a black ant nest. Eventually, black ant nests became mere supply points for the army. Now, encountering a black ant nest required neither reporting to Luo Wen nor his direct involvement. The swarm simply bulldozed through. As a result, Luo Wen no longer knew how many black ant nests had been destroyed. It seemed red ant nests were destined for a similar fate. Could this be the loneliness of the master? Luo Wen found himself tempted to hum a tune about the solitude of invincibility. But then he remembered the looming threat of the Yellow Earth Ant Legion and lost all enthusiasm. As an insect, it was best not to grow too arrogant. Out of options, Luo Wen turned his attention to the lakes and rivers in the east. There was little choice. The north and west were being explored by the swarm's armies. The south consisted of cliffs and deserts patrolled by the Yellow Earth Ant Legion. Only the east remained undeveloped. Previously, Luo Wen's smaller size had made even the shallow areas of the riverbanks perilous. Fear of the unknown depths had kept him away. His closest encounter with the riverside had been during the first attack on a red ant nest. Even then, he stayed half a meter away from the river, avoiding the breach of barriers for water channels. Now, with his long legs, Luo Wen felt he was ready to challenge the riverbanks. Underscore 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 underscore. Slivers of sunlight reflected off the lake's surface, creating a shimmering display. Along the lakeshore, slender stems and leaves of aquatic plants swayed gently in the breeze. Luo Wen moved cautiously on his long legs, staying 2 to 3 meters from the water's edge. His large compound eyes were fixed intently on the lake, scanning for any signs of suspicious activity. The reflected sunlight on the lake was glaringly bright. With Luo Wen's compound eyes being particularly sensitive to light, the intense glare caused a persistent throbbing and stinging sensation. For several days, Luo Wen kept watch without any success. Just as he was beginning to feel both dejected and impatient, an unexpected development occurred. The prolonged exposure to the reflective glare seemed to have triggered an unexpected adaptation in his eyes. His vision began to develop the ability to filter out certain light wavelengths. With this newfound ability, his eyes functioned like wearing sunglasses. The sunlight reflected off the water's surface became far less blinding, allowing Luo Wen to observe more comfortably. Revitalized by his new ability, Luo Wen resumed his slow exploration along the lakeshore with renewed enthusiasm. As he walked, he transitioned from the lake to a river. Though the river was less than 10 meters wide, its rapid current and unknown depth made it seem like an insurmountable barrier to Luo Wen. If he could figure out a way to cross the river, the vast lands on the opposite shore could become new territory for the swarm. Unfortunately, with his current knowledge, Luo Wen had no immediate solution for crossing the river. For now, he could only hope to encounter some aquatic species that would grant him new genes. With such an enhancement, crossing the river or even exploring the depths of the lake and river would become possible. Days turned into weeks, yet Luo Wen found no evidence of life in the river. Lacking other tasks, he patiently continued his investigations. As the saying goes, persistence pays off. One evening, just as Luo Wen was preparing to return to eat and rest, he noticed ripples spreading across the river's surface in the distance. A wave of excitement surged through him. Ripples couldn't appear without something interacting with the water. This indicated that some entity had come into contact with the surface. Though Luo Wen could clearly see the source of the ripples, he was unable to discern what lay beneath the water. The cause of the disturbance remained a mystery. He kept watching for a while, but the river's surface returned to stillness, making him wonder if he had imagined it. Could it have been caused by underwater plant roots? The flow of the river brushing against aquatic vegetation could create ripples, but such occurrences were typically confined to areas near the banks. The location of the ripples, however, was at the center of the river. No aquatic plants could possibly grow there. Even as night fully descended, Luo Wen remained vigilant. He refused to believe his eyes had played tricks on him. Though he hadn't identified the culprit, he had at least confirmed the presence of aquatic life, which was a significant discovery. This realization reignited Luo Wen's determination. The next morning, as he prepared to resume his observation with renewed vigor, a team of messenger bugs arrived with news from the front lines. This time, the Northern Army had encountered an unusual situation. Searching for aquatic life could wait. Investigating the swarm's anomaly took higher priority. Fortunately, Luo Wen had been exploring near the riverbank, not far from the Northern Army's location. Though he slowed his pace to accommodate the messengers, he still reached the army's position within 2 hours. The morning was still young. Led by a reconnaissance team, Luo Wen caught sight of a familiar crater in the distance. He assumed it was yet another routine mission to exterminate a red ant nest. But as he approached, Luo Wen noticed something unusual. Streams of ants were pouring continuously out of the crater, forming multiple unbroken lines as they marched hurriedly away. Have I been discovered? But the direction doesn't match. Luo Wen initially suspected he'd been spotted. However, despite his imposing size, Luo Wen had honed his stealth skills to perfection. He had altered his pheromones and coloration, rendering himself indistinguishable from a large boulder to the ants. As he observed the army's trajectory heading away from his position, Luo Wen realized he was mistaken. But their urgency intrigued him. What could they be rushing toward? Curiosity got the better of him. Luo Wen dismissed the reconnaissance team, instructing them to return and order the army to camp in place and remain still. Meanwhile, he used his superior vision to maintain a safe distance from the marching red ants, trailing them discreetly to uncover their destination. The red ant army marched north for about 300 meters. Soon, Luo Wen spotted a large-scale battle unfolding ahead. Tens of thousands of combatants from both sides were engaged, scattered across more than a dozen skirmish zones. On one side were the familiar red ants. Their adversaries, however, were an entirely new ant species. These ants' coloration was somewhere between the bright hue of red ants and the jet black of black ants. Their bodies were a subdued dark red. The worker ants of this species were slender, with their heads, thoraxes, and abdomens of similar size. Their thin, elongated legs gave them a highly agile appearance. Their soldier ants, however, were strikingly unique. Their abdomens remained unchanged, but their heads and jaws were greatly enlarged. The soldiers' massive rectangular heads featured a wide central groove running from the rear edge to the forehead, giving them the comical appearance of a human backside. Their bulbous heads and jaws combined resembled overripe cherries. Despite their amusing appearance, these massive jaws radiated power, suggesting formidable offensive capabilities. What fascinated Luo Wen most was the significant variation in body size among this species. Unlike the uniform sizes of red ants or black ants, this new species displayed dramatic differences. For example, their workers ranged from a few millimeters to over 5 centimeters. Among the soldier ants, the smallest were 3 to 4 centimeters long, smaller than the largest workers, while the largest soldiers approached 20 centimeters in length, veritable giants of the ant world. To put this in perspective, the transport bugs of Luo Wen's swarm, which carried hundreds of ants over long distances, were only about 30 centimeters in size. Even Luo Wen himself, having reached the limits of his respiratory system, was only slightly over 60 centimeters long. These gigantic soldier ants posed a tangible threat to him. Feeding such enormous creatures would require staggering amounts of resources. Even transport bugs, sustained during wartime by abundant protein, numbered only in the hundreds. After battles, they consumed the bulk of spoils, drastically reducing their numbers during peacetime. In Luo Wen's branch bases of 5,000 members, maintaining just 5 transport bugs strained resources to their limits. When idle, these bugs even resorted to eating dirt to ease the burden on the colony. Yet here, on the largest battlefield, there were over 20 of these massive soldier ants. Smaller giants numbered in the hundreds, and the ranks of large, medium, and small soldiers were uncountable. Additionally, other battlefields nearby hosted similarly scaled conflicts, with over 100 giant soldier ants in total. Luo Wen clicked his mandibles in disbelief. Supporting such a vast army of soldier ants was beyond the capability of any ordinary colony. Moreover, the forces on display likely weren't even the entirety of this unfamiliar species army. Maintaining such a formidable force would require an extraordinarily vast territory. The battle between the two sides raged on, and Luo Wen was surprised to see that despite the red ants' mixed forces receiving continuous reinforcements, they were still being pushed back step by step. The soldier ants of the new species, distinguished by their oversized heads, were tentatively named big-headed ants by Luo Wen. Compared to the brute force tactics of the red and black ant coalition, the big-headed ants demonstrated far superior strategy. Each type of their soldier ants carried numerous worker ants on their backs, forming a defensive layer. This approach resembled infantry tank coordination. Whenever a red ant approached one of the big-headed ant soldiers, several worker ants would leap off the soldier's back to entangle the attacker. Meanwhile, the soldier would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. With the red ants neutralized, the black ants' basic weapons and equipment alone posed little threat to the big-headed ant soldiers. Their massive jaws, which grew proportionally with their size, easily dealt with the black ants. Although both sides had committed similar numbers of troops, the red and black coalition's primary combat units were outclassed tactically. Relying on the supporting worker ants for victory was nearly impossible. As Luo Wen predicted, the red and black coalition's forces were continually whittled down. Their casualty ratio was far higher than that of the big-headed ants. The big-headed ants, however, showed no signs of overconfidence. They maintained a steady, methodical advance without rushing for a swift victory. The battle lasted for 2 full days, shifting across several locations. Most engagements ended with the red ant side retreating, leaving behind tens of thousands of corpses. Only once did the red ants manage to ambush a small detachment of big-headed ants, leveraging sheer numbers to secure a victory. Yet, strangely, when the red ants later tried to recover the battlefield, many of the soldier ant corpses were inexplicably missing. The remains of 2 particularly massive soldier ants were nowhere to be found. The missing corpses had, of course, been taken by Luo Wen. Disguised as a rock, he had crept close to the battlefield, selectively scavenged what he wanted, and then retreated with his haul on his back. With 8 long legs propelling him swiftly away, he came and went like a shadow. These gigantic soldier ants were remarkable specimens. Using an ant template to reach such a size must have involved unique adaptations. Now that he had obtained their genes, Luo Wen planned to study them when he had the time. For now, he postponed his return to the brood nest. His priority was to uncover the origins of this newly emerged big-headed ant species. 3 days later, after suffering losses exceeding 100,000 troops, the red ants remained unyielding, unwilling to retreat. But the big-headed ants, satisfied with their gains, chose to withdraw rather than risk overextending themselves. When the red ants gathered a massive force for a decisive battle, they found their opponents had vanished without a trace. The red ants were puzzled, but Luo Wen, who had been monitoring the battlefield closely, didn't miss a thing. The big-headed ant army, numbering in the tens of thousands, had retreated with their spoils. Such a large-scale movement was impossible to hide from Luo Wen's long-range surveillance. Their retreat resembled the swarm's methods. Various types of soldier ants and large to medium workers served as transport vehicles, while smaller worker ants climbed aboard, both to conserve energy and secure the loot. With their combined combat coordination and efficient transportation system, the big-headed ants were clearly a step ahead of other ant species. Their speed also exceeded Luo Wen's expectations. After traveling less than 2 kilometers, they had already returned to their nest. This left Luo Wen puzzled. The swarm controlled a territory spanning more than 10 kilometers. For a nest capable of deploying such a large combat force, their territory should be significantly larger. Could their territory extend farther in other directions? Luo Wen shook his head. Based on his observations, this species seemed to radiate their territory evenly in all directions. If no unusual factors were involved, their nest should logically occupy the center of their domain. Potential factors included insurmountable barriers like rivers or cliffs, or the persistent disappearance of scouts in a specific area. Could it be because of the red ant nests? Luo Wen quickly dismissed this thought. Given the big-headed ant army's demonstrated strength, they could easily overpower the red ants if they chose to expand. Luo Wen shook his head again, abandoning further speculation for now. With so little information available, drawing conclusions was impossible. Moreover, until the conflict between the red and big-headed ants resolved, the two sides wouldn't directly confront each other. He still had plenty of time. By continuing to observe the big-headed ants, Luo Wen hoped to gather more information for analysis. The big-headed ant nest stood out from other ant colonies, leaving Luo Wen astonished when he first saw it. The nest was a small mound spanning 20 to 30 square meters, with a ring of entrances midway up its slope. The ground around each entrance bore heavy tread marks. The tens of thousands of big-headed ant troops Luo Wen had been following split into several groups, entering the nest through adjacent entrances. If that was all, the nest would simply appear to have more exits than usual. However, atop the mound were numerous small protrusions densely packed together. Each protrusion had a central opening, resembling tiny chimneys. Notably, no tread marks surrounded these chimneys, indicating they weren't used as entrances or exits. Ants, being pragmatic creatures, wouldn't build anything without purpose. These chimneys must have a specific function. What that function might be, Luo Wen could only sigh in frustration. If he still had his previous, smaller body, sneaking inside for a closer look would have been easy. Still, Luo Wen had no regrets. With his current size, few things could threaten his life. Everything else was secondary to survival. Unable to discern the chimney's purpose from the outside and unable to infiltrate the nest, Luo Wen decided further observation was a waste of time. He cast one last glance at the mysterious chimneys before turning to explore other directions. Having recently consumed a high-protein meal, Luo Wen moved quickly. In just one day, he had surveyed most of the area surrounding the big-headed ant nest. Curiously, the big-headed ant's territory was indeed small. In every direction, within roughly 2 kilometers, Luo Wen found evidence of other ant nests and activity. Pheromones made it easy to distinguish. From the big-headed ant nest at the center, Luo Wen identified at least 11 different pheromone signatures within a 2-kilometer radius. This confirmed that the big-headed ants, like most ant species, placed their nests at the very center of their territory. Yet this raised a puzzling question: how could such a small territory sustain such a massive army? Underscore 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 underscore. After confirming the unexpectedly small size of the big-headed ant's territory, Luo Wen began to investigate the surrounding trees, searching for signs of livestock-like farming practices. However, even with agricultural methods that preserved vegetation, it seemed nearly impossible to sustain so many combat units within such limited territory. While examining the trees, Luo Wen did find some aphids, but there were no signs of large-scale farming. He did, however, stumble upon another curious phenomenon. On the yellowish-brown dirt ground, an unusual stream caught Luo Wen's attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't water but a flowing stream of leaves. These leaves were being transported by the worker ants of the big-headed ant species. Regardless of size, each ant carried leaves several times its own size with its powerful jaws. Patrolling alongside the leaf stream were larger soldier ants, ensuring the workers' safety while clearing small obstacles from the path. These efforts slightly smoothed the otherwise uneven road, although larger obstructions were simply bypassed. The leaf stream was flowing in the direction of the big-headed ant's nest. Intrigued, Luo Wen decided to trace it upstream. Soon, he discovered the source of the leaves. It was an impressively tall tree, at least 50 meters high, with a stream of green leaves cascading down from its treetop. The dense branches at the top obscured Luo Wen's view, making it difficult to discern the specifics. But that didn't matter. His adhesive bristles allowed him to climb smooth surfaces as if they were flat ground. Scaling a tree was no challenge for him. Camouflaging himself by altering his pheromones and mimicking an off-limits rock, Luo Wen avoided detection by the big-headed ants and quickly ascended the opposite side of the tree trunk. At the treetop, he witnessed an incredible sight. Big-headed ant worker ants were using their jaws like scissors, delicately cutting the leaves. They inserted one mandible into the upper part of a leaf and sliced upward with the other. This process was repeated meticulously. Each time, a portion of the leaf was neatly severed. The workers then carefully lifted the cut piece to prevent it from falling, adding it to the leaf stream. The workers in line behind them would then move forward to continue cutting until the entire leaf was harvested. What astonished Luo Wen was their restraint in harvesting. The ants only cut about 1/3 of the leaves on each branch, leaving the other 2/3 intact to minimize the impact on the vegetation. Their conservation-minded approach led Luo Wen to suspect that a sentient intelligence might be guiding their actions. However, he noticed that the big-headed ants weren't consuming the leaves. They were merely cutting and transporting them back to the nest in an endless cycle. What were they doing with the leaves? Luo Wen thought of his own aphid pastures. His worker ants would typically feed themselves first before sharing leftovers with their peers. Only after everyone was sated would they transport any surplus back to the nest. Yet, despite observing for an extended period, Luo Wen didn't see a single big-headed ant stealing a bite of the leaves, a behavior that struck him as highly abnormal. Initially, Luo Wen had assumed that the leaves were part of the big-headed ant's diet. If that were the case, it would explain how they sustained such a large labor force and military within such a small territory. None of the other ant species Luo Wen had encountered consumed tree leaves. But as it turned out, the big-headed ants didn't eat the leaves either. So why were they expending so much effort to harvest and transport them? Luo Wen was perplexed. He suspected this mystery was connected to their formidable ability to rapidly produce troops. The leaf harvesting, along with the chimneys on their nest, were the only anomalies he'd found in their territory. The secret clearly lay within the nest. Luo Wen's curiosity was piqued, but his large size had long since ruled out stealth and infiltration. That left him with only one option: special measures. Though the big-headed ants didn't seem particularly aggressive, their territory blocked the swarm's expansion. A conflict between the two forces was inevitable. When that day came, the secrets of the big-headed ants would be revealed. Luo Wen resolved to seize the initiative and prepare for a well-planned war. Faced with a stronger new opponent, Luo Wen felt a surge of excitement. Wasting no time, he quickly returned to the central base. Upon consulting the brood nest, Luo Wen discovered that the supersized big-headed soldier ants still relied on a standard ant nutritional system. However, their extraordinarily developed and powerful muscles enabled them to compress oxygen into distant parts of their bodies, supporting their massive size. This muscle enhancement gene segment was quite useful, but the rest of their genetic structure was fairly unremarkable. After creating several new bugs, Luo Wen considered imitating the big-headed ants by diversifying the sizes of his worker and soldier ants into a dozen categories. Ultimately, he decided it wasn't necessary. The swarm had its own development methods and didn't need to copy everything. For example, the big-headed ants used their soldiers and large to medium workers for transport, with smaller workers securing the cargo. However, the swarm had more efficient transport bugs and adhesive-secreting mucus bugs, which streamlined logistics. As for production, Luo Wen ordered 500 more queen ants, bringing the total to 3,000. Before engaging the big-headed ants, the red ant nest needed to be dealt with, and its territory absorbed. The 500 new queens would produce troops at the front lines initially, before being dispatched to occupy captured territory. A single red ant nest didn't require 500 queens, but when combined with the big-headed ants' territory, it would be just right. This was what Luo Wen called preparation for contingencies. The existing 2,500 queens were all assigned tasks. Over 2,000 of them began producing troops in earnest. The remainder, too far from the northern front lines, focused on transporting resources to closer bases. Time passed, and the newly produced bugs emerged from their cocoons. They, along with a significant quantity of supplies, were steadily transported to the front. A month later, with the Northern Army already stationed, the swarm had amassed 500,000 various soldier ants and over 1.5 million worker ants. Including auxiliary units, the army's total strength reached 2.1 million. This marked the largest military operation in the swarm's history. Luo Wen, fully committed, had elevated the big-headed ants' strategic threat level to the highest priority. As the saying goes, an army marches on its stomach. The 2.1 million strong force represented the swarm's logistical limits. Behind the army were over 2,000 branch bases and 12 million worker ants maintaining the supply chain. Additionally, more than 5,000 transport bugs moved resources continuously to the front lines. Even with these efforts, there were still some material shortages due to the tight time frame. But that didn't matter. Ahead of the army lay a granary. Every extra day the army lingered meant more resources consumed. Although a few units had yet to arrive, Luo Wen decided not to wait any longer. The weather that day was favorable, partly cloudy with the tree canopy overhead blocking most of the light and heat, creating perfect conditions for a long-distance march. At Luo Wen's command, over 6,000 transport bugs loaded with a variety of troops and supplies began advancing on their 8 long legs, heading directly for the red ant nest. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Trees flitted past as Luo Wen led the march from the front of the formation. His role was to navigate for the army, as he had the widest field of view among the swarm at present. Along the way, the army skirted around 2 red ant hunting parties. With the swarm's overwhelming superiority in both numbers and quality, there was no need to engage such minor threats. Luo Wen's strategy was to strike directly at the heart, obliterating the red ant nest first, then dispatching smaller units to clear the territory afterward. As for those 2 hunting parties, the forces following behind would take care of them. 2 hours later, after several breaks for the transport bugs to rest and replenish their energy, the army traversed 2 kilometers of forest and reached a familiar sight, the volcanic crater. Having eradicated red ant nests before, there was nothing novel about the scene. The swarm swiftly encircled the crater. Luo Wen circled near the entrance, using the sensory hairs on his legs to detect vibrations from the underground network of tunnels. He identified the location of the subterranean passageways and extended his claws, his digging limbs, now sharper than ever since their transformation. Piercing through the ground, he punctured several openings into the red ant nest's tunnels. After baiting a few waves of red-black ants to emerge for inspection, the swarm's forces surged inside. Giant mandible soldier ants took the lead, flanked by small soldier ants providing cover. If the enemy numbers were small, the swarm would engage in melee combat. If enemy numbers swelled, they would create a gap for worker ants at the rear to provide ranged support. The swarm advanced methodically. Losses occurred but remained within acceptable limits. The battle dragged on until nightfall. Narrow tunnels restricted movement, preventing the full deployment of the swarm's forces. In fact, less than 1/5 of the army had entered the tunnels. The majority of troops remained outside, where they eliminated 3 returning red ant hunting parties. A force of 1.8 million versus 20,000 was hardly a contest. The rear troops often found the battle over before they could even charge. To be honest, more time was spent cleaning up the battlefield than fighting. The swarm collected all spoils. Insect wars were simple. The victor claimed everything. Enemy and ally carcasses alike were recycled as nutrients for the swarm's growth. Post-battle statistics showed the swarm lost around 20,000 units. Precise enemy losses were hard to calculate due to the tunnel skirmishes, but based on prior experience, the nest likely housed at least 400,000 to 500,000 ants. Even if their numbers had been diminished by the big-headed ants a month ago, they should have replenished somewhat during that time. Luo Wen estimated at least 400,000 had been present, with an additional 45,000 from the 3 hunting parties eliminated outside. As Luo Wen tallied the results, a squadron approached from the distance. This was the swarm's heavy combat units, 200 ultra-giant soldier ants, 500 giant soldier ants, and 2 scorpions. The 2 ant types were based on the big-headed ant soldier template, with minor modifications. A gene for enhanced leaping was added, increasing their agility, along with slightly enlarged mandibles for greater attack power. The scorpions were experimental. Enhanced muscle genes made them larger than their prototypes, with body lengths excluding tails of 40 centimeters. Luo Wen had no specific use in mind for them yet and had only created 2 to test their combat effectiveness in this war against the big-headed ants. Accompanying these heavy units were around 10,000 smaller combat units mounted on their backs, tasked with guarding them. Despite their apparent strength, these heavy units excelled only in duels or mass battles. If caught alone by a red ant hunting party, their venomous stingers could prove fatal. A mishap, such as being surrounded, might even cost them their lives. Previously, their slower pace had prevented them from keeping up with the transport bugs, so Luo Wen had stationed them at the rear for a gradual advance. Clearing out a red ant nest didn't require their involvement, and the pheromone markers left by the main force ensured they wouldn't get lost. When Luo Wen bypassed the 2 hunting parties earlier, he had assigned mobile squads to monitor them. These squads specialized in reconnaissance, harassment, and trap setting. Equipped with standard units and enhanced by scout bugs, spy bugs, and even a queen ant, these squads could carry out more complex missions thanks to the queen's higher intelligence. After leaving the main force, the squads moved ahead of the hunting parties, setting up decoy pheromone trails. These misdirected the hunting parties into wandering in circles, oblivious to the deception. The squads then rendezvoused with the slower-moving heavy units, relaying Luo Wen's orders. As Luo Wen surveyed the spoils carried back by the heavy units, he nodded in satisfaction. The execution of his orders had been commendable. However, a few giant soldier ant corpses caught his eye, clear evidence of losses. Since red ants didn't have such units, their origin was obvious. Furthermore, the escorting units had suffered significant losses, tarnishing the operation's success slightly. Still, the ultra-giants and scorpions remained unscathed, the battle was won, and even the fallen had been retrieved. These heavy units were valuable, walking reservoirs of protein. In times of famine, worker ants would cull them to feed the colony. Losing just one would be a considerable blow for an ordinary nest. Although Luo Wen wasn't in such dire straits, his frugality made him protective of his swarm. The smaller units could be overlooked, but every heavy unit cost enormous resources to cultivate. Losing even one, alive or dead, was unacceptable. Underscore 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 underscore. With the victory secured, the army dispatched several units to sweep up the remaining red ant hunting parties in the area. Over the course of a week, the units returned one after another with spoils of war, officially marking the transfer of this red ant territory into the swarm's possession. From the 500 queen ants accompanying the main force, over 200 were dispatched with their designated guards to establish branch bases at their assigned locations. The remaining queens stayed at the main encampment, some as commanders, while most focused on providing reinforcements to the front lines as needed. Afterward, the swarm rested for a day. Once they had feasted and stored half of the remaining spoils aboard the transport bugs, they set off again. During this time, no big-headed ant scouts were encountered. It seemed that the big-headed ants practiced a form of pastoralism, essentially free-range farming. Once the red ant nests reached a certain population, the big-headed ants would harvest them. From Luo Wen's observations, there were at least 11 other ant nests surrounding the big-headed ant territory. If these nests were all part of their livestock, then their method was far easier than Luo Wen's painstaking efforts to rear aphids. However, this approach only suited species like the big-headed ants, whose ambition for territorial expansion was relatively low. Luo Wen was slightly envious, but he knew this method wouldn't work for him. This time, the swarm avoided a forced march. The lack of information about the big-headed ants, such as their behavioral patterns and the strength of their forces, warranted caution. Still, considering the big-headed ants could suppress over 10 nearby nests, their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Dealing with them required a different approach than the one used against the red ants. Luo Wen planned to leverage the swarm's superior vision and gradually chip away at their forces while assessing their capabilities. The first target in his mind? The leaf-cutting teams. Using his superior speed, Luo Wen scouted ahead and quickly located a green stream northwest of the big-headed ant nest, a trail of ants carrying freshly cut leaves. The swarm adjusted its course, heading west for a while before veering north. The green stream of ants was happily ferrying leaves when a massive army suddenly intercepted them. The worker ants heading toward the big-headed ant nest panicked and fled in disarray. Luo Wen did not pursue. After all, without anyone to report back, how could he lure the enemy out of their lair? Similarly, he refrained from dispatching forces to eliminate the worker ants at the trees behind the line. Those workers would inevitably return to their nest, and as long as the swarm blocked their path, they would eventually deliver themselves. The army formed a 20-meter-long line formation, with scorpions, ultra-giant soldier ants, and giant soldier ants leading the charge. Smaller soldier ants swarmed around and on top of them, bolstering their defense. Behind them stood a row of transport bugs, which could utilize their long legs for medium-range piercing attacks to support the front line. The remaining transport bugs positioned themselves on the flanks and at the rear to guard against ambushes. At the center of the formation were mixed groups of worker ants and soldier ants. The worker ants provided ranged support while ensuring that the corpses of allies and enemies alike were swiftly carried to the rear, denying resources to the opponent. As for Luo Wen, despite being the tallest and strongest in the swarm, he chose not to fight on the front lines. The intensity of the upcoming battle was unpredictable, and if the big-headed ants fielded an unexpectedly large force, even a few ultra-giants surrounding him could put his life at risk. Instead, Luo Wen stationed himself at the center of the formation, perched high on his 8 long legs. This vantage point allowed him to command the swarm effectively. Time passed slowly. The massive swarm army lay motionless, conserving energy in silence, a testament to their discipline. Luo Wen, however, grew impatient but understood from experience that pheromone communication took time. He resigned himself to wait. Eventually, scattered big-headed ant units appeared in the distance. Their numbers were small, barely 1,000, and there were no ultra-giants in sight. It seemed the big-headed ants had grown complacent in this region, unaware of the formidable foe now confronting them. Though his chitin-armored black insect face made it hard to show expressions, Luo Wen deliberately posed with a stern demeanor. His antennae swayed as he issued commands. As the big-headed ants approached the swarm's formation, an ultra-giant soldier ant at the forefront let out a sharp screech and charged, followed by a small squadron. The battle was over quickly. The big-headed ants left behind thousands of corpses before retreating in a panic under the swarm's intentional leniency. The worker ants swiftly cleaned the battlefield, and the swarm resumed its silent vigil. This defeat finally alerted the big-headed ants to the reality of their opponent. They were no longer facing the familiar red-black ant hybrids but an entirely new and more powerful force. An emergency war mobilization began. Thanks to their small territory, the big-headed ants could quickly concentrate their forces. Within a short time, they assembled an advance force of over 500,000 soldiers, with reinforcements pouring out of their nest toward the front line. Luo Wen would not allow them time to consolidate. His strategy was to continuously draw out and annihilate their forces incrementally 1,000, 2,000, or 5,000 at a time. However, the big-headed ants deviated from his script. After sending out a small wave, they immediately escalated the swarm's threat level to the highest and mobilized their advance force en masse. Though surprised by their aggressive reaction, Luo Wen did not waver. A head-on clash? Who was afraid? The swarm was more than prepared. As the big-headed ants' advance force reached the battlefield, still unprepared for combat, Luo Wen issued his orders. The line formation advanced, with the center clashing directly into the enemy while the flanks began to encircle them, exploiting their numerical advantage to create localized superiority. Taking advantage of the delay in the big-headed ants' reinforcements, Luo Wen aimed to eliminate their 500,000-strong advance force entirely. There was no probing or hesitation. Both sides plunged into a full-scale, heated battle instantly. The big-headed ants relied on their usual tactics, giant units acting as tanks to break enemy lines, supported by smaller units on their backs and flanks. Unfortunately for them, these tactics effective against species like the red-black ants, who lacked giant combat units, found their match against the swarm. The swarm's giant units engaged the big-headed ant giants head-on, ultra-giants versus ultra-giants, giants versus giants, and smaller units against their counterparts. Within moments, each side had found their opponent. Luo Wen painstakingly orchestrated this situation of overwhelming numbers, not for a fair fight, but to crush the big-headed ants decisively. With the swarm's 2.2 million strong army versus the big-headed ants' 500,000 strong force, fairness was never on the table. In reality, each ultra-giant soldier ant on the big-headed ants' side faced at least 3 opponents of equivalent size and strength. This was only because Luo Wen's swarm had just 200 ultra-giants, not due to a lack of desire but the lengthy growth cycle of these massive units. Additionally, both the ultra-giants and the giant soldier ants were products of new genetic templates. Before their creation, the more than 2,000 queen ants already in service were incapable of producing these specialized units. These 200 ultra-giants and 500 giants were only developed after the brood nest completed the production of 500 additional queen ants. It worked overtime to produce and nurture these massive units to their current size before deploying them to the front lines. Thus, in sheer numbers of ultra-sized units, the swarm might still lag behind the big-headed ants. However, such disadvantages could easily be mitigated with tactics, as demonstrated here. The massive combat units of both sides locked horns immediately upon engagement. The smaller units perched atop these giants used their bodies as bridges to attack the enemy. Unfortunately for the big-headed ants, their individual unit strength was already inferior to that of the swarm's counterparts. Adding to this, they were vastly outnumbered, and to make matters worse, the swarm's small soldier ants employed venom. Perhaps in favoring size and muscle during their evolution, the big-headed ants had forsaken venomous variants among their combat units. While their experience with red ants made them less vulnerable to venomous foes, they were unprepared for this scenario. Red ants lacked comparable giant units, and these titanic big-headed ants were always well guarded by smaller auxiliaries, preventing venomous foes from getting close. Now, however, they finally tasted the terror of venomous stingers. With their auxiliaries too few to intercept the swarm's venomous soldier ants, the big-headed ant ultra-giants could only watch helplessly as the stingers found their way into the gaps in their armor. Ironically, while the stingers penetrated the cracks in their dorsal plates, their short length prevented them from reaching the internal muscles, a hidden advantage of their massive size. However, while their dorsal armor proved impenetrable, their joints were far more vulnerable. Under cover fire from their allies, several venomous soldier ants quickly scaled the ultra-giant's legs. Although the giants kicked violently, sending some attackers flying, it did little to prevent the inevitable. Stingers pierced into the joints, injecting venom. Within moments, the unarmored muscles began to liquefy. The ultra-giants' colossal bodies wavered, their legs twitching uncontrollably. Already at a disadvantage, these behemoths became easy prey once immobilized. The swarm's ultra-giants seized the opportunity to swiftly subdue, kill, and dismember them. With the loss of these frontline titans, the morale of the supporting big-headed ants crumbled. Without their anchors, they began retreating in disarray. Elsewhere, the swarm's scorpions handled the ultra-giants with brutal efficiency. Taking advantage of the locked engagements, the scorpions used their massive pincers to clamp down on the comparatively narrow waists of their opponents. Ignoring the attacks of the supporting big-headed ants, the scorpions exerted tremendous force, splitting their prey in half with a gruesome spray of fluids. Their efficiency was unmatched. However, the scorpions' shortcomings were equally apparent. Their large pincers excelled at targeting massive units but proved cumbersome against smaller, more agile foes, rendering them clumsy in such situations. Ironically, the big-headed ant ultra-giants faced similar limitations. Through this battle, Luo Wen gained a clearer understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of his forces. The ultra-giants were specialized for taking down large prey. Without venom or auxiliary support, their enormous mandibles could effortlessly dispatch and dismember such targets. However, they were practically useless against smaller foes. Their head-mounted weapons were even more unwieldy than the scorpion's pincers. Without assistance from smaller units, they struggled to kill smaller targets efficiently. In short, the ultra-giants had very limited utility. Take the current battle, for example. After eliminating the enemy's ultra-giants, the swarm's ultra-giants were far less effective at clearing out smaller units than even the transport bugs, another large combat unit. The transport bugs, with their powerful and lightning-quick legs, combined with exceptional dynamic vision, were deadly accurate. A single strike often resulted in a kill, and even when it didn't, the sticky hairs on their claws would capture and immobilize their prey for a finishing bite. Their efficiency was astounding. However, transport bugs struggled against larger combat units, which were rarer. Overall, their cost-effectiveness far surpassed that of the ultra-giants. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. This battle served as a valuable test of the swarm's current unit roster. Luo Wen now had a clearer idea of which units were suitable for development, which should be phased out, and which could be improved. For instance, while the ultra-giants might suit the big-headed ants' mode of survival, they were less fitting for the swarm. Perhaps adding adhesive hairs to their joints might address their weakness against smaller units, Luo Wen mused. Despite their low cost effectiveness, he admired the ultra-giants' imposing appearance and considered producing a limited number with improvements. Even as he pondered, Luo Wen kept a close eye on the battlefield. With the big-headed ants' giants nearly wiped out, the swarm's encirclement tightened. Soldier ants climbed atop the remaining ultra-giants, spraying formic acid at the center of the battlefield. Well, there's another use for ultra-giants. They make great artillery platforms, Luo Wen quipped sarcastically. Meanwhile, the worker ants leapt to the ground, consolidating spoils and finishing off any wounded big-headed ants left behind. Underscore 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 underscore. Since the start of the battle, reinforcements from the big-headed ants had been pouring into the battlefield, trying to break the encirclement and rescue their trapped vanguard forces. As a result, the swarm's units that had flanked the big-headed ants' vanguard now faced a pincer attack, coming under immense pressure. However, as the swarm's encirclement tightened, it freed up a significant number of troops. Following Luo Wen's commands, these units rapidly repositioned to support their beleaguered allies at the rear of the encirclement. With the reinforcements bolstering the swarm's rear, the situation, which had been on the verge of collapse, stabilized once again. Deprived of the cover and protection provided by their giant combat units, the worker ants of the swarm fully utilized their formic acid sprays, devastating the big-headed ant vanguard. To expedite the victory, Luo Wen even ordered the transport bugs stationed on the flanks to join the fray. The forces hidden within the big-headed ant nest were astonishing. As time passed, the number of reinforcements surged, soon reaching 1,000,000. The swarm's interception units suffered heavy casualties, forcing Luo Wen to deploy a portion of the worker ants to unleash a round of long-range saturation attacks, temporarily repelling the big-headed ant reinforcements. This brief reprieve allowed the swarm's defensive units to catch their breath. They gnawed on the carcasses around them, replenishing their energy. Within the encirclement, the battle was nearing its end, with only tens of thousands of big-headed ants stubbornly resisting. Unfortunately for them, their resistance was futile. Half an hour later, a big-headed ant was dragged down by several worker ants, immobilized, and subsequently executed by a giant mandible soldier ant. Its death marked the total annihilation of the big-headed ant vanguard. Meanwhile, the swarm's defensive units had re-engaged with the big-headed ant reinforcements in a fierce and bloody battle. The reinforcements had now grown to 1.5 million, with more troops continuously arriving from the rear. It was unimaginable how a single big-headed ant nest could sustain such a massive force. For perspective, the swarm's total numbers reached 15 to 16 million, but they were dispersed across nearly 2,800 bases. Due to the rapid pace of expansion, most of these bases were far from fully populated. While a single red ant nest could support a population of over a million, a large portion of that force was typically deployed in hunting parties. As Luo Wen observed the enemy's movements, another 100,000 reinforcements joined the fray, bringing the total to 1.6 million. Adding in the already obliterated 500,000 vanguard forces, the big-headed ants' numbers exceeded 2 million. Judging by the unending black stream of reinforcements snaking toward the battlefield, their reserves were far from depleted. Initially, Luo Wen had planned to eliminate the vanguard before turning his attention to the reinforcements. Now, however, he hesitated. The swarm's victory over the 500,000 vanguard force had come at a steep cost. Despite their numerical superiority and ranged firepower, the battle was a direct confrontation with little room for tactical maneuvering. The result? Over 60,000 casualties, most of them soldier ants. Considering that the swarm had only deployed 500,000 soldier ants for this campaign, losing over 10% of them in one engagement was a significant blow. Meanwhile, the interception lines continued to suffer heavy losses. Apart from 300,000 worker ants left behind to clean up the battlefield, all other units had been committed to the fight. As the big-headed ant reinforcements swelled, the forces on both sides were nearing parity. While the swarm maintained an advantage thanks to their formic acid and venomous stingers, these resources were finite. Once depleted, the battle would devolve into brutal melee combat. At that point, although the swarm's units had slightly superior individual combat power, their lack of reinforcements would become a critical weakness. Victory might come at an unsustainable cost, and defeat would be catastrophic. The millions of corpses on the battlefield would be claimed by the victor, fueling their growth. Given the current rate of big-headed ant reinforcements, the chances of a swift victory were slim. A change in strategy was imperative. With a plan in mind, Luo Wen issued new orders. The transport bugs began withdrawing from the battlefield. With the help of worker ants and mucus bugs, the spoils of war were swiftly packed and loaded. Next, the worker ants still holding reserves of formic acid unleashed their remaining stock in a massive, synchronized attack. The collective strike of over a million worker ants created a devastating acid rain, forming a corrosive barrier along the battlefront. The torrent of acid dissolved scores of big-headed ants and melted the battlefield into a quagmire. Many ants, panicked by the loss of their antennae, retreated chaotically, further disrupting their formation. Seizing this opportunity, the swarm quickly eliminated the remaining enemies within reach and began a rapid retreat. To save time and reduce their burden, the swarm abandoned the corpses littering the battlefield. After retreating a safe distance, the giant combat units led the way while smaller units orderly climbed onto the transport bugs. Once loaded, the swift-legged transport bugs easily caught up with the ultra-giant soldier ants. A rear guard of over 1,000 spy bugs and a few transport bugs stayed behind to disrupt the pheromone trails left by the swarm, preventing the big-headed ants from following their retreat. After a lengthy detour, the swarm safely returned to their border territory. As Luo Wen surveyed the busy swarm, he conducted a rough count. The total losses from this battle reached a staggering 150,000, a devastating blow, the worst since the swarm's inception. Of these casualties, over 60,000 had fallen during the encirclement of the big-headed ant vanguard, while the rest were lost intercepting the reinforcements. Adding insult to injury, all the corpses along the battle line had been left behind. The losses included 11 ultra-giant soldier ants and over 50 giant soldier ants. Fortunately, the battle had also yielded spoils, 70 ultra-giant and over 100 giant corpses from the big-headed ants. However, transporting these trophies proved cumbersome, so Luo Wen had buried them near the battlefield, camouflaging the area to avoid detection. While the swarm had suffered greatly, the big-headed ants had fared worse, losing at least 700,000 troops. Now, Luo Wen's priority was to deny the enemy any opportunity to regroup. He planned to keep up the pressure, continuously depleting their resources before they could convert their spoils into reinforcements. Of course, Luo Wen wasn't afraid of a production race. Did the big-headed ant nest have 3,000 queen ants hidden away? Unlikely. What truly spurred his urgency, however, was the spoils of war, particularly the ultra-giant corpses. He had to reclaim them before the big-headed ants could digest their bounty. Over the next 2 days, reinforcements from the rear steadily arrived, bringing the swarm's numbers back above 2.2 million. Meanwhile, the worker ants' acid reserves and the soldier ants' venom sacs were fully replenished. Thus, the swarm once again embarked on their grand march. Although only 2 days had passed, the big-headed ants had resumed their orderly foraging activities. To Luo Wen's surprise, he discovered another green stream flowing through the forest. Marveling at the audacity of the big-headed ants, Luo Wen wasted no time intercepting the stream. This time, however, the big-headed ants were prepared. They immediately launched an all-out response, mobilizing an advance force of over 1,000,000 troops from their nest. This advance force was twice the size of their previous vanguard. Luo Wen knew it would be wishful thinking to wipe out such a force in a short time. Engaging them head-on risked entanglement, leaving the swarm vulnerable to encirclement by the big-headed ants' seemingly endless reinforcements. Such a scenario would spell doom for the swarm, feeding the big-headed ants' expansion. Luo Wen had no intention of aiding the enemy and had anticipated this situation before arriving. He ordered the large combat units to retreat first, while the soldier ants pursued the leaf-carrying worker ants, hunting them down along the trail. Previously, these worker ants had been spared as bait to lure reinforcements. Now, with a change in tactics, they were fair game. Every bit of attrition helped. With tasks delegated, the respective units departed in an orderly fashion. Left behind were the transport bugs and the worker ants riding on their backs. Today, they would be the stars of the battlefield, showing the big-headed ants what mobile warfare and cavalry tactics looked like. As the big-headed ant forces approached, the transport bugs began to move. With their long legs and swift pace, they maintained a constant distance of about 20 centimeters from the big-headed ant forces, a deceptively short but entirely safe gap. As noted before, ants relied heavily on their antennae for communication and perception, being almost blind. Outside their antennae's range, they could only sense vibrations to detect other creatures. However, with an army of over 1,000,000 ants moving together, vibrations became indistinguishable, rendering this sense ineffective. The transport bugs capitalized on this by staying just out of reach. At this 20-centimeter range, the worker ants riding atop the transport bugs began their assault. Elevated by the transport bugs, their acid sprays easily covered a distance of 1 meter. In preparation for this operation, Luo Wen had increased the number of transport bugs at the front line. Previously, each bug carried about 500 worker ants, forcing them to pile up into an ant hill. The bottom layer bore immense pressure, limiting movement during high-speed maneuvers to avoid collapse. With more transport bugs now available, each only needed to carry around 200 worker ants, significantly reducing pressure. This allowed the top layer to adjust into a firing formation. Atop each ant hill, 20 to 30 worker ants assumed the ideal acid-spraying stance, secured in place by their companions below. Streams of acid shot into the big-headed ant army. Once their acid reserves were depleted, these worker ants retreated to the lower levels, making way for fresh replacements to take their place. Thus, another volley of acid streams began. The disaster for the big-headed ants had begun. The synergy between the transport bugs and worker ants turned them into mobile artillery units. Acid rained down from above, requiring no precision, only general direction. Within 10 minutes, the 150,000 worker ants had emptied their acid reserves, wreaking devastating havoc. The outer edges of the big-headed ant formation were heavily damaged, with countless ants injured. In the insect world, there was no such thing as rehabilitation. While some ants with corroded exoskeletons might survive, those with damaged antennae or missing limbs were inevitably recycled into protein post-battle. Having finished their assault, the transport bugs retreated along predetermined routes. Spy bugs stationed along the way erased all traces of their passage. This hit-and-run tactic, while not something Luo Wen could personally partake in, was thrilling to witness as its architect. The acid barrage inflicted over 300,000 casualties on the big-headed ant advance force. On the swarm's side, only 2 unlucky transport bugs were lost. These casualties occurred when they got too close to ultragiants, were entangled, and subsequently destroyed, taking their worker ant passengers down with them. The incident underscored the importance of skilled drivers during operations. Glancing at the disarrayed big-headed ant formation, Luo Wen decided not to linger. Reuniting with the main force, he ordered the excavation of the ultragiant corpses buried during the previous battle. With cooperation between worker ants and the swarm's own ultragiants, the corpses were quickly dismembered, packed, and loaded onto the transport bugs. The increased number of transport bugs ensured all these spoils were taken back, avoiding the risk of leaving them in enemy territory for too long. Meanwhile, the units dispatched to eliminate the leaf-carrying worker ants also returned to the temporary base. Not expecting such a swift battle, Luo Wen had sent a messenger squad to call them back during the retreat, sparing them from potential ambushes. After a brief rest, the swarm circled back to their territory. 2 days later, the swarm, now fully resupplied, set out once again. This time, they traveled light, leaving most of their large combat units behind and bringing only a small number of medium and small units aboard the transport bugs. The events of 2 days prior repeated themselves. The big-headed ant army, recovering from multiple long-range attacks, struggled to regroup, only to find their foes had vanished. For the next half-month, harassment became a routine activity for the swarm. Over 8 operations, the big-headed ants suffered approximately 1 million casualties. Despite adapting somewhat, the damage was done. Combined with previous battles, the big-headed ants had now lost close to 2 million troops. Though the swarm also lost over 10 transport bugs and their worker ant passengers, reinforcements from the rear kept arriving. By now, the forces gathered at the forward base had swelled to nearly 3 million. Underscore 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 underscore. Having suffered such heavy losses, the big-headed ants had become increasingly defensive, rarely venturing out. Recent harassment tactics yielded diminishing results. Moreover, it had been nearly 20 days since the conflict began, just enough time for a soldier ant to mature from an egg to adulthood. This meant that the big-headed ants could soon convert the insect carcasses they had harvested into fresh troops. In the coming days, their army would likely receive significant reinforcements. Additionally, the swarm's harassment operations had focused solely on killing the enemy, yielding no tangible spoils. The big-headed ants were sitting on large stockpiles of resources, requiring only time to convert them into soldiers. And that time wasn't far off. It's time for the decisive battle, Luo Wen sighed, twitching his antennae as he issued the command. A 3 million-strong army assembled, a sight that would test the nerves of anyone with trypophobia. The swarm marched straight toward the big-headed ant nest. Thanks to prior harassment, the big-headed ants had ceased their foraging activities. Outside their nest, even patrolling units were scarce, as all available forces were withdrawn and kept inside. The insect carcasses they had accumulated ensured they could remain in hiding for a long time. Thus, the swarm brazenly advanced to within 20 meters of the big-headed ant nest without detection. Under Luo Wen's instructions, part of the swarm climbed trees to collect large leaves. The ultra-giant soldier ants used their powerful jaws to bite off the 20-centimeter-long leaves at the stems, letting them drift to the ground. Scout bugs on the ground marked the landing points, guiding worker ants to gather the leaves and bring them to the front lines. Meanwhile, Luo Wen and 2 scorpions personally joined the effort, using their powerful claws as digging tools. Their enormous bodies quickly excavated a trench 20 centimeters wide, half a meter deep, and about 10 meters long. Though narrow, the trench was sufficient to counter ants, which lacked significant jumping ability. The worker ants lined the trench with the gathered leaves, then added branches and twigs as makeshift bridges. Mucus bugs applied a basic sealant to the trench walls to slow seepage. With everything ready, the army formed ranks. It was time to provoke the enemy. The big-headed ant nest had too many scattered exits for a simple blockade to work. The ants needed to be drawn out. Having harassed them relentlessly, the swarm needed to push harder to anger them into action. Provocation required skill, and Luo Wen was an expert. He didn't even need to jump. With a casual step, he crossed the 20-centimeter trench and strode straight to the big-headed ant nest. Raising his claws, he began puncturing holes into the nest. At first, the big-headed ants endured, adhering to their defensive policy. But as Luo Wen's relentless digging created more and more holes, their patience wore thin. It wasn't hard to understand why. No one would remain calm with a dozen gaping holes suddenly appearing in their home. Soon, the big-headed ants, now fully mobilized, poured out from dozens of exits, a massive army surging forth. Seeing his provocation succeed, Luo Wen immediately turned tail and ran. He had no fear of a duel but knew the big-headed ants wouldn't fight him one-on-one. Exploiting his superior mobility, he stopped and started along the way, leaving pheromone markers to ensure the pursuing ants didn't lose track of him. Luo Wen led the massive enemy force to the trench, where the swarm army stood ready on the other side, 1 meter away. Easily crossing the trench, Luo Wen retreated to the rear of the swarm formation. The big-headed ants, however, couldn't follow so easily. They were forced to climb down into the trench and back up the other side or use the twig bridges to cross. These obstacles only slowed them slightly, with negligible impact on their stamina. The ultra-giant soldier ants at the forefront of the big-headed ant army charged first, accompanied by smaller soldier ants. On the swarm's side, their own ultra-giants moved to intercept. Luo Wen and the 2 scorpions roamed the rear lines, seizing opportunities to ambush enemy ultra-giants. Whenever an enemy ultra-giant became immobilized in a fight, a claw would emerge from behind the swarm's formation, clamping down on its narrow waist and snapping it in two. This was Luo Wen's newly developed Luo-style combat technique, Form 2, 1/2 halves. The exact number of giant combat units hidden in the big-headed ant nest remained unknown. Meanwhile, the swarm's ultra-giants, originally numbering 200, had already lost several, with no replacements. Luo Wen deemed this unit too resource-intensive and unsuitable for the swarm's development, leaving no time to produce new ones. The big-headed ants, apparently eager for a decisive battle, threw themselves at the opportunity. Having been harried by the swarm, they were determined to turn the tables in this engagement. More troops poured out of the big-headed ant nest, forming a massive black wave. Within moments, over 2 million soldiers had surged forth, with more on the way. While the swarm still held a numerical advantage, with both sides fielding millions of soldiers, the battlefield descended into chaos. The time was right. Luo Wen signaled the worker ants 500,000 of them lined up and unleashed a volley of formic acid. This wave of long-range attacks directly eliminated nearly 100,000 big-headed ants, leaving the rest injured. Seizing the opportunity, the swarm advanced, slowly pushing the battle line toward the trench. Another 500,000 worker ants were deployed, spraying acid into the trench. Any big-headed ants attempting to cross were drenched, dissolving into the trench. The leaves lining the trench bottom slowed the seepage of acid into the soil, allowing the trench to fill with the corrosive liquid and form a small moat. Though the acid moat gradually drained, it effectively disrupted the big-headed ants' attack rhythm. Unable to cross the moat, they were forced to use the twig bridges, which significantly reduced their crossing efficiency. As a result, a bottleneck formed, isolating over 500,000 big-headed ants already engaged with the swarm from their reinforcements. Weakened by acid, these isolated forces were vulnerable. This carefully orchestrated moment was Luo Wen's golden opportunity. The swarm unleashed their full might, aiming to annihilate the isolated enemy forces as quickly as possible. The acidic solution in the trenches gradually drained and dried up. The number of big-headed ant troops was also steadily decreasing. Although reinforcements sporadically arrived on the battlefield via the bridge, their numbers were negligible. By the time the main forces of the big-headed ants crossed the trench to rejoin the battle, the original force of over 500,000 had dwindled to fewer than 100,000. As reinforcements arrived, the swarm troops fought and retreated. Once the number of big-headed ant troops crossing the trench reached a critical level, the same tactics were employed again. Through 2 cycles of attrition, the big-headed ants lost around 1 million soldiers. Unfortunately, the worker ants of the swarm had exhausted their reserves of acidic solution and could not repeat the tactic a third time. Luckily, no further reinforcements emerged from the big-headed ant nest at this point. The forces on the ground appeared to represent their entire remaining reserves. Luo Wen estimated their numbers to be around 4 million. The swarm, having lost approximately 100,000 troops during the 2 bouts of attrition, was left with around 2.9 million soldiers. 2.9 million versus 4 million. Considering the numerous miniature combat units among the big-headed ants, the battle would still be a tough one. The next stage would be a head-on confrontation. The fighting was fierce. Luo Wen even joined the fray personally. As a unique colossus on the battlefield, he could kill numerous big-headed ants simply by smashing his massive pincers into the ground. However, this move was indiscriminate and risked injuring his own troops. But such concerns were a luxury he could no longer afford. Leveraging the advantage of his long arms, he did his best to avoid friendly fire. Meanwhile, soldier ants swarmed over his body, defending his blind spots, like his back. Every time Luo Wen's pincers struck, a few agile enemies would climb up his limbs. At these moments, the soldier ants on his body would deal with the intruders. The big-headed ants, to their credit, refrained from employing underhanded tactics like poisoning, which minimized their threat to Luo Wen. Of course, this was only true for small numbers of them. The battle lasted a full day and night, a clash devoid of strategy, fought purely with brute force. In the end, the swarm barely eked out a victory. Luo Wen surveyed the battlefield. Of the swarm's giant combat units, only a single giant scorpion remained, all others had perished. The soldier ants and worker ants had also been decimated, leaving few survivors. Out of 10,000 transport bugs, the more agile and sharp-eyed among the swarm, over 3,000 had died. Additionally, another 2,000 had suffered irreparable injuries that hindered their mobility. Since the swarm did not sustain creatures with no value, these would be recycled. After accounting for losses, of the original 2.9 million troops, fewer than 100,000 remained. Most of these survivors were non-combatant functional units, such as 5,000 mucus bugs. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, a small area bearing the remains of nearly 7 million insects. Although his forces were decimated, Luo Wen felt no regret. Victory was all that mattered, the winner would claim everything. With the corpses left behind, the swarm's 3,000 queen ants would need only 1 growth cycle to replenish the army, perhaps even surpassing its former strength. Meanwhile, the big-headed ants had lost over 7 million troops. How their nest sustained such numbers was a mystery, one that had lost its protectors and awaited Luo Wen to uncover. Still, Luo Wen did not immediately excavate the nest. Although the big-headed ants had been defeated, no one could predict what might remain within their lair. After such an exhausting battle, his forces were severely depleted. Since the nest would not run away, his immediate priority was to process the spoils of war. Luo Wen ordered his remaining troops to guard the battlefield while he, despite his exhaustion, returned to the forward base. He dispatched multiple scout bugs to all nearby bases, ordering each to send half of their forces for reinforcements. Without resting, Luo Wen then rallied the 200 queen ants and all other remaining bugs from the outpost, a group of roughly 50,000 to 60,000, and rushed back to the battlefield. Fortunately, the battlefield had remained undisturbed during their absence. The outpost forces, mainly composed of burrower ants, were put to work immediately. They, along with the surviving giant scorpion, excavated a temporary shelter. The queen ants began processing the corpses scattered across the field, laying eggs directly. Over the next 2 days, as reinforcements streamed in from rear territories, the swarm's numbers swelled back to 500,000. Tirelessly, the bugs cleaned the battlefield, transporting most of the spoils back to their territory. A smaller portion was left on site for the queen ants to consume. With his forces replenished, Luo Wen regained his confidence. At his command, the swarm surrounded the big-headed ant nest. The nest had numerous exits and an abundance of mysterious openings at the top. Unwilling to disperse his troops, Luo Wen simply selected one entrance and ordered his forces to advance while he waited outside. The operation progressed smoothly. The big-headed ants had indeed depleted their forces. The swarm encountered minimal resistance inside the nest, as evidenced by their negligible casualties upon emerging. In addition to capturing the queen ant of the big-headed ants, the swarm also retrieved some peculiar items. One of these was a mass resembling chewed leaves mixed with saliva, then dried. In some areas, leaf veins were still faintly visible. The substance was intertwined with a web-like network of white fibers. Luo Wen scratched his head, unsure of its purpose. However, the visible leaf veins indicated this was the big-headed ant's hidden secret. Unable to discern much from its appearance, Luo Wen summoned burrower ants and the giant scorpion for assistance and began excavating the nest himself. An hour later, he had dug out a cross-section of the nest to better observe its structure, hoping the special materials storage locations might reveal some clues. The big-headed ant nest was unlike anything Luo Wen had seen before. It featured a complex spiral design with winding passages that widened into rooms at intervals. The deeper the spiral, the larger it became, resembling a circular pyramid. Each chamber along the spiral passage stored the leaf-like substance and white fibers. These were fused into a honeycomb structure filled with empty holes. Deeper underground, within these spiral chambers, Luo Wen discovered the honeycomb structures also housed eggs, larvae, and pupae. It looks like a plantation, Luo Wen speculated. He vaguely recalled that some intelligent ant species cultivated their own food. Perhaps the big-headed ants were such a species, though their large heads seemed to be filled only with muscle. Testing his theory was simple. The big-headed ant queen was still alive. Luo Wen placed it back inside the nest to observe its behavior. The experiment results came swiftly. Luo Wen figured out everything within a few days. Initially, he thought he'd have to wait for the queen ant to lay eggs and for those eggs to develop gradually, which would take at least one growth cycle. It was the same process he observed with male ants before. Later, he realized his thinking had been constrained. The nest already housed numerous living big-headed ant larvae and pupae, eliminating the need to wait for the queen ant to lay and hatch new eggs. He dispatched a few spy bugs to care for the larvae and pupae. By the same day, a batch of adult ants emerged from the pupae. From there, things progressed smoothly. Driven by instinct, the newly matured ants began to work busily in the nest. In the spiral corridor rooms, they used the chewed leaf mixture blended with saliva to build honeycomb structures on the walls. The white fibrous threads, to Luo Wen's surprise, were intentionally cultivated by the big-headed ants on these honeycombs. The leaf mixture acted as a fertilizer, while numerous tiny worker ants meticulously examined the fibers within the honeycombs, occasionally removing debris as if they were weeding. Curious, Luo Wen sampled the material. The fibrous components were rich in protein, and within the web-like structures were small spherical inclusions packed with sugar. It turned out the big-headed ants had developed an underground farm within their nest. If one room could sustain 1,000 ants, then the cross-section Luo Wen observed, containing hundreds of such rooms, hinted at an impressive agricultural system. And who knew how many more rooms were hidden underground? Luo Wen was amazed. The big-headed ants not only farmed crops underground but also maintained over a dozen nests of free-ranging red ants outside. It was no wonder a single nest could sustain a population of 7 million ants. Although Luo Wen couldn't identify the exact nature of the fibrous material, it was likely some type of fungi grown underground. Regardless, this agricultural technique had to be assimilated into the swarm. Not only would it diversify the swarm's production system and fill the gap in farming capabilities, but it would also allow Luo Wen to enjoy safe, sweet sugar. Having uncovered the secret behind the big-headed ant's ability to multiply rapidly, Luo Wen ordered the queen ant to be protected and confined. Then, he rushed back to the brood nest under cover of night to update the genetic library. He began by producing 500 new generation queen ants. Although Luo Wen wasn't sure if the worker ants could learn to cultivate the fungi, it was worth trying. The new queens would lay eggs modeled on the big-headed ant's genetics, creating worker ants specifically for farming. Meanwhile, the original worker ants would continue their livestock rearing, primarily tending to aphids. However, the initial batch of queen ants from long ago had limited genetic samples and could no longer keep up with the swarm's evolving needs. Luo Wen contemplated recycling them. After some thought, he decided against it. These early queens had contributed significantly to the swarm's development. Instead, he resolved to send a new queen to the old base to bolster its resources. The elderly queen would be retired, left to live freely. With their longer lifespans, queens consumed minimal resources if they weren't laying eggs. With the brood nest's tasks arranged, Luo Wen didn't linger. He hurried back to the riverbank, where he had previously discovered unusual aquatic life but had been distracted by the campaign against the big-headed ants. Now that the big-headed ants were dealt with, it was time to investigate the river anomaly. Returning to the location, Luo Wen began scouting the surrounding area. However, as days passed, the mysterious aquatic creatures failed to reappear, like fleeting phantoms. Unwilling to give up, Luo Wen abandoned the immediate area and continued searching along the riverbank to the north. A week later, Luo Wen had yet to find anything in the river. However, persistence paid off when he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery at a small pond near the riverbank. This pond, about half a meter deep and spanning only a dozen square meters, seemed to have formed when the barrier between the river and a shallow pit was breached by water flow. River water had seeped into the pit, creating the murky pond. The pond, stagnant and poorly circulated, was choked with aquatic plants and floating debris such as leaves and grass. From a distance, it was nearly invisible. This was Luo Wen's third time passing by. Unlike the previous 2 instances during the day, this time, it was near dusk. And this chance evening encounter led to a new discovery. On the murky water's surface, several small black beetles floated leisurely, their unremarkable appearance blending into the surroundings. The dim light did not hinder Luo Wen's sharp vision. He immediately noticed the anomaly. Approaching cautiously, Luo Wen observed the beetles up close. Each was oval-shaped and about 2 to 3 centimeters long, with a flat body covered by a smooth carapace densely speckled with fine white dots. Initially, Luo Wen thought they were clinging to the floating debris, but after carefully brushing the leaves aside with one of his legs, he discovered these beetles floated independently on the water's surface. Tiny and boat-like, they glided across the surface, capturing Luo Wen's interest. Reaching out cautiously with his leg, he extended the sticky hairs of his claw and easily caught one. Examining it closely, Luo Wen realized its carapace wasn't a single piece but rather a combination of a headplate and 2 wing covers on either side. These fit together seamlessly, appearing as one unless inspected closely. The beetle's wing covers could lift and spread apart, which it demonstrated while emitting a hissing noise, seemingly trying to intimidate Luo Wen. The beetle had 3 pairs of segmented limbs. The front legs were long and slender, while the middle and rear pairs were shorter and flatter, resembling 4 paddles. When floating, these paddles propelled the beetle swiftly across the water. Most intriguing were its eyes, 2 pairs in total. While double eyes weren't unusual, as some spiders Luo Wen encountered had 8 eyes, the positioning of these beetles' eyes was unique. 1 pair was in the usual place, while the second pair was located on the underside of the head. From observing how they floated, it was clear the lower pair of eyes was submerged, allowing the beetles to monitor underwater activity. Luo Wen was impressed. If surface vision isn't enough, grow underwater eyes. Animals truly are pragmatists. Now, these beetles and their genes belonged to him. With their traits, he would soon have specialized waterborne units. Luo Wen casually tossed a small black beetle into his mouth, followed by the others, ensuring he fully absorbed their genetic traits. Having acquired what he needed, Luo Wen wasted no time returning to the brood nest. Of the 500 new generation queen ants ordered, 200 had already been produced. Luo Wen promptly integrated the newly acquired genetic fragments into the remaining queen's genetic database, securing a foundation for his aquatic unit production base. As time passed, the 200 matured queen ants were transported to the front lines, where they were needed to manage a massive big-headed ant nest. The original big-headed ant queen and surviving worker ants, after demonstrating their utility, were consumed. The plantation, left untended, desperately needed new caretakers. 300 older queen ants stationed near the area were reassigned throughout the big-headed ant territory, as the region was fraught with peril, bordered by over a dozen red ant nests. Previously, the swarm's forces had been dangerously thin, making a large-scale red ant invasion difficult to repel. However, the swarm's strength across its 3,000 bases ensured that troop replenishment could be accomplished swiftly. With forces in the region now exceeding 2 million, any red ant incursions, unless united on a massive scale, would be suicidal. With the new queens in place, swarm cultivators were rapidly hatched and gradually assumed control of the plantation. Despite their efforts, labor shortages persisted, given the plantation's size large enough to sustain 7 million big-headed ants and the delicate nature of the fungal crops. Fortunately, the older worker ants, based on the black ant template, unexpectedly demonstrated an ability to manage the plantation. Whether this was due to their learning capacity or some other factor, they quickly adapted to farming duties. This eliminated the need to wait for the new worker ants modeled on the big-headed ant template. Large numbers of the older worker ants were reassigned to the big-headed ant nest, greatly alleviating the labor shortage. As the new queens matured, they were initially intended to support the front lines. However, with the older worker ants taking over the plantations, the new queens were directed elsewhere. New bases were established along the lake and riverbanks. Swarms of aquatic soldiers began deploying into the water. Resembling inverted boats, these units varied in size. Smaller versions matched the original beetles at 2 to 3 centimeters in length, while larger ones, measuring up to half a meter, dwarfed even the giant scorpion, making them the largest swarm units aside from Luo Wen himself. These massive aquatic units were produced in limited quantities and primarily served as transport vessels, ferrying scout bugs across the river. Future large-scale production would depend on situational needs. For the time being, the swarm ceased territorial expansion. With the integration of agricultural systems, the swarm's carrying capacity had significantly increased. Burrower ants were added back into the production lineup, with large numbers hatched to assist in reconfiguring existing bases. Thanks to their efforts, the original bases were reorganized. Spiral corridors were added, and new plantations were excavated, modeled entirely after the big-headed ant nest. The big-headed ants, with their long history in agriculture, were far more specialized than Luo Wen. For example, he had long wondered about the numerous small holes dotting the top of their nest. After taking over their nest and experimenting, he discovered these were ventilation shafts. The fungal crops generated significant heat during growth. If this heat wasn't expelled, it would harm both the crops and the ants. The spiral corridors, chamber designs, and ventilation shafts were integral to this heat management system. Until the nest structure and potential hidden functions were fully understood, Luo Wen decided to replicate it entirely, refining his knowledge through practice. In the following days, the swarm entered a period of steady development. The Northern Army ceased exploration, and the other two armies slowed their advance. The new agricultural system required significant manpower. While it took the big-headed ants an unknown amount of time to build up their numbers, the swarm could capitalize on its innate advantages. Luo Wen ordered a new batch of queen ants 2,000 in total. These queens would not have their own territories but would instead act as production tools, replenishing manpower across existing bases. This was only a temporary measure. Once the agricultural system was perfected and labor shortages resolved, the swarm would resume its expansion. At that point, these queens would receive their own territories. By then, there would be not just 3 armies but a new eastern army that would cross the river to claim new lanes. The river, now dominated by the swarm, would no longer impede their expansion. Time passed, and Luo Wen, his energy refocused, settled into a period of calm. Transport bugs departed the former big-headed ant nest, distributing fungal crop seeds to various bases. As the plantations at each base were established and began producing, the swarm's population grew rapidly. Previously, each base averaged 5,000 members. Now, they housed 30,000 on average, a number far from their limit. With over 3,000 bases, the swarm's population approached 100 million, a staggering figure. With such numbers, the swarm would no longer engage in a grueling battle against a big-headed ant nest but would instead crush it outright. During this time, 5 red ant nests near the former big-headed ant territory invaded swarm lands. Luo Wen effortlessly mobilized 5 million troops from nearby bases, launching direct assaults on the red ant nests, reducing them to protein stores and claiming their territories, no subterfuge required. The overwhelming defeats made these battles joyless for Luo Wen. As the swarm grew ever stronger, the known enemies posed little challenge. Perhaps only the Yellow Earth Ant Legion, with its plague-like numbers, could provide a worthy fight. Despite his growing confidence, Luo Wen remained pragmatic. While the swarm had become far stronger, it still lagged several tiers behind the Yellow Earth Ant Legion. To contend with them, the swarm needed more time to develop. But with the swarm's potential, Luo Wen was confident that this time would be short. Underscore 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 underscore. While Luo Wen idled with little to do, his aquatic units patrolling the river stumbled upon a new type of insect. They captured it successfully and delivered it to Luo Wen. At first glance, the insect resembled the small black beetle discovered earlier, but it was dark brown, with a slightly flattened head and a prominent shoulder plate, something the black beetle lacked. Additionally, this insect had only 1 pair of eyes, setting it apart from the earlier species. Like the black beetle, it had 3 pairs of legs, but its front legs were shorter and stubbier. The middle and rear legs, though paddle-like, were covered with dense bristles. The scout that captured it could not explain where it had come from, only that it was found in the river. Observing the paddle-like legs, Luo Wen speculated that it was another water-skimming insect, similar to the black beetle, capable of moving across the water's surface. With little concern, he casually consumed it. What he didn't expect was the surprise this tiny insect had in store for him. That very night, Luo Wen entered a cocoon state, his body undergoing significant structural changes. When he finally emerged from his cocoon, the first thing Luo Wen did was eat, refueling his ravenous body. As he ate, he inspected himself. However, as he examined his body, he became increasingly puzzled. Outwardly, there didn't seem to be any significant changes. He raised his paddle-like hind legs, noticing that they now seemed slightly hairier. Could this be the change? But this adaptation had appeared earlier, after consuming the black beetle. Previously, his last pair of legs had transformed into paddle-shaped appendages. While awkward at first, Luo Wen had grown used to them. With his 6 remaining standard legs, he could still move effortlessly on land, scaling mountains and trees without issue. The earlier transformation had been a simple mold, not requiring cocooning. So why had he entered a cocoon this time? Could a few extra hairs trigger such a drastic change? Luo Wen shook his head, dismissing the idea. His body only cocooned during major transformations, this much he knew. If the change wasn't external, then it had to be internal. He headed to the brood nest to investigate. Sure enough, a new set of genetic fragments, related to respiratory systems, had been added to the genetic library, clearly derived from the small brown insect. Given the insect's diminutive size, its respiratory system wasn't designed for a larger body. Thus, its usefulness likely lay elsewhere. To understand its function, Luo Wen could simply have the brood nest produce some eggs based on the new genetic template. However, developing eggs into mature insects would take time, and Luo Wen was impatient for answers. Despite this, he still instructed the brood nest to produce some eggs using the new genetic data and updated the queen ant production orders with the new genes. Then, Luo Wen hurried to the river's aquatic base. The so-called aquatic base was nothing more than a simple lakeside station. Due to the muddy soil and high moisture, the area was unsuitable for a permanent nest, so no queen ants were stationed there. Such outposts dotted the lakeshore and riverbank, functioning as makeshift docks. Luo Wen arrived at the station where the small brown insect had been discovered. Near the base, small aquatic units modeled on the black beetle were gathered, familiarizing themselves with their abilities. These raft bugs, named for their inverted boat-like appearance, had been hatched using the black beetle's template. Their compact bodies schemed the water surface effortlessly, resembling miniature boats. As this was a lakeside base, most of the raft bugs here were small in size. Their limited propulsion made them unsuitable for navigating the river's swift currents. The small brown insect had been captured by these raft bugs, though its origin remained a mystery. Luo Wen had patrolled the lakeshore countless times without ever encountering such a species. After another day of searching the area, Luo Wen found nothing. Impatient for answers, he decided to experiment personally. Since gaining paddle-shaped legs, Luo Wen had avoided entering the water. Now, with his curiosity piqued, he wasn't about to risk plunging into the lake. Despite being the largest raft bug in the swarm, he had his own precautions. He summoned over 1 million burrower ants and 5 giant scorpions to the lake. The giant scorpions, with their prowess in excavation, had proven invaluable for large-scale projects. After battles, Luo Wen had replenished their numbers to maintain this capability. In peacetime, they subsisted on minimal resources, awaiting tasks. At Luo Wen's command, they began digging. He marked out a small area to excavate an 80-centimeter deep swimming pool. Standing over a meter tall with his legs extended, Luo Wen deemed this depth safe. The assembled workforce, adept at digging and burrowing, completed the pool in a single day. Under Luo Wen's guidance, they then dug a channel connecting the pool to the lake. As lake water flowed in, the pool gradually filled. With preparations complete, Luo Wen cautiously stepped into the water. Slowly, he retracted his legs one by one, folding them beneath his body. To his delight, he floated on the surface. Testing the paddle-like legs, he felt a push of water propelling him forward. Unfortunately, the pool's small size limited his movement. He reached the far edge after only a few strokes. Undeterred, Luo Wen reveled in the novelty of the experience. For the first time, he was truly amphibious. After some time, he remembered his purpose. Concentrating on his body's sensations in the water, Luo Wen suddenly, instinctively, dove beneath the surface. The water rippled violently as Luo Wen submerged. Waves rebounded against the pool's edges before settling into calm. Half an hour passed without Luo Wen resurfacing, as though the pool had swallowed him. Beneath the water, a massive black insect crouched at the bottom. A visible air bubble clung to the tip of its abdomen, standing out starkly in the murky depths. This insect was Luo Wen. After half an hour of experimentation, he had deciphered the purpose of his newly enhanced respiratory system. Luo Wen's body underwent slight structural changes, with a new air sac forming between his carapace and abdomen. When he submerged in water, this air sac functioned like an oxygen tank, connected to a valve on his abdomen. Fine steel hairs grew around the valve, acting like a filter to allow air to pass through while removing impurities. These impurities included water, enabling him to breathe underwater. When the air in the oxygen tank was nearly depleted, Luo Wen could press the air sac out from between his carapace and abdomen. Since water contained abundant dissolved oxygen and exerted significant pressure, the oxygen would naturally seep into the air bubble, allowing him to continue breathing. If he needed to move underwater, he could retract the air sac, with the oxygen inside sustaining him for a while. This was truly a fascinating ability. Although it wasn't the same as true aquatic respiration like fish, requiring periodic stops to replenish oxygen, this capability made underwater exploration feasible for Luo Wen. It seemed the swarm's aquatic forces were gaining a new unit. Previously, the raft bugs could only row across the water's surface without any diving ability. In addition, Luo Wen's eyes acquired a new function. While underwater, his eyes secreted a liquid that formed a thin film covering them, allowing him to see normally beneath the water. He climbed out of the pool and stepped into the lake, his body gradually sinking beneath the surface. Looking at the pitch-black lakebed in the distance, Luo Wen hesitated. In the end, he decided against venturing too far. The lakebed was an unknown risk, and diving alone without any support bugs nearby to assist if danger arose was overly reckless contrary to his naturally cautious disposition. After convincing himself, Luo Wen was satisfied with his decision. He climbed ashore and left without looking back. Under Luo Wen's deliberate planning, the upgraded queen ants were prioritized for deployment to build bases along the lakeshore after maturing in the main base. In truth, Luo Wen wasn't particularly eager to explore the underwater world. It was simply that recent days had been too monotonous, and he had entered one of those moods where he felt like seeking excitement, even at the risk of danger. During this time, the swarm base population had nearly doubled, reaching close to 50,000 members. However, days earlier, the Northern Army regrouped an 800,000-strong force to resume its march, first eliminating the nearby red ant nests surrounding the big-headed ant colony. The battles were completely one-sided, to the extent that Luo Wen didn't even bother to watch. Although they lost nearly 1 million troops in direct frontal assaults, the casualties were replenished shortly after. The Northern Army then divided into dozens of smaller units to push forward. When encountering large ant colonies, they would regroup to annihilate the enemy and then disperse again after the battle. This tactic significantly increased the efficiency of their expansion. The more than 2,000 queen ants originally stationed near the main base were gradually deployed to the front lines to establish and defend new territories. The swarm's base count had approached 4,000. Due to the rapid expansion, the average population of each base dropped from 50,000 to 40,000, yet the swarm's total population exceeded 150 million. Recently, Luo Wen had also bolstered the Western and Central armies, whose troop counts had previously been under 100,000, far too meager compared to the Northern army. Though the swarm was unwaveringly loyal and never questioned Luo Wen's commands, even tolerating blatant favoritism, Luo Wen himself felt guilty and decided to treat them more equally. With reinforcements gradually in place, these two armies also adopted the dispersed advance strategy, rapidly accelerating their progress. While Luo Wen had previously stockpiled a batch of queen ants without assigned bases, their numbers were dwindling fast with the current pace of deployment. Moreover, in the coming days, the newly formed aquatic swarm would ferry the Eastern Army across rivers and lakes to seas and develop new territories on the opposite shores. However, for now, the Eastern Army existed only in name, with no troops in place. The once abundant queen ant resources were now running low again. As a result, the brood nest had ceased producing other soldier types and was focusing entirely on hatching queen ants. Time passed, and the combined strength of the armies and the new advancement methods drastically accelerated the pace of expansion. The armies began outpacing the supply lines, creating logistical issues. Reluctantly, Luo Wen ordered them to slow their advance. All the queen ants originally gathered at the main base had been deployed, each with its own base to manage. With the swarm's resources stretched thin, even the retired queen ants were assigned full production tasks. Yet, despite such resource constraints, Luo Wen still hatched a 100,000-strong submersible bug unit. On a sunny, breezy day, the newly assembled underwater force gathered by the lake. At Luo Wen's command, the submersible bugs lined up and plunged into the water, creating a spectacular sight. Luo Wen followed them into the lake. Thanks to the pleasant weather, the lake unspoiled by the dreaded upright apes was crystal clear. The underwater visibility was excellent, easing Luo Wen's tension. Under his command, the submersible bugs surrounded him as they slowly descended to the lake bed. As they ventured deeper, the diminishing light made their surroundings increasingly dark. Soon, the swarm reached the bottom of the lake, approximately 20 meters below the surface. After roaming for a while without encountering any danger, the submersible bugs dispersed to explore in all directions. The lakebed was covered in black silt, with occasional smooth, patterned stones peeking through. Unfortunately, Luo Wen wasn't a fan of rare stones, so he paid them no mind. Dark green aquatic plants grew within the silt, their leaves covered with algae. Some submersible bugs prototypes hid among the plants, but their glimmering air bubbles made them conspicuous underwater. It turned out these creatures had always been lurking in the lake's depths, which explained why Luo Wen hadn't discovered them during his earlier investigations by the shore. Luo Wen spent an entire day surveying the lakebed. The deepest point, directly beneath a waterfall, was only about 30 meters deep. There were no hidden beasts, treasures, or even fish. While this outcome might have been the best a confirmation that the lake held no threats, Luo Wen couldn't help feeling disappointed. Perhaps he had hoped to find something to break the monotony of his current life. The long-awaited underwater exploration only lasted a single day, leaving Luo Wen regretting the decision to hatch a 100,000-strong aquatic army. With no other choice, he left a small contingent to occupy the underwater world, while the rest were sent downstream to explore the rivers. Perhaps they might discover something of interest along the way. Having made these arrangements, Luo Wen shifted his focus back to the operations of the swarm. Time flowed on, and hundreds of days and nights passed. Luo Wen had found new joy in watching the swarm's numbers continuously grow, giving him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. The swarm's territory expanded rapidly, with over 10,000 bases now established. Each base housed an average of about 100,000 insects, bringing the swarm's total population to over 1 billion. This figure was limited only by the fact that the queen ants' hatching rates couldn't keep up with the pace of territorial expansion. In newly occupied regions, the density of branch bases was far lower than in earlier stages of development. Consequently, the average population per base skyrocketed from 30,000 to 100,000 and continued to rise. Yet Luo Wen was still unsatisfied. The swarm now controlled two major technological industries, farming and cultivation. The food shortages that had once constrained the swarm's growth were no longer an issue. Ironically, the bottleneck in development was now production capacity. Queen ants could only be hatched in the brood nest, and the brood nest itself, due to its structure, had reached its maximum size with a fixed output. Previously capable of outproducing hundreds of queen ants, the brood nest was now struggling to keep pace. As for the queen ants themselves, their reproductive capacity was even more limited by their size. Even with constant work, their efficiency remained low. Improving the brood nest was currently impossible, so Luo Wen considered whether the queen ants' bodies could be enlarged to increase their reproductive output. Unfortunately, the genetic material Luo Wen controlled that could enhance body size primarily strengthened muscle structure or improved the oxygen supply system. While the latter provided some benefits, the muscle-enhancing genes merely increased muscle density and body size without improving the queen ant's reproductive organs. With no better solutions, Luo Wen had to rely on slow accumulation over time. Fortunately, the swarm encountered no significant adversaries during its advances. Several colonies of big-headed ants, once fierce rivals, were discovered recently. As history repeated itself, these regional overlords attempted to intercept the swarm's leaf-cutting units. When they responded by assembling armies of millions to retaliate, the tide had turned dramatically. This time, the swarm didn't retreat due to a disadvantage in numbers. What had once been a 2 million strong force had grown to 20 million. The massive army encircled and annihilated the big-headed ant armies, completely overwhelming them. While the swarm suffered over 1 million casualties, such losses were insignificant to a population exceeding 1 billion. The swarm had also begun spreading along the eastern shores of lakes and rivers. However, with insufficient resources, they had established only about 100 bases, serving as forward outposts. The situation across the river was similar to this side, as the two regions weren't far apart. The insects were mostly the same species, nothing noteworthy. In any case, once the swarm encountered them, they were recycled into protein. Meanwhile, the submersible bugs sent downstream had discovered several aquatic insect species. However, their abilities wwere unremarkable, offering Luo Wen no surprises. But as one door closes, another opens. Luo Wen received news from the Central Army. A 500,000-strong detachment had been wiped out by an unknown enemy. The accompanying Queen Ant, wisely refraining from advancing recklessly, had paused operations and dispatched messenger bugs to report to Luo Wen. Hearing this, Luo Wen wasn't angry, he was thrilled. Finally, a worthy opponent had surfaced. He wondered if they had any unique skills to showcase, setting the stage for an exciting exchange. At the same time, he marveled at the improved intelligence of the upgraded Queen Ants. They had learned to cater to his preferences, saving the most interesting challenges for him when they arose. Due to the Central Army's vast operational range and its population now exceeding 10 million, their pheromone markers were scattered chaotically along their path. Frustrated by the slow pace of the messenger bugs, Luo Wen set out alone. It took him until midday the next day to locate the Central Army's encampment, and that was only because he had a clear vantage point. Otherwise, it might have taken much longer. The Central Army had strayed far from the front line, but Luo Wen no longer worried about traps or complete annihilation. The current era was different. No force could silently eliminate an army of millions without leaving any trace. Furthermore, the destroyed detachment had left enough evidence for the Queen Ant to detect signs of the enemy, indicating that while formidable, they weren't overwhelmingly powerful. Now that Luo Wen had arrived, speculation was pointless. He would soon see the situation for himself. Led by scout bugs, Luo Wen reached the site where the detachment had vanished. The area was saturated with chaotic pheromone signals, and scattered arthropod remains suggested insufficient meat to warrant cleanup. What puzzled Luo Wen were the numerous blackened, corrosive marks on the ground. They didn't resemble ant acid burns but instead looked charred, with a lingering, pungent odor. This was unusual. Since his reincarnation, Luo Wen hadn't encountered fire. Had it been a local resident, they wouldn't even recognize these scorch marks. But for such traces to appear in a primitive environment was absurd. Everyone relied on melee combat, occasionally spraying acid. Who the hell was playing with fire now? That was going too far. Following these residual traces, Luo Wen soon found the culprit's lair. It was unmistakable, far more conspicuous than the big-headed ant colonies he had encountered before. It was a towering earthen fortress, about 20 meters high, standing taller than most nearby trees. Its presence was so striking that it couldn't be overlooked. Despite its height, the fortress had a small footprint, covering only a few square meters. From a distance, it resembled a rocket ready for launch or a corncob stuck in the ground. As Luo Wen got closer, he saw that the corncob was constructed from porous soil-like adhesive material. It appeared to be the work of a social insect species, possibly a new kind of ant. And their skills were extraordinary, enough to make Luo Wen's eyes light up with interest. However, they didn't seem too welcoming to a neighbor arriving to demand explanations. Luo Wen was already at their doorstep, yet no one came out to greet him. No matter. Luo Wen had plenty of experience when it came to knocking on doors. Underscore 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 underscore. The corncob structure was particularly well suited to Luo Wen's method of knocking. He raised a pincer and jabbed it forcefully into the structure. Unexpectedly, the interior was hollow. Luo Wen's overzealous strike created a massive hole. Dirt crumbled from the walls in a cascade, leaving Luo Wen momentarily stunned. To avoid unnecessary conflict with his new neighbors, he decided to retreat for the time being. With his 8 long legs moving quickly, Luo Wen dashed 50 meters away in no time. Though one pair of legs had been slightly restructured, making them less effective on land, his overall speed remained unaffected. What lay hidden within the corncob was still a mystery, and Luo Wen thought it prudent to exercise caution. The dark opening in the mysterious structure loomed like a staring abyss, exuding an enigmatic allure. As time ticked by, a yellow cloud suddenly emerged from the hole. Upon closer inspection, the yellow cloud turned out to be a swarm of insects, each about 2 to 3 centimeters long. Their heads were amber-colored, while their thoraxes and abdomens faded to a pale yellow. They had mandibles at the front of their heads and resembled ants overall, yet something about them seemed off. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Wen realized the peculiarity. These insects' thoraxes and abdomens were fused into a single unit without visible segmentation. Having seen countless ant species with diverse traits and colors, Luo Wen knew that despite their variations, their body structures were typically consistent, with distinct head, thorax, and abdomen sections. More and more of the yellow cloud poured out of the hole, evidently enraged by the sudden damage to their home. In mere moments, the number of yellow bugs climbing out exceeded 200,000. Observing their familiar demeanor and reclusive tendencies, Luo Wen speculated that these creatures must have been cultivating something underground, either nurturing organisms or growing crops. Otherwise, there was no way such a large number of insects could emerge from a single nest. Such scenarios no longer surprised Luo Wen. After all, in this world, occupying territory required some unique skills. Waving his antennae, Luo Wen signaled to the hundreds of transport bugs behind him, which carried over 10,000 worker ants. They surged past him, charging toward the corncob. The worker ants raised their abdomens high and unleashed a barrage of ant acid as a welcome gift to the neighbors. Considering they had annihilated a 500,000-strong swarm detachment, a little payback seemed entirely justified. However, Luo Wen was taken aback by the effect or lack thereof of the acid attack. It wasn't that the damage was too severe but rather negligible. Noticing the gradient in their yellow shells, from deep to pale hues, Luo Wen mused, could the coloration indicate acid-resistant armor? If these creatures indeed possessed acid-resistant shells, it effectively neutralized the swarm's primary ranged attack method. In previous battles, the swarm's ranged acid firepower had significantly reduced casualties. It seemed this time, close combat would be unavoidable. Luo Wen waved his antennae, signaling a temporary retreat. 1 week later, due to the need to recalibrate unit composition after the failure of ranged attacks, additional time was spent mobilizing troops. Out of respect for the situation, Luo Wen gathered a force of 15 million. This was based on the precedent of the big-headed ants, who had cultivated 7 to 8 million soldiers underground. Assuming these new yellow bugs were also subterranean cultivators, their numbers were estimated to be in the millions. Luo Wen preemptively deployed twice their assumed strength and kept reinforcements on standby. Initially, Luo Wen considered employing tactics. However, every spy bug sent out was wiped out. He eventually discovered that these yellow bugs communicated not only through pheromones but also through sounds generated by tapping their heads or limbs against the ground. This was akin to humans speaking while simultaneously using sign language. The spy bugs understood one mode of communication but were clueless about the other, exposing them and leading to their demise. Frustrated and embarrassed, Luo Wen abandoned complex strategies in favor of brute force. The extra days spent mobilizing troops were largely due to this realization. For this direct confrontation, the swarm's composition shifted dramatically. Over 80% of the force consisted of soldier ants, while only a small number of worker ants accompanied them for post-battle cleanup. The massive army surrounded the corncob structure. Luo Wen stepped forward, raising his double pincers. He jabbed the structure repeatedly, creating 7 or 8 large holes from various angles before quickly retreating behind his troops. Moments later, a torrent of yellow bugs poured from the openings. While Luo Wen was ready for a direct confrontation, he wasn't about to wait for his foes to fully assemble. Waving his antennae, he commanded the army to attack, striking while the yellow bugs were still disorganized. The enemy lacked large combat units. While their smaller soldiers were ineffective against the swarm's larger ones, the latter excelled in executing swift, decisive strikes when supported by smaller units to distract and pin down enemies. Moreover, the yellow bugs were numerically disadvantaged, and many appeared to be worker ants. Facing the swarm's soldier ant-dominated force, they were quickly forced back toward the openings. However, bottlenecking the enemy at their entrances was inefficient and negated the swarm's numerical advantage. Under Luo Wen's command, the troops pulled back, allowing the yellow bugs to pour out in greater numbers. After several cycles of advance and retreat, the yellow bugs suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, larger insects with darker, tougher shells began crawling out of the nest. They resembled beetles more than ants. Each one raised its abdomen, assuming a posture Luo Wen found all too familiar. Focusing intently, Luo Wen realized the moment of talent demonstration had arrived. He wasn't about to miss this performance. With a chorus of pop, pop, pop sounds, thick smoke rose as if the creatures were passing gas. Their abdomens acted like shotguns, spraying an unknown liquid in all directions. These liquid pellets struck the swarm's soldier ants with blistering speed. Where they landed, blackened, corrosive burn marks appeared on the ants' carapaces, significantly weakening their combat ability. The unlucky ones died on the spot. Luo Wen's eyes lit up. The charred marks on the earlier battlefield had been caused by these insects. He had assumed their talent involved fire, but it turned out to be chemical weaponry instead. Accompanying their attacks was an overwhelming stench. If these bugs ever fought dogs, this trait alone would ensure their victory. This was utterly unsportsmanlike. Despite the drawbacks, Luo Wen was thrilled. The swarm was about to acquire a new ranged attack method. After all, even the yellow earth ants had acid-resistant armor. A future confrontation with the yellow earth ant legion was inevitable, and having more options in the swarm's arsenal could only be beneficial. Underscore 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 underscore. Though the fart bugs' ranged firepower was impressive, causing significant casualties among the swarm's soldier ants, their attacks shared a limitation with ant acid, finite ammunition. Luo Wen observed carefully and noted that each fart bug could only fire 20 to 30 pops before running out of ammunition and retreating into the nest. Then, a new batch of fart bugs would emerge to take their place. Due to the corncob structure blocking his view, Luo Wen couldn't see what happened to the retreating bugs inside. As such, he couldn't determine how long it took them to reload. However, judging by the replenishment speed of antacid, it was likely these bugs wouldn't have a chance to return to the battle in this engagement. Luo Wen wasn't certain how many more fart bugs were hidden within the nest, but with the swarm's population of over 1 billion, he felt confident. Even if the entire 15 million strong army was lost, it would only take a few days to deploy another wave of 15 million troops to the battlefield. The enemy's demonstrated abilities were impressive enough to justify further investment. And with the secrets they were hiding underground, be it livestock or crops, Luo Wen was sure he'd gain something valuable. Despite their formidable ranged support, the enemy lacked unit diversity, making their actual combat effectiveness comparable to the big-headed ants. After a full day of fighting, the enemy's reinforcements began to dwindle noticeably. By this time, the swarm still had at least 8 million combatants on the field. Half a day later, the enemy's bloated queen was dragged out of the nest and presented to Luo Wen. The queen resembled an enormous grub. While its head and upper body appeared relatively normal, its abdomen was grotesquely oversized, resembling a human with a regular upper body but a container-sized lower half. The massive, milky white abdomen hung awkwardly in front of the small queen's body, creating a laughable disparity. The disproportionate size rendered the queen immobile, with its 6 legs reduced to mere decorative appendages that didn't even touch the ground except when it awkwardly used them for feeding. Although the queen had lost mobility, its enormous abdomen granted unparalleled egg-laying capacity, something the swarm desperately needed. Luo Wen was both surprised and troubled by this unexpected windfall. First, its grotesque appearance was unappealing. Luo Wen had no qualms about eating creatures like spiders, but the sight of this wriggling, milky white grub made his stomach turn. Second, he was concerned about evolving its traits. If his desire to expand the swarm's population caused his instincts to misinterpret his intentions, and he woke up one day looking like that. Luo Wen shuddered at the thought. After much hesitation and finding no immediate solution, Luo Wen gritted his teeth, waved his antennae, and walked away. Shortly after, pieces of the queen's flesh were brought to him. The worker ants were not as squeamish as Luo Wen. In their minds, food was either edible or inedible, nothing more. Cautiously, Luo Wen tasted a few small pieces and nodded in satisfaction. If one overlooked its appearance, the flesh tasted quite good. It was tender and sticky, with a flavor reminiscent of white meat, blending a meaty aroma with a hint of creaminess. With the first problem solved, Luo Wen left the second to fate. After all, his instincts had learned his boundaries during the brood nest incident, so there was little reason to worry too much. While Luo Wen enjoyed his feast, the worker ants began dismantling the enemy nest to uncover its secrets. Because the expeditionary force included only a small number of worker ants and no burrower ants, the progress was painfully slow. The soldier ants refused to assist, considering such tasks beneath them. Luo Wen wasn't in a hurry. With nothing else pressing, he closed his eyes to rest after finishing his meal. Several hours later, reinforcements arrived at the front lines, including a large number of worker ants and burrower ants. Another day and night passed before the mysteries of the enemy's nest were fully revealed. The interior was similar to a big-headed ant colony, complete with farming techniques. However, instead of cultivating white fibrous fungal crops, they were growing something Luo Wen immediately recognized. Holy crap, are those mushrooms? Inside the underground chambers, decayed wood, leaves, and roots were scattered everywhere, serving as a bed for rows of tiny mushrooms. The long, white stems and small, grayish caps filled Luo Wen with a sense of nostalgia. Plucking a few, Luo Wen tasted them. The mushrooms were juicy and flavorful, no wonder they had nourished such a large army. They also appeared easier to cultivate than the white fungal crops, requiring only a layer of dried grass or other debris, not the meticulous care needed for fungal farming, where worker ants had to chew up leaves into mulch. It seemed mushrooms could be widely promoted for cultivation. However, the white fungus was still necessary, as it was Luo Wen's main source of sugar, and these mushrooms were not sweet. Other insects could always rely on aphid excretions for their sugar fix. That stuff was plenty sweet. Having uncovered the secret, there was no reason to linger. Luo Wen assigned a queen ant to temporarily take over the area, while the central army resumed its advance. Luo Wen began his journey back. Before leaving, he glanced back at the conspicuous corncob. This 20-meter-tall structure, with its unique material and excellent ventilation, served as both an entrance and a cooling system for the nest. Its design, however, was both unsightly and overly conspicuous. Luo Wen decided it wasn't yet time to overhaul the swarm's architecture, as they were still unfamiliar with the new crop's growth patterns and requirements. Shaking his head, Luo Wen resolved to revisit the matter later. Upon returning to the brood nest, Luo Wen uploaded the new genetic data. Despite their ant-like appearance, the genetic templates of these fart bugs were strikingly different. Their genes resembled those of beetles more than ants, which explained why they looked so similar to beetles. These were minor details, however. Luo Wen's primary goal now was to upgrade and optimize the queen ants, redistributing their roles and responsibilities more effectively. Underscore 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 underscore. The new queen ants were divided into 3 types. The first type, the rarest, was designated for military campaigns, serving as commanders of the army. Since they were not required to lay eggs, their reproductive capabilities were minimized, and their musculature and body size were enhanced, slightly improving their mobility and self-preservation abilities. The second type of queen ant was the standard version previously utilized by the swarm. These were balanced in capabilities, capable of both laying eggs and retreating from bases or joining the army when necessary. They also made up the majority of the queen ant population. The third type of queen ant had been genetically modified with newly acquired genes, altering their abdominal egg-laying organs. By sacrificing mobility, they could produce a significantly greater quantity of eggs at a much faster rate. Consequently, these queens were stationed deep within the swarm's territory. Lua Wen planned to establish several breeding bases, each housing hundreds of this third type of queen ant to centralize larva production. They would mass-produce specific insect species according to Lua Wen's orders. For example, during peacetime, these queens primarily focused on breeding various worker ants. Once the larvae matured, they were transported throughout the territory. During wartime, however, these bases would become major staging points for deploying troops. Over the following weeks, the third type queen ants gradually matured, leading to an explosive growth in the swarm's numbers. Additionally, during this period, the swarm mastered the cultivation of mushrooms. This new crop could effectively clear dead branches and leaves in the territory. It grew easily, produced abundant yields, and had already been widely promoted. Meanwhile, instead of completely mimicking the architectural style of the yellow bugs, the swarm adopted the multi-vent design favored by big-headed ants for better heat dissipation. After several base experiments and observing one growth cycle, the mushrooms thrived without any issues and were further propagated. Hundreds of days passed, and the swarm's territory expanded by over 100 kilometers. The territory now housed more than 30,000 bases. In the later stages, the distances between bases grew significantly, far from the original state where dozens of bases occupied a few hundred square meters. Eventually, Lua Wen even reorganized the initial few thousand bases, leaving only a few hundred queen ants to manage them while reallocating the rest to oversee new territories. Although thousands of bases were left without queen ants, they weren't abandoned. The underground cultivation systems had become highly developed, allowing these bases to operate smoothly even without a queen. While the number of bases didn't increase significantly due to the limits of the brood nest's production capacity, the number of insects per base multiplied several times. On average, each base housed over 1 million insects of various types. Rough estimates indicated the swarm's total population exceeded 30 billion. With such a massive force, Lua Wen could no longer ignore a powerful enemy that had once severely injured him when he was weaker. It was time to confront them. Excited by the thought, Lua Wen was filled with anticipation. Revenge wasn't his primary motive. More importantly, he finally had something to look forward to. Unfortunately, it would take over 200 days for the Yellow Earth Ant Legion to reach the cliff again. Long ago, Lua Wen had stationed scout bugs permanently on the cliff. Through careful observation, he calculated that it took the Yellow Earth Ant Legion roughly 400 days to complete a hunting cycle. 100 days prior, the Yellow Earth Ant Legion had passed above the cliff. At that time, Lua Wen didn't entertain any thoughts about confronting them, feeling his strength was insufficient. However, he greatly underestimated the swarm's explosive growth rate. As the number of queen ants increased, the swarm's production capacity grew exponentially. In just over 100 days, Lua Wen's mindset shifted. At the current pace, by the time the Yellow Earth Ants returned, the swarm's population would likely reach 1 trillion. They could definitely take on the Yellow Earth Ant Legion head-on. As days dragged on, Lua Wen's anticipation made time feel unbearably slow, giving him a profound sense of watching grass grow. Finally, the Yellow Earth Ant Legion's return was only a few dozen days away, and the swarm began preparing for the imminent battle. An army marches on its stomach. Around a kilometer from the cliff, Lua Wen established several storage bases. Swarms of transport bugs moved back and forth, ferrying supplies from the territory to these locations. Nearby were several hatching bases, where millions of soldier ant eggs were incubating. By the time the battle commenced, these bases could provide tens of millions of reinforcements daily. 10 days before the calculated date, several armies began returning to the front. Bases farthest from the cliff also started deploying troops. As time passed, bases closer to the front dispatched their forces in waves. From above, one could see black columns of ants converging toward the cliff from all directions. According to Lua Wen's calculations, the swarm's forces would be fully assembled 3 days before the anticipated battle. After 200 days of development, the swarm's population had already surpassed 1 trillion. For this massive war, Lua Wen mobilized nearly every available insect. While ensuring the normal operation of farms and plantations in the territory, half the swarm over 500 billion insects was dispatched to the front lines. Even so, maintaining such a massive force was a heavy burden. Lua Wen planned for them to arrive 3 days early, as this was the limit of the swarm's logistical capabilities. However, 7 days before the anticipated date, scout bugs on the cliff detected the Yellow Earth Ant Legion's vanguard. Based on their pattern, the main army would arrive within 2 days at most. But half of the swarm's troops were still en route and would only be partially assembled by then. Unexpectedly, the Yellow Earth Ant Legion arrived earlier than anticipated. Fortunately, their early arrival wasn't by much, and Luo Wen had prepared for such contingencies. At least there was no longer any need to worry about food shortages. Once the battle began, the resulting carnage would provide ample sustenance. The pressing question was how to stall the Yellow Earth Ant Legion for 2 days. Before the 2 days were up, the Legion's main force had already arrived. Perhaps they sensed something amiss, as their vanguard had failed to report back for some time. The Swarm's army, with its back to the cliff, stood ready. This time, the majority of the forces consisted of various soldier ants, as worker ants were of limited use against the Legion's acid-resistant armor. The Yellow Earth Ant Legion's predatory lifestyle underscored their aggressive nature. Upon spotting the swarm, they didn't hesitate. They launched into their signature leaping assault, charging forward. These creatures were the original source of the leaping gene template, and their mastery of this technique was second nature. Yet, the swarm's soldier ants were unafraid, meeting them with equally powerful leaps. The battle had officially begun. Underscore 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 underscore. The Yellow Earth Ant Legion lacked large combat units, which put them at a disadvantage in close combat. While their larger ants were ineffective in one-on-one situations, their efficiency in group combat was astonishingly high. Moreover, the Yellow Earth Ants' hook mandibles were not particularly effective in battle. Hook soldier ants, which once held a third of the swarm's battlefield dominance, had gradually been phased out through continuous combat trials, leaving only a small number in service. This underscored that the swarm's soldier ants still had a notable advantage in close-quarters combat. At the rear of the Yellow Earth Ants formation, many worker ants assumed a familiar posture, launching volleys of ant acid solution. This tactic had once caused Luo Wen immense trouble, but he later developed acid-resistant armor and equipped his entire army with it. Thus, this round of long-range firepower merely gave both sides a shower and polished their exoskeletons without any real effect. From the rear of the swarm's formation, massive black beetles emerged. Measuring 30 to 50 centimeters in length, they also assumed firing stances. As thick plumes of smoke rose, they launched salvos resembling shotgun blasts, spraying the Yellow Earth Ant ranks with liquid. This substance was not only highly corrosive but also extremely hot, inflicting devastating damage. Instantly, swathes of Yellow Earth Ants fell. Many more were burned or scalded. Though they lacked pain receptors, their neural responses caused them to curl up and tremble, rendering them incapable of further combat. Luo Wen was extremely satisfied with the results. These specially designed war machines had exceeded his expectations, delivering an impressive performance in their first deployment. Initially, Luo Wen had intended to equip worker ants with a system similar to the acid spray mechanism. However, during implementation, he discovered that this new long-range strike system was incompatible with the worker ant's body structure. This system relied on 2 glands that secreted and stored different chemical substances. Beneath the glands was a chemical reaction chamber. The 2 chemicals would mix in this chamber, and the surrounding muscles could precisely control the dosage. Upon reaction, the mixture would be expelled immediately. The reaction generated temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius along with intense corrosive properties, inflicting both burns and corrosion on the enemy. The only drawback was that the discharge emitted thick white smoke and a noxious odor that lingered for over 10 days. Don't ask Luo Wen how he knew this so well. It was a memory he would rather forget. Because this system required several new organs, it demanded a spacious cavity for storage, which made it unsuitable for the small-bodied worker ants. As a result, Luo Wen retained the original templates but incorporated several genetic fragments, scaling up their size proportionally and enhancing their firepower and ammunition capacity. To prevent self-inflicted harm from these chemicals, the original templates also included a protective armor system to resist the high temperatures and corrosive effects. Luo Wen isolated and extracted this genetic sequence, equipping it on soldier ants. However, the older generation of queen ants lacked this genetic sequence, and many of the swarm's soldier ants were still from previous generations. Thus, only about 70% of the deployed forces were equipped with the new armor. This wasn't a significant issue. Soldier ants without the new armor were assigned to separate units, and they fought without long-range support. Even so, due to the secondary effects of the long-range firepower, even units equipped with protective armor avoided direct exposure to the black beetle's support fire. Otherwise, surviving soldiers would be exiled at least 800 miles away for half a month to recover. Despite both sides having hundreds of billions in reserves, the active battlefront spanned only 200 meters, with just tens of millions of combatants from both armies engaged in direct confrontation. The swarm's upgraded fartbugs, now larger versions, carried significantly more ammunition, capable of firing over 200 shots consecutively. Each salvo functioned like a shotgun blast. Hundreds of fartbugs unleashed their firepower with rapid sounds, mimicking the effect of a Vulcan Gatling gun though not with blue flames. The hallmark of a Gatling gun was its rapid fire rate, and the fartbugs didn't disappoint. Their ammunition reserves were expended in under a minute. These creatures were incredibly valuable. Their development cycle was lengthy, requiring complete metamorphosis and a molting process to reach their current size. Thus, they avoided melee combat. After exhausting their ammunition, they retreated to the rear for resupply, a process that would take 2 or 3 days due to their oversized ammunition chambers. Because of their specialized role, Luo Wen had produced only tens of thousands of fartbugs. Each one was to be deployed with precision. Organized into units of 500, the fart bugs were mobilized whenever the yellow earth ant density in a specific area exceeded a threshold, maximizing casualties. As the battle progressed, the battlefield expanded, and more insects joined the fray. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, a billion. After 5 hours, the war escalated to a scale involving 2 billion combatants. With its back to the cliff, the swarm continuously received reinforcements climbing up from below. The battlefront extended laterally, eventually reaching the lake to the east under Luo Wen's deliberate guidance. At this point, dark yellow, pancake-shaped bugs entered the battlefield. These were a new species Luo Wen had discovered recently in certain ant nests. They were fascinating creatures, epitomizing defense to the extreme. Their backs were covered with oval, leather-like shields that resisted cutting, piercing, and other physical attacks effectively. They also boasted impressive resistance to corrosion and acid. Underneath the shield was a recessed cavity where the bug's body was hidden. Due to this recess, these bugs had incredibly low ground clearance. When crawling, there was only a 1 to 2 mm gap between the shield and the ground. This height prevented most ants from crawling underneath. Even the tiniest ants, measuring mere millimeters, were no match for these bugs. Additionally, their size and weight made it impossible for ants to overturn them. Their survival strategy relied on their invincible defense. They would brute force their way into ant nests, feasting and living freely, while the ants were powerless to stop them. These creatures were true brutes, unlike the spy bugs of the past, whose methods involved finesse. Underscore 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 underscore. Unfortunately, these pancake bugs could only bully ant colonies lacking massive combat units like the ultra-giant soldier ants. Once the ant colony they parasitized was overrun by the swarm, they could only contribute their genes to the collective. The original pancake bugs were only about 7 to 8 centimeters in length, but the ones appearing on the battlefield were results of Luo Wen's genetic modifications. In his free time, Luo Wen had used their genetic template and added genes for increased size, enlarging them to around 30 centimeters. Due to their large appetites and refusal to perform any labor, only about 100 of them were produced. Originally, Luo Wen intended to use them as flatbed carts for strategic relocation of the brood nest if the battle with the Yellow Earth Ant Legion went poorly. However, upon seeing the battlefield near the waterfall, Luo Wen had a sudden inspiration and dispatched 50 pancake bugs to the front. Since the brood nest had only been relocated once, it was positioned quite close to the cliff, making it relatively near to the battlefield. Thankfully, despite their slow movement, the pancake bugs managed to crawl to the battlefield within a few hours. Had the distance been greater, they would have arrived too late long after the battle had ended. Given their physical structure, the pancake bugs would never have reached the cliff on their own. Fortunately, they had allies. With their dense shields, each pancake bug was so heavy it required 7 or 8 transport bugs to haul it up the cliff. Once on the battlefield, the 50 pancake bugs meandered across the battlefield, ignoring all attacks from the yellow earth ants. After circling the enemy forces, they headed toward the lake above the cliff. By this point, their shields were covered with yellow earth ants futilely gnawing at them. Reaching the edge of the cliff above the lake, the pancake bugs did not stop. They continued moving forward until they plunged over the edge, dragging their attackers with them. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy splashes sent water spraying into the air, creating ripples across the lake. Neither the pancake bugs nor the yellow earth ants had learned how to swim. After falling into the water, the lighter yellow earth ants struggled at the surface, while the pancake bugs immediately sank toward the lake bed. However, the pancake bugs had allies. Submersible bugs lying in wait pulled them out of the water. With assistance from raft bugs, they were ferried back to shore. As for the yellow earth ants, they became a feast for the aquatic insects. The pancake bugs were then hauled back up the cliff by transport bugs and re-entered the battlefield to repeat their performance, dragging another batch of yellow earth ants into the water. Up the cliff, into the battlefield, down to the water. Each cycle eliminated roughly 5,000 yellow earth ants. While this number was insignificant compared to the billions on the battlefield, the method was low cost. Pancake bugs, with their tough hides, suffered little damage even after soaking in water. Moreover, the aquatic insects relished the opportunity to participate in the battle, making it a win-win strategy. The battlefield became a massive grindstone, relentlessly pulverizing the soldiers of both sides. 2 days later, the battlefront had stretched nearly 10 kilometers, with over 2 billion insects locked in relentless combat day and night. On the Yellow Earth Ant Legion's side, columns of reinforcements continued to flood the battlefield. On the swarm's side, however, 2 days of continuous fighting had taken a toll. The soldier ants had rotated through multiple waves, but the unending battles left the survivors utterly exhausted. Apart from the dead, the remaining ants were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, reinforcements were finally about to arrive. Half a day later, fresh forces began to trickle in. Without time for rest, they were immediately deployed, replacing the exhausted units. The arrival of new troops, combined with the replenished firepower of the fart bugs, gave the swarm a momentary resurgence. They pushed the battlefront several meters toward the yellow earth ants. Seizing the opportunity, worker ants rushed forward to clear the battlefield of corpses. These were valuable resources and supplies. Whether the armies could sustain themselves depended on who claimed the most. However, as both armies depleted their forces, the number of corpses grew so vast that they ceased to be contested. The abundance of food now exceeded the number of surviving soldiers. During this phase, the Yellow Earth Ant Legion leveraged their superior numbers, maintaining pressure on the swarm. Even when the swarm launched counterattacks supported by the fart bugs, the Yellow Earth Ants quickly regained the upper hand. Luo Wen realized he had underestimated the Yellow Earth Ant Legion's potential for warfare and their sheer numbers. If given another chance, he would have chosen to wait out another cycle. By then, the swarm would have easily overwhelmed them. But the path had been chosen, and the consequences were his to bear. No matter how dire the situation, he resolved to persevere. After 9 days of battle, the situation was grim. Luo Wen ordered the evacuation of all brood nests and queen ants within 5 kilometers of the cliff. By the 13th day, he began mobilizing worker ants from surrounding bases to the battlefield, even at the cost of abandoning thousands of bases. On the 15th day of combat, the intensity of the battle reached its peak and began to wane. The Yellow Earth Ant Legion showed signs of exhaustion. The number of soldier ants on the front line visibly decreased, replaced by large numbers of worker ants. Luo Wen glimpsed a glimmer of victory. Before the battle began, the swarm's breeding bases had been operating at full capacity. Now, a steady flow of mature soldier ants bolstered the front line daily. This was the longest and most grueling battle the swarm had fought since its inception. Many hidden shortcomings had been exposed, particularly in troop production. While the swarm could lay eggs rapidly, the time required for larvae to mature was still too long. Currently, Luo Wen relied on his foresight to prepare for battles, ensuring ample production of soldier ants in advance. But under normal circumstances, the swarm didn't maintain such a high number of combat units, which were non-productive during peacetime. Without solving the resource issue, this model couldn't be sustained in the long term. If a sudden enemy invasion struck the swarm, they might fail to hatch sufficient troops in time, risking the loss of key deployment points and creating a vicious cycle. Thus, Luo Wen resolved that when the time came, he would find a way to shorten the maturation process for his insects. For now, his sole focus was to win this battle. The battlefield was now a mountainous heap of insect corpses. Yellow and black bodies were tangled together in chaotic piles, which had not been cleared for quite some time. Amidst this mountain of death, fierce battles raged on. From afar, it was impossible to distinguish the living from the dead in the endless mass of insects. This was the 18th day of the battle. The battlefield was now largely devoid of Yellow Earth Ant soldier ants, and the swarm's soldier ants had long since been expended. The swarm had been holding the line with millions of newly hatched soldier ant reinforcements each day, supplemented by large numbers of worker ants. As the enemy's soldier ants dwindled, the swarm's advantage of producing millions of new soldier ants daily became increasingly evident. The main combatants evolved over time. At first, it was soldier ants versus soldier ants. Then, soldier ants versus soldier ants plus worker ants. Later, soldier ants plus worker ants versus worker ants plus a few soldier ants. Finally, worker ants versus worker ants plus soldier ants. Yet, as the war continued, the number of the swarm's soldier ants steadily increased. The swarm's robust logistics and endurance shone in this moment. 3 days later, the endless tide of Yellow Earth ants had finally thinned to the point where its edges could be seen. Victory was within sight. Luo Wen was thrilled. And since his will was the swarm's will, his motivation served as a rallying cry for the swarm to press onward. Invigorated by Luo Wen's resolve, the swarm intensified its counteroffensive with the help of fully reloaded fart bugs. Simultaneously, all nearby transport bugs were conscripted into the battle to join the fight. This war had dragged on long enough, it was time to end it. Under the swarm's relentless assault, the battle continued for another 2 days. Ultimately, the swarm emerged victorious. The Yellow Earth Ant Legion, which had ravaged the desert, was utterly eradicated. Post-battle statistics. The Great Battle had lasted 23 days. On this meat-grinder battlefield, the losses of combat units on both sides were incalculable. Luo Wen knew, however, that the swarm's initial force of 50 billion had been nearly annihilated. Additional worker ant reinforcements had also suffered heavy casualties, and the supplementary soldier ants sustained significant losses. Altogether, the swarm lost close to 90 billion units. This meant the war had wiped out nearly 90% of the swarm's population, leaving many bases abandoned due to a lack of maintenance. However, the swarm's queen ants remained completely unharmed. Looking at the 10-kilometer-long corpse mountain, with an average height of over 10 meters, Luo Wen felt a measure of solace. Once the queen ants digested these spoils, the swarm would emerge even stronger. Furthermore, the desert atop the cliff would become the swarm's backyard. The Yellow Earth ants' former hunting grounds were now swarm territory. This was a massive expanse, requiring over 400 days to traverse in a full hunting cycle. It was at least 100 times larger than the swarm's original domain, a size Luo Wen couldn't even fathom. Reflecting on his journey, Luo Wen recalled how he had first encountered the Yellow Earth ants shortly after hatching. After being swept away by a sandstorm, he drifted an unknown distance and then traveled along an underground river for what seemed like forever, only to still remain within their hunting grounds. These memories underscored the immense scale of the territory. Though the land appeared to be a barren desert, it clearly held hidden resources. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to sustain the massive yellow earth ant legion, which had likely suffered losses exceeding 1 trillion in this war. Beyond territory and corpses, Luo Wen also gained other rewards. Near the core of the yellow earth ant formation, the swarm discovered thousands of queen ants. These queens had accompanied the army, hunting and replenishing food supplies. Once enough food was accumulated, they would remain stationary to lay large batches of eggs. Once the eggs matured, the army would march onward. The genes of these queens would significantly enhance the productivity of the swarm's own queen ants. With the swarm's vast reserves of food, there was no need to delay in utilizing this advantage. Additionally, the yellow earth ants harbored another species of insect, essentially livestock. These creatures, about 20 centimeters long, resembled oversized larvae without any exoskeleton. Their defining feature was their exceptional efficiency in converting food into body mass, with a 90% conversion rate. When the yellow earth ants had surplus food, they would feed it to these creatures. During times of scarcity, they would consume them in turn. Though these unfortunate insects had potential, they seemed to have no practical use for the swarm at present. Luo Wen deemed them unnecessary for production. With this massive war finally over, Luo Wen felt immense relief. The grudge he had held since his early days was finally settled. However, he was slightly disappointed that no dramatic epiphany or transcendence occurred, as it might in a novel. After 20 days of war, Luo Wen, though not directly involved in combat, was mentally exhausted. After arranging post-war tasks, he chose a random spot beneath the cliff and fell into a deep sleep. This area, once the war's front line, was now deep within swarm territory. Luo Wen slept soundly. When he awoke, he had no idea how much time had passed. In this world, he alone seemed to grasp the concept of time. The mountain of corpses atop the cliff had partially disappeared, the remains having been transported to bases for burial near production sites. The queen ants at these sites had been given new orders before Luo Wen slept: halt soldier ant production and prioritize worker ants. With 200 to 300 million soldier ants remaining and no immediate plans for exploration, this was sufficient to defend the current territory. The primary task now was to replenish worker ants and restore normal operations across the bases. Returning to the brood nest, Luo Wen connected to it, uploading new genetic fragments and updating the gene bank for the queen ants. He cancelled the old queen ant production orders and began hatching the new generation queens. Luo Wen stumbled upon an unexpected boon. The seemingly useless livestock genes turned out to accelerate nutrient absorption, shortening insect maturation times. Although the insects still had to go through the egg larva pupa adult stages, their growth cycles could now be reduced by 1/3. For example, insects that once required 30 days to mature could now do so in just 20 days. A weakness exposed during the war had been resolved far sooner than Luo Wen expected. While it still fell short of his ultimate goal, it was a significant step forward. Finally, during his connection with the brood nest, Luo Wen received vague information about a potential opportunity, a sign of something greater to come. Underscore 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 underscore. As the number of new queen ants gradually increased, the swarm's population grew at an even faster rate. In just over 200 days, the swarm had recovered to its pre-war scale. Bases that had been abandoned during the war were restored and rebuilt. Several armies resumed their expeditions in batches. In addition to the original 4 armies heading east, west, north, and central, a new southern army was also established. It could be said that the swarm was now advancing in all directions, with no natural barriers or external forces capable of halting its progress. Perhaps the war with the Yellow Earth Ant Legion had already touched the ceiling of this region's combat power. In the days that followed, the swarm faced little resistance, encountering no formidable enemies. Ant nests like those of the big-headed ants, which had once seemed imposing, were now nothing more than minor obstacles to the swarm. When confronted with the exploratory armies, they couldn't even stir up a ripple. The swarm's military strategy was now remarkably straightforward. For smaller colonies, like those of the black ants, there wasn't much to say, just directly overwhelm their nests. A single exploratory squad could handle them effortlessly. For larger colonies, such as the red ants, which numbered in the millions, multiple exploratory squads would combine their forces to deal with them. Once gathered, they would openly engage in battle at the entrance of the opposing nest. However, all armies were now equipped with dual-layered long-range firepower units. These units followed the main forces closely, and whenever a squad encountered an enemy numbering in the hundreds of thousands, they would call for firepower support. Without comparable firepower, most engagements were resolved with a single barrage of covering fire, followed by a frontal assault from the vanguard, ensuring swift victories. Even when facing big-headed ants with populations in the millions, a certain degree of respect was warranted. Nevertheless, the outcomes were no different from those against smaller groups. Just a few more rounds of firepower and charges to seal the deal. 10 kilometers. 100 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. As time passed, the swarm's territory expanded continuously. Without any natural predators, the swarm developed at an astonishing pace, growing to an immeasurable size. Luo Wen had long since lost precise control over the swarm. It wasn't because the swarm had betrayed him; they remained loyal to him, and his will still permeated every aspect of the swarm. The problem he faced was the same old issue: communication. The swarm lacked an effective means of communication. When the territory was still small, communication bugs were responsible for relaying messages. Later, as the territory expanded, faster transport bugs were employed to carry communication bugs and transmit messages. Now, however, the transport bug remained the fastest unit, but the territory had grown exponentially. For Luo Wen to send a message to the exploratory armies on the borders, even with transport bugs running day and night, it would take months before the queen ants of the distant armies received the message. Such inefficiency could prove catastrophic if the swarm encountered an evenly matched enemy. Fortunately, the swarm was currently too powerful. Even in Epheish's homeland, the land of the transcendent wizards, while a single insect might not be their match, even 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 insects might not suffice. The swarm could still demonstrate what it meant to bring despair without end. Luo Wen mused that if that green-haired wizard had succeeded in its rebellion, he might have taken an alternative path. Even if individual combat strength was negligible, the collective power of the swarm had already reached the level of city and national destruction. Of course, these thoughts were merely Luo Wen's idle musings. At present, he couldn't even think of ways to court death. Everywhere he looked, it was all swarm territory, devoid of threats. He had already experienced free-falling from great heights back when he was the size of a fingernail, and now, he had even learned to dive. With the constant integration of new genes, things capable of threatening him had dwindled to the point of non-existence. Perhaps this was the terror of Epheish. As the swarm's territory extended over the years, environmental differences in various regions occasionally birthed unique ant species and bugs. Whenever they appeared, they added ripples to Luo Wen's otherwise tranquil life, one of his few remaining sources of excitement. Most of these bugs, however, offered redundant traits, although a few managed to surprise him. For instance, a species of red and black ants possessed exceptionally developed mandibular glands that ran from their heads to their abdomens. When encountering powerful enemies, they would bite down on their foes, contract their muscles, and self-destruct. The toxic fluid in their glands would splatter everywhere, causing significant area damage with its potent mix of poisonous substances. Another species exhibited a similar ability. They had two crystalline structures between their thorax and abdomen. When they needed to self-destruct, these crystals would react with secretions from their salivary glands, producing a highly toxic substance. Their explosions were directional, ensuring a one-for-one trade at the very least. This was a talent Luo Wen had once feared might awaken within him, yet to his amazement, certain bugs actually possessed such capabilities. Incorporating their genes created a new type of unit for the swarm, albeit in limited numbers due to their lack of practical use. Another interesting ant species lived in trees, carving tunnels into the trunks to build their nests. The entrance was small, allowing only one ant through at a time. With limited territory confined to their trees, their access to resources was minimal, which naturally limited their population. When faced with invaders, they couldn't engage in head-on confrontations like other species. Instead, they devised a unique defensive strategy. Some of these ants developed mutations that gave them rounded or rectangular chitinous shields on their heads. When intruders approached, these mutants would block the nest entrance with their heads. Invaders often found it difficult to deal with these sturdy shields and would leave after a period of stalemate. This ability was intriguing but held little value for the swarm, which no longer needed to defend against enemies. Luo Wen only created a few as decorations. There was also a type of ant soldier whose head sprouted a cannon-like structure capable of spraying a resin-like substance with immense adhesive properties. Though non-toxic and lacking direct lethality, it was an excellent control mechanism. Luo Wen enhanced their genes with several types of toxins, creating a hybrid artillery bug capable of both controlling and killing. With their elongated barrels, their shots were highly focused, avoiding dispersion. After Luo Wen's improvements, their range extended to 20 to 30 meters, with precise targeting at 15 meters, making them perfect for sniping high-value targets. Now, numerous such artillery bugs served in the border armies. Additionally, Luo Wen absorbed other fascinating traits into the gene pool whenever they proved useful. Underscore 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 underscore. Time passed unnoticed, and Luo Wen had long since stopped bothering to calculate its passage. The prolonged peace in the swarm's territory meant that many worker ants had never set foot on a battlefield since hatching. This peaceful existence even allowed them the rare opportunity to die of old age. As batches of worker ants perished, new ones were seamlessly added, ensuring the swarm's operations were unaffected. The Northern Army had been advancing along a river, undergoing various course changes but generally maintaining its direction. Recently, a message came from the Queen Ant accompanying the army. The forces had encountered an exceptionally wide river that blocked their path. While the aquatic units accompanying the army explored the river, they suffered heavy losses. Yet, it seemed they hadn't encountered any enemies. The report was contradictory and unclear, prompting Luo Wen to investigate personally. As he traveled farther north, the temperature dropped noticeably. However, due to the planet's significant day-night temperature differences, even desert cliffs could freeze at night. The local plants and insects had developed strong cold resistance, and the swarm's genetic adaptations made it impervious to such conditions. The flora gradually shifted from broad-leafed plants to conifers as the temperature continued to decline. Along the way, Luo Wen even experienced a sudden snowstorm. Though it lasted only half an hour before clearing, the ground accumulated nearly 20 centimeters of snow in that short time. For Luo Wen, with his long legs, the snow posed no obstacle. However, for smaller insects, even those with cold resistance, being trapped in snow and ice could be deadly. After several days of arduous travel, Luo Wen finally reached the so-called riverbank. This is a riverbank? Looking out at the vast expanse of water, with occasional drifting ice and a distinctly salty taste, Luo Wen couldn't help but scoff. While the Queen Ant's lack of worldly experience was forgivable, Luo Wen, who had been bombarded with information in his past life and had even seen the real thing, recognized this as a sea. Had the swarm's forces already reached the seashore? This was Luo Wen's first question. Having spent his days in a cycle of eating and sleeping, he had lost track of how much time had passed. Did this planet also have oceans? This was Luo Wen's second question. After all, this was an unfamiliar world to him. Excitement soon bubbled up within him. The ocean undoubtedly concealed countless species, and there might be excellent genes waiting to be harvested. Not long after, he found the Northern Army. The key to quickly locating them after traveling thousands of kilometers lay in Luo Wen, following the river originating near the brood nest. After winding through various tributaries, it merged with a larger river and eventually flowed into the ocean. The Northern Army was stationed near this point, leaving pheromone trails along the riverbank to guide Luo Wen to their camp. When Luo Wen arrived at the site, he found a massive underground base had been excavated, complete with mushroom farms. Despite the freezing temperatures, the mushrooms radiated heat, making the interior of the burrow as warm as spring. Unfortunately, the ants seemed to have forgotten to construct a passage large enough for Luo Wen, leaving him to endure the cold outside. This base was home to only a small detachment of 5 or 6 million ants. The main Northern Army had long since moved on. After all, it took months for messages to travel back and forth. Given the army's size, it couldn't stay in one place for long, as it needed to continuously advance to secure food supplies. The detachment remained behind to await Luo Wen and assist with his operations and experiments. The moment Luo Wen saw the ocean, he understood why the Queen Ant's report had been contradictory. The raft bugs and submersible bugs hadn't encountered any enemies. Instead, they had perished because their physiology was designed for freshwater and lacked components to filter salt. When they entered the seawater, they were likely overwhelmed by the salinity and died. With no enemies present, exploration became the next priority. During Luo Wen's journey, the detachment had made some progress. They hunted several crustaceans resembling crabs, hermit crabs, and shrimp along the coast. These species were precisely what Luo Wen needed before beginning his oceanic explorations. After consuming samples from each, Luo Wen dug himself a burrow. He then had the burrower ants dig a heat-dissipating channel from the plantation in the base to his room, providing a heater. Once comfortably settled, he rested. When he awoke, Luo Wen noticed the absence of a molted shell in his burrow, which puzzled him. Inspecting his body carefully, he found no discernible changes, no crab-like book gills or other peculiar features. Scratching his head awkwardly, he muttered, "Strange. Why haven't I grown new respiratory organs?" He speculated that his existing organs might have mutated, a theory requiring practical testing to confirm. Fortunately, the ocean wasn't far. Luo Wen quickly made his way to the shoreline with his long legs. On second thought, he hesitated. It wasn't entirely safe to use himself as a test subject. What if he couldn't tolerate the salinity? The safest approach would be to return to the brood nest to analyze his genes, but the round trip would take too long, and Luo Wen was too impatient to wait. Thus, he crawled toward the estuary where the river met the ocean, creating a transitional zone between freshwater and seawater, a safer place to experiment. Starting in the freshwater, Luo Wen slowly entered the water. Thanks to his acquired diving ability, he wasn't nervous. As the river water engulfed him, he immediately noticed a difference. This time, breathing felt much easier than before. Evidently, a change had occurred. He tried sealing the ventilation pores linking the air sacs between his carapace and abdomen. In the past, doing so would have caused instant suffocation. Yet this time, he felt no such discomfort. He could now breathe underwater naturally. This was true underwater respiration, extracting oxygen directly from the water, unlike his previous pseudo-underwater breathing, which relied on carrying an oxygen tank. Carefully sensing his body, Luo Wen identified the changes. There were two. First, his carapace could filter water, extracting dissolved oxygen to sustain his body. Second, thin membranous structures had grown at the bases of his legs, protruding from the body wall and filled with capillaries. These membranes could also filter water and salt while extracting oxygen. The membrane's location was so hidden and in Luo Wen's blind spot that he hadn't noticed them before. The carapace changes were even more subtle, with no outward signs. These subtle modifications explained why Luo Wen hadn't initially realized his new abilities. Underscore 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 underscore. Having discovered his new adaptations, Luo Wen trudged through the muddy riverbed, slowly heading toward the river's mouth. The increasingly salty seawater posed no issue for Luo Wen, as his newly developed underwater respiratory system perfectly filtered out the salt content. As he exited the river and ventured into the ocean, the underwater landscape left him somewhat disappointed. Perhaps due to the cold waters, underwater vegetation was scarce. However, the seabed's rocky crevices teemed with shrimp and crabs, some of which even attempted to ambush Luo Wen. Luo Wen's claws remained formidable weapons even underwater, though the resistance from the water made them cumbersome, leaving him little success against the nimble shrimp. However, the crabs that boldly brandished their claws at him didn't fare as well. Luo Wen easily dispatched many of them. Unfortunately, he couldn't eat underwater, nor could he conveniently carry them, leaving him no choice but to abandon this feast of ultra-fresh seafood. As he advanced along the seabed, the water grew deeper, and the pressure exerted on him increased. However, his exoskeleton appeared to have a natural resistance to pressure, so he experienced no significant discomfort. By the time Luo Wen descended to a depth of over 300 meters, sunlight from the surface barely reached this level. While his unique compound eyes allowed him to see in low light, they were powerless in absolute darkness. At around 400 meters deep, the surroundings were utterly black. Fear of the unknown compelled Luo Wen to halt his descent. He inflated the air sacs between his carapace and abdomen, causing his body to ascend slowly toward the surface. As he rose, his surroundings gradually became visible again. Suddenly, a mantis shrimp-like creature darted out of the darkness below, charging toward him at high speed. At just over 10 centimeters long, the creature posed no real threat to Luo Wen, though its agility made it challenging for him to deal with. Although Luo Wen's movements couldn't match the mantis shrimp's swiftness, his excellent dynamic visual system captured its every move. This mantis shrimp differed from the ones he remembered. Its two front limbs weren't sharp scythes but rather small hammers. The mantis shrimp twisted agilely in the water, closing the distance in a few swift movements. Luo Wen clumsily extended a claw to fend it off, hoping the creature might foolishly blunder into his grip. If the mantis shrimp could speak, it would likely retort, "Keep dreaming." The shrimp suddenly collided with one of Luo Wen's large claws and immediately retaliated. Luo Wen caught a fleeting flash of light in the corner of his eye, followed by a heavy strike against his claw. Luo Wen realized that the mantis shrimp had attacked him with its hammer-like appendages, but even with his dynamic vision, he couldn't clearly follow the attack. After a moment, the mantis shrimp seemed to sense that this massive creature wasn't worth provoking. It quickly turned and vanished into the dark depths. Since growing to his current size, Luo Wen had never been so brazenly challenged. However, glancing at the boundless and shadowy ocean, he knew it would be difficult to avenge himself. Upon surfacing, Luo Wen oriented himself and discovered he was several kilometers from shore. He raised the claw that had been struck and noticed a faint crack. Though the damage was minor, the insult stung deeply, leaving him fuming. After calming down, Luo Wen marveled at the shrimp's strength. His claw was one of the most heavily armored parts of his body. Despite the size disparity, the shrimp's attack had caused visible damage. This wasn't some underhanded trick involving poison. The shrimp's raw power was astonishing. If Luo Wen had been its size, his armor might have been shattered instantly. Since Luo Wen only had one pair of swimming legs, his movement speed in the water was relatively slow. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry, and the sea around him was dotted with enormous icebergs, seemingly drifting down from even farther north. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on one of the icebergs. Frozen inside was a strange, oval-shaped, flat-bodied insect of an unknown species. This was a pleasant surprise. Luo Wen had never seen this insect before, and consuming it would likely grant him new genetic fragments. Though uncertain of its utility, he clambered onto the iceberg and laboriously chipped away at the ice with his claw to extract the insect. It was unclear whether the insect was alive or dead. Judging by its appearance, it had been frozen for a long time and was probably lifeless. Still, thanks to being kept on ice, it was impressively fresh. After enjoying a snack, Luo Wen spent some time returning to shore. For now, there wasn't much left for him to do here. Exploring the ocean alone wasn't practical, and he didn't particularly enjoy the cold environment. Although his cold resistance was decent, the chill still dulled his senses, an unpleasant sensation. He ordered the detachment to continue their coastal operations and began his journey back to the brood nest. Upon returning, Luo Wen linked with the brood nest. The first task was to update the pending queen ant production orders, incorporating the new underwater breathing system. As for the frozen insect, genetic analysis revealed its secrets. It possessed a unique hibernation ability, allowing it to enter a dormant state. When Luo Wen had unearthed it, it hadn't been dead, merely in hibernation. No wonder it was so fresh and odor-free. Luo Wen smacked his lips, reminiscing about the seafood's flavor. This talent seemed useless for now, so he set it aside. Several dozen days later, the first batch of upgraded queen ants matured, and Luo Wen immediately dispatched them to establish a base at the coast. Over 100 days later, a dead mantis shrimp was brought to Luo Wen. Having endured a journey of several thousand kilometers, the shrimp was now rotten and reeked unbearably. Luo Wen, though less particular than before, still found it inedible. Determined to savor fresh seafood sashimi, Luo Wen made another arduous trip to the coastal base. By now, the base had expanded significantly and was overseen by a single Type 2 queen ant. The base welcomed Luo Wen without fanfare, merely preparing his old heated room for his use. After resting for a day, Luo Wen watched as the swarm's naval units embarked on their mission. Due to the base's limited capacity with only one Type 2 queen ant, the number of seaworthy units was modest, comprising just two types of creatures. One was modeled after crabs, while the other was based on shrimp. Each had its advantages. The crab-based units boasted powerful claws and robust shells, granting them high offensive and defensive capabilities, though their mobility was poor. The shrimp-based units, while weaker in attack and defense, utilized a darting swimming method that provided swift movement and erratic trajectories. As for the mantis shrimp, it excelled in both speed and agility, with formidable defense and unparalleled attack power, making it a true overlord of the sea. Thus, relying solely on crabs and shrimp to hunt mantis shrimp would require considerable luck. Underscore 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 underscore. The shrimp units could match the mantis shrimp in speed, but their attacks were too weak to penetrate its armor, relegating them to reconnaissance roles. Fortunately, mantis shrimp often hid in the sandy seabed, lying in wait to ambush passing prey. Coincidentally, such areas were also the crab's domain. After several hours of patrolling, hundreds of shrimp scouts finally located a mantis shrimp at a depth of over 200 meters. The crabs soon received the coordinates and moved in. To avoid alarming the mantis shrimp, only 2 crabs approached its hiding place. Perhaps because the crabs were similar in size to the mantis shrimp, it chose to attack rather than flee. It lunged at one crab, which hurriedly raised its claw in defense. Yet, as the mantis shrimp darted past, one of the crab's claws was severed, floating away. However, the mantis shrimp underestimated the swarm's collective combat tactics. The 2 crabs had deliberately lured it out. When it paused momentarily to prepare for another strike, the second crab seized the opportunity, leaping forward and pinning the mantis shrimp with its claws. The mantis shrimp, covered in spikes, struggled fiercely. While the crab's carapaces provided excellent defense, their abdominal armor was relatively soft, and the mantis shrimp managed to pierce them in several places. The injured crab, now reduced to a single claw, used it to grip the mantis shrimp's head and carapace seam. In retaliation, the mantis shrimp unleashed a hammer strike, severing the crab's remaining claw. Even so, the detached claw remained lodged in the mantis shrimp's carapace seam, severely hindering its movements. At this point, the shrimp scouts, which had been waiting nearby, swarmed in. Though incapable of damaging the mantis shrimp's armor, they pushed it toward the crab army. Once surrounded by dozens of crabs, the mantis shrimp's fate was sealed. After savoring a fresh mantis shrimp sashimi dish, Luo Wen indulged in a feast of wild crabs and shrimp before hurriedly returning to the brood nest. Uploading the new genetic data left him astounded. No wonder the mantis shrimp was a dominant predator of the sea. It boasted a wealth of genetic black technology. After a deep sleep, Luo Wen molted a layer of his claw's armor. While his claws didn't transform into hammers, they gained new structures, and even the armor itself underwent changes. However, an accident occurred during testing. A month later, the swarm version of the mantis shrimp was complete. After various tests, Luo Wen gained a deeper understanding of its capabilities. The first notable feature was its eyes. Equipped with 6 pupils, the eyes could perceive a broader range of colors. While these eyes weren't entirely compatible with Luo Wen's biology, partial integration allowed him to experience a richer and more vivid world. The second and most remarkable trait was its hammer-like forelimbs. A 10-centimeter-long mantis shrimp could generate a force exceeding 150 kilograms with its hammer, which explained how it had cracked Luo Wen's armor. Its hammer strikes were blisteringly fast, accelerating from 0 to 80 kilometers per hour in just 1/300th of a second. This speed created a supercavitation effect, where collapsing bubbles produced a small shockwave and briefly heated the surrounding water to extreme temperatures, emitting a flash of light. Luo Wen realized the flash he'd seen during the mantis shrimp's attack came from this phenomenon, visible only with highly sensitive eyes. Achieving such speeds required more than just physical strength, it necessitated intricate body mechanics. The mantis shrimp's forelimbs featured a hyperbolic system, which stored energy through contraction and released it explosively to launch the hammer. Moreover, this extraordinary mechanism relied on a specialized material. The mantis shrimp's hammer was covered in a 3-layered nanostructure that absorbed energy, resisted cracking, and provided exceptional impact resistance. Despite its impressive resilience, this material had limitations. It could only support the mantis shrimp's hammer at its current size of roughly 1 centimeter. Any larger, and catastrophic failure would occur. Don't ask how Luo Wen discovered this. When he first acquired the technology, he was ecstatic. Rushing to test it, he fully activated the hyperbolic ejection system. The result? A loud sonic boom followed by Luo Wen being violently flung through the air. Worse yet, his claw was forcibly torn from his body and hurled into the distance. Subsequent examination revealed that while the claw had adopted the new nanostructure, it suffered severe burn damage. Thankfully, being severed from Luo Wen's body spared him any direct harm. However, the pain of losing a claw was unbearable, leaving Luo Wen writhing in agony. He began questioning whether retaining a nervous system that could register pain truly counted as an evolutionary advantage. After extensive experiments using mantis shrimp genetics, Luo Wen determined the limits of the system. The maximum hammer size that could withstand the stresses was roughly 2 centimeters, and the system only functioned effectively underwater, where the water could rapidly cool the heat generated by the hyperbolic ejection. Anything larger was a death sentence, as Luo Wen had painfully discovered. Fortunately, he could regenerate his limbs, emerging whole after molting in a cocoon. Given Luo Wen's size of over 60 centimeters, with claws whose main structure alone spanned nearly 30 centimeters, it was impossible to wield a 2-centimeter hammer. The thought of such a setup was simply too humiliating for him to consider. Additionally, the system was only lethal against similarly sized targets. When the mantis shrimp ambushed Luo Wen, it had only managed to create a small crack in his claw. For Luo Wen, the system was akin to a chicken rib, unsatisfying to use but too valuable to discard. Reluctant to waste such a hard-earned technology, he conducted countless tests and adjustments. After losing countless claws and molting multiple times, Luo Wen finally managed to modify the system. This modification was essentially a severe downgrade. Luo Wen sealed off most of the hyperbolic system's power, weakening it repeatedly until it was manageable. Even so, the improved system increased Luo Wen's claw speed several-fold. Combined with his enhanced dynamic visual tracking, he was confident that if he encountered a mantis shrimp again, he could give it a surprise of his own. Underscore 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 underscore. As time passed, the eastern and western armies traversed mountains and rivers, pushing the swarm's territory to the ocean. Only the southern army, after conquering the vast desert, pressed on for thousands of kilometers without encountering any sign of the sea. On land, the swarm had become the undisputed ruler. The next frontier was the ocean. Perhaps, by crossing the boundless sea, new continents could be discovered elsewhere on the planet. Along the coastlines marking the edge of the swarm's domain, naval bases sprang up one after another. Large numbers of mantis shrimp, crabs, and other aquatic units were deployed to explore the ocean's depths and breadths. Just as the swarm was about to make a massive push into the sea, Luo Wen felt that familiar sense of opportunity during his connection with the brood nest. This time, it was not vague or elusive but clear and unmistakable. In an instant, Luo Wen experienced an epiphany. The time has come. A sharp screech erupted from his mouth, his antennae thrashing violently as pheromones carrying commands filled the air. For a moment, the surrounding insects seemed to pause, frozen in time. Then, as if an unseen switch had been flipped, life resumed. The insects received their instructions and began spreading the orders like wildfire. Transport bugs carried messenger units, rushing off in all directions. From the brood nest as the epicenter, the command spread outward to the subsidiary bases. Though the instructions were unusual, the swarm, as extensions of Luo Wen, obeyed him with absolute loyalty and without question. Type 2 queen ants in the bases issued commands, resulting in the destruction of nearby aphid farms. The once pampered aphids, accustomed to a life of luxury fed at leisure and having their waste meticulously cleaned, were suddenly betrayed by their caretakers. Sharp mandibles pierced their bodies, and they were wrapped in a mixture of syrup and saliva to prevent spoilage. Packaged, loaded, transported. The underground plantations suffered a similar fate, subjected to destructive harvesting. Sustainability was abandoned, even roots and seedlings were uprooted, packed, and preserved. Wild insects within the swarm's territory met grim fates as well. They were subjected to carpet-style eradication. Even the agile and evasive grasshoppers couldn't escape the relentless sweep. After gathering every scrap of food they could carry, the insects from the subsidiary bases began their grand migration toward the brood nest. From an aerial perspective, the vast lands below were dotted with abandoned bases as the swarm relinquished their habitats. They packed everything and converged on a single destination. The region surrounding the brood nest swelled with insects as time went on. During the war with the Yellow Earth Ant Legion, the swarm had been decimated to a tenth of its size. Yet, in just over 200 days, it had recovered to its pre-war numbers of tens of billions. Now, after so much time had passed, with tens of thousands of new queen ants in production, the swarm's numbers had grown beyond reckoning. Despite the insects bringing all their supplies to the brood nest, the sheer number of mouths to feed resulted in massive consumption. Only the resources from nearby areas reached the brood nest with surplus supplies intact. From farther distances, food was mostly consumed during the journey. Fortunately, the insects had a unique talent for eating dirt. While it didn't provide much energy, it was enough to sustain their basic vital functions. The densely packed swarm blanketed the area around the brood nest. For those with a fear of crowded spaces, the sight would have been utterly nightmarish. The ground in this vast region had sunk over 10 meters due to the sheer volume of insects consuming soil. They absorbed a fraction of the nutrients before excreting the rest. Under normal circumstances, these excretions were excellent fertilizer, carried by worker ants to nearby trees. But now, with countless trillions of insects gathered, they produced mountains of waste daily, far beyond any effort to transport it away. Instead, the waste was reused repeatedly. Over 100 days later, even the aquatic units, raft bugs, submersible bugs, and others had followed the rivers to congregate in the lake near the brood nest. The pivotal moment had finally arrived. On a sunny morning, Luo Wen took a deep breath, gazing at the towering black insect mountains surrounding him. He turned and crawled underground, reconnecting his tail to the brood nest after a long hiatus. All surface-level insects were driven above ground. Luo Wen didn't want anything witnessing the shameful posture required for this process. After all, this was his final form. Calming his thoughts, a piercing screech echoed through the earth. A strange wave of energy radiated from Luo Wen's body, spreading rapidly outward with the sound. Every insect touched by this wave froze briefly before assuming a howling stance. Though many of them were voiceless soldier types, at that moment, they seemed to scream with their very souls. The growing chorus, as more insects joined, rose from faint whispers to earth-shaking roars. Threads of unique energy lifted from the insects, converging on Luo Wen. In Luo Wen's compound eyes, a faint white light appeared, gradually intensifying until it shone 3 feet outward, illuminating the entire underground base. As the gathered energy increased, a qualitative transformation occurred. The dazzling white light took on an eerie, regal purple hue. One by one, the insects closest to Luo Wen expended their mysterious energy, freezing in their howling postures, forever locked in this moment. Despite their small size, the swarm's staggering numbers unleashed an unimaginable force. The insect mountains fell silent, yet Luo Wen's screech grew sharper and more resonant. Finally, the last insect gave its all. At the same time, Luo Wen's screech abruptly ceased. The white-purple glow in his eyes dimmed and receded. Luo Wen's consciousness blurred. The extreme exhaustion was not physical but spiritual, leaving him powerless to resist the pull of sleep. He needed a long hibernation to digest these changes. The brood nest, now withered and shrunken, disconnected from Luo Wen. Summoning his last reserves of energy, he crawled along a pre-dug tunnel toward the depths of the earth. The tunnel led 300 meters underground to a small chamber, barely spacious enough to accommodate Luo Wen. Reinforced countless times by worker ants and mucus bugs, it could withstand earthquakes and other natural disasters. After reaching the chamber, Luo Wen destroyed the tunnel behind him, sealing the entrance. Now without the swarm's protection and uncertain how long he would slumber, caution was paramount. Having completed his preparations, Luo Wen succumbed to the exhaustion of his spirit and fell into a deep sleep. As he slept, a liquid oozed from his body, gradually forming a cocoon that encased him entirely. Underscore 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 underscore. Luo Wen had grossly underestimated the duration of his slumber. Though it wasn't unusual for a transcendent being from another world like him to possess peculiar talents, the shift in environment had caused his abilities to mutate beyond his control. After Luo Wen's disappearance, the insect swarm navy wreaked havoc along the coastlines for some time. However, without the ability to reproduce, they gradually faded into history. Arthropods and crustaceans once again claimed dominance in these areas. Meanwhile, deep-sea fish began to venture into the shallows and even attempted to invade the land. Yet, they were no match for the armored, sharp-clawed crustaceans and arthropods that roamed the shores. Despite their agility, these fish remained at the bottom of the food chain. On land, the ecosystem suffered catastrophic damage from the swarm's devastating rampage, leaving behind no eggs or larvae. The disappearance of insects disrupted the ecological balance, giving plants an unprecedented opportunity to flourish. Vegetation grew increasingly dense, absorbing vast amounts of carbon dioxide. As the carbon settled with the decay of plants, atmospheric carbon levels plummeted, leading to a drop in surface temperatures. The plants withered, life dwindled, and the planet became shrouded in frost. Luo Wen, who was supposed to awaken during this period, had consumed a frozen insect on a whim. This insect carried a hyperhibernation gene that was triggered by Luo Wen's condition and the surrounding environment. Thus, Luo Wen fell into an even deeper slumber, one that was far more profound. As time passed, the ice-covered planet amassed underground energy that could no longer be contained. The pressure eventually culminated in volcanic eruptions. Molten material from beneath the surface broke through the ice, releasing vast amounts of carbon back into the atmosphere. Volcanic ash blanketed the skies. Contrary to expectations of further cooling due to the lack of sunlight, the continuous volcanic activity raised the planet's temperature. Thick layers of ice melted into water vapor that ascended into the skies. High above, the water vapor cooled and, mixed with volcanic ash, fell back to the ground as nutrient-rich rain. Life seized this moment to thrive. Vegetation absorbed the abundant minerals and nutrients from the mantle, sprouting rapidly and releasing large quantities of oxygen. The rising oxygen levels allowed marine organisms to once again attempt their migration to land. A peculiar species of deep-sea fish succeeded in making landfall. The dominance of crustaceans and arthropods was upended by this new arrival. These fish had an epoch-defining innovation, the vertebral column. Vertebrate animals, benefiting from the oxygen-rich environment, grew progressively larger. In contrast, crustaceans and arthropods, though no longer constrained by respiratory limitations in a highly oxygenated atmosphere, faced another challenge. Their exoskeletal armor hindered their ability to grow larger without frequent molting. In primitive conditions, molting required significant energy and left them vulnerable during recovery, ultimately dooming their attempts at gigantism. The few arthropods that succeeded in growing larger did so by retreating to the ocean depths. On land, their efforts invariably failed. Over time, these armored creatures were forced into the lower rungs of the food chain, their habitats encroached upon by the ever-expanding vertebrates. Some vertebrates refrained from growing larger and instead occupied ecological niches formerly held by insects. Others, exploiting the abundant oxygen, pursued gigantism, with some species developing thick keratin layers akin to exoskeletal armor. Meanwhile, insects under pressure began to adapt. One day, certain species unfolded their elytra to reveal wings, a revolutionary adaptation that allowed them to conquer a new ecological niche. This newfound ability to fly was one of evolution's rare success stories achieved with minimal cost. Flying insects, leveraging their unique talents, regained their foothold in the biosphere. Some insects sacrificed their hard exoskeletons to achieve larger sizes, while others prioritized speed and agility. Soon after, vertebrates also took to the skies. Unlike the insect's seemingly effortless adaptation, vertebrates modified their forelimbs into wings. With their larger sizes, flying vertebrates quickly dominated the skies, soaring higher and farther to become the new aerial overlords. Thus, vertebrates came to dominate the land and sky. Only the oceans remained a bastion for a few large crustaceans and arthropods. This ecological evolution occurred on an unnamed alien planet. Any resemblance to Earth is purely coincidental. A green beetle, about 2 to 3 centimeters in size, buzzed its transparent, delicate wings as it searched for food in a patch of low-lying grass. The intricate patterns on its wings were clearly visible. A massive earthquake had recently devastated the area, destroying its familiar hunting grounds. Forced to explore unfamiliar territory, the beetle sought its fortune elsewhere. Suddenly, a flesh-colored streak darted past, and the green beetle vanished. Not far from where the incident occurred, a 20-centimeter-tall giant frog with dark green skin was lazily swallowing something. Its tympanic membranes swelled and contracted as it let out a satisfied guagua, its relaxed expression exuding contentment. The frog's ears, located behind its eyes, resembled small buttons from afar. Its sensitive ears caught an unusual sound, but it didn't move. Confident in its extraordinary dynamic vision, it believed no creature could ambush it. This blind confidence proved fatal. A violent gust heralded the approach of something fast and deadly. The frog, sensing danger, prepared to leap, but before it could act, an unknown force slammed it into the ground. As the dust settled, the culprit revealed itself, a massive, fearsome claw-like appendage. Its surface was dotted with crater-like pits lined with fine hairs. The claw's sharp tip was embedded in the frog's body. Though the frog wasn't dead yet, its fate was sealed. Following the appendage to its source, one could see it belonged to a 60-centimeter-long giant beetle. Even in this oxygen-rich environment, such a colossal insect was a rare sight on land. In addition to its massive claws, the beetle had 8 spider-like legs, a peculiar combination that made it a true oddity among its kind, the undisputed dandy of the insect world. Underscore 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 underscore. Luo Wen was jolted awake by a cacophony of guagua sounds. The irritation of being disturbed from his long slumber left him seething with rage. The extended period of hibernation had left his mind sluggish and blank, unable to recall anything immediately. For now, his overwhelming hunger took precedence as his bodily functions slowly resumed. Instinctively, he tore at the cocoon encasing his body. Having been inactive for so long, his movements were stiff and clumsy, as if his body had rusted over. When he finally managed to rip through the cocoon, he found the desiccated material devoid of any nutritional value. To his despair, he discovered another, tougher wall beyond it. Which wretched soul had the nerve to glue this place shut? Luo Wen cursed groggily. The constant guagua noises from above only aggravated his mood further. Gathering a modicum of strength, his massive claws guided by his keen, high refresh rate compound eyes began to chip away at a specific point on the wall. At long last, a small hole was breached. With this initial crack, the task became much easier. Luo Wen used his claws to claw, pry, and dig, gradually widening the opening. Chunks of tightly packed dirt began to fall into the enclosed cavern. The hole grew larger until loose, unbonded soil started spilling into the chamber. This soil offered no resistance to Luo Wen's massive claws, unlike the solidified chunks. Luo Wen grabbed some of the loose dirt and stuffed it into his mouth, temporarily alleviating his gnawing hunger. However, the nutrients he could extract from the dirt were minimal, a stopgap solution that couldn't truly sate him. Time was of the essence. After a brief respite, Luo Wen resumed digging. Fortunately, his claws were as effective at tunneling as any specialized burrower's legs. In a short time, he had carved out an upward path. Luckily, the earthquake that had recently shaken the area had caused the Earth's crust to shift, bringing Luo Wen closer to the surface. The once deep cavern was now only 20 or 30 meters underground. Still, this short distance proved to be a grueling challenge. By the time Luo Wen broke through to the surface and inhaled his first breath of fresh air, he was on the verge of total exhaustion. There, he finally found the source of the noise that had awakened him. The sight of a frog with bulbous eyes greeted him. One glance was enough to confirm its exceptional vision. His long-dormant camouflage abilities sprang to life. Instinctively, Luo Wen activated them. Colors shifted and shimmered across his body, the once black surface morphing into a dazzling array of hues. In moments, Luo Wen seemed to vanish, blending seamlessly into his surroundings. He crept toward the dark green frog with deliberate care, nervous about his diminished state. This might be his only chance. Success meant meat, failure meant dirt. As his claws neared striking range, the frog appeared to sense something amiss but remained still. Luo Wen exhaled in relief and activated a weakened version of his dual-curve attack system. Wind roared as his massive claw pierced the frog's body and continued downward, pinning it deep into the soil. It had been so long since Luo Wen hunted personally that his strength control was off, ruining a portion of the fresh prey. But in his current state, he couldn't afford to be picky. Even if 2 pounds of aphid dung were placed before him, he would have devoured it without hesitation. After gorging himself, Luo Wen felt a small amount of energy return, and his intellect began to reawaken. Memories from before his hibernation trickled back into his mind. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a rhythmic vibration emanated from the ground, sending him into a panic. Another earthquake, he wondered, alarmed. Focusing carefully, he realized that the tremors felt like the movements of a massive creature stomping across the land. Fortunately, the source of the disturbance was still some distance away. Luo Wen's heightened senses, evident in his ability to hear a frog's croak from deep underground, seemed even sharper than before. With the immediate threat averted, Luo Wen took a moment to survey his surroundings. Tall trees lay toppled in all directions, some even uprooted. Cracks riddled the ground, evidence of a seismic event. Yet, the types of trees around him were unfamiliar. Given that the swarm had once dominated most of the continental landmass, unfamiliar flora was a rarity. Then his gaze landed on the spot where the frog had vanished, and realization dawned. This species was something he had encountered during his human days. Since becoming an insect, he hadn't seen anything like it. The realization prompted 3 soul-piercing questions. How long was I asleep? Where am I? Have I crossed into another world again? The scant information available, coupled with the unknown conditions outside, made exploration too risky. For now, Luo Wen prioritized regrowing the brood nest. After all, his path was that of the collective. Without subordinates, he felt an unsettling emptiness. The area was once home to a small stream, but the earthquake had altered the terrain. The stream now needed to carve a new path. The region was scattered with small pools of water, and thin trickles flowed beneath the fallen trees and weeds. Occasionally, the croaks of frogs echoed from the surroundings. Luo Wen's fine body scales began to work, cloaking him from sight. Avoiding the pools as much as possible, he crept toward the source of the sounds. While frogs were natural predators of insects, perfectly equipped to catch them, the massive size difference between these frogs and Luo Wen rendered such predation irrelevant. For example, if humans were the size of ants, they wouldn't stand a chance unarmed. But with the size disparity in their favor, a single stomp could decimate an ant colony. Here, the frogs were too small, their abilities countered by Luo Wen's stealth. Their eyes, evolved to track swift-flying insects, were useless against his camouflage. Robbed of their advantage, the frogs couldn't even flee in time. After skewering and devouring several frogs, Luo Wen's hunger remained unappeased. His body was severely depleted, and the frogs were quickly metabolized into energy. During his hunt, Luo Wen noticed several flying insects flitting about. Flight had once been a coveted ability of his. Back when the swarm controlled vast territories, he had never seen a single flying insect. Yet here, they seemed ubiquitous. This revelation sparked his 3 soul-piercing questions once again. The small insects, due to their size, proved challenging for Luo Wen's claws. Even with the weakened dual-curve system, his attacks were straightforward and inflexible, unsuited for such agile targets. Fortunately, Luo Wen had more than just claws in his arsenal. Against these nimble, small targets, he had a far more effective weapon. Underscore 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 underscore. A long, fur-covered leg darted out from the void like lightning. Guided by Luo Wen's superior dynamic vision, it struck a flying green beetle with pinpoint accuracy. The fine, adhesive hairs on the claw at the leg's tip gripped the green beetle tightly, pulling it toward Luo Wen. To Luo Wen, this beetle was akin to a miraculous little pill that could sprout wings. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth. Crunch. After skewering a few more frogs, Luo Wen encountered yet another unfamiliar creature. By now, he was growing numb to the bizarre sights, and the idea of having traversed to another world filled his mind again. This animal stood nearly half a meter tall, resembling a cross between a rat and a dog. Its muzzle wasn't pronounced, leaning toward a flat shape, and a cluster of white whiskers sprouted from its chin, giving it a goofy expression. Its smooth, light yellow fur covered its entire body. This was the first furred creature Luo Wen had seen since becoming an insect and a parent mammal. The creature's stocky, short limbs were folded beneath its body as it squatted on the ground, gnawing on an unknown plant fruit cradled in its forelimbs. Its round, beady eyes scanned its surroundings warily. Behind it trailed a thick, unusual tail common enough in concept, but this specific style was truly unique. Luo Wen decided to invite it for dinner to discuss the mysteries of genetic evolution. Fearful it might decline, he activated his optical camouflage and cautiously approached. His claws gradually entered attack range, but the creature's keen vigilance became evident. Though Luo Wen's optical camouflage rendered him invisible, unavoidable sounds betrayed his movements. The peculiar animal froze mid-bite, its hidden ears pricking through its fur. Although it detected nothing specific, its cautious instincts prompted it to retreat. Grabbing the fruit in its mouth, it lowered itself onto all fours and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a massive beetle burst from behind it. The speed of the ambush caused a brief disruption in Luo Wen's optical camouflage, rendering him momentarily iridescent. One claw struck the strange creature's body first. While its dense fur provided decent defense against piercing attacks, the immense force accompanying the strike sent it flying and inflicted significant damage. Luo Wen leaped forward in a burst, closing the gap as the creature struggled to rise. Seizing the moment, he lunged, wrapping his entire body around it. His 8 legs locked it in place. Although not his primary weapons, Luo Wen's legs were lined with spines and bristles, adding formidable offensive capability that had seen little use until now. He also possessed another underutilized weapon, venom. The spider-derived fangs he had gained from his genetic template had rarely seen action. Until now, Luo Wen had faced few opponents of similar size. Most battles were decided by sheer physical dominance, and his growing swarm had all but eliminated the need for personal combat. This creature, measuring half a meter long, was smaller and weaker than Luo Wen, but it finally allowed him to put his full arsenal to use. His fangs pierced through the creature's fur and into its body. Venom glands emptied their contents swiftly through the hollow channels in his fangs. Inexperienced with venom use, Luo Wen erred on the side of caution and injected the entire dose. Sensing the imminent threat to its life, the strange creature struggled violently. Unfortunately, its stout, sharp-looking claws couldn't penetrate Luo Wen's armor. Realizing its futile struggle, the creature launched a desperate counterattack. Seizing an opportunity, it bit down on the joint of Luo Wen's claw. Although the joint was armored, the inner curve had thinner plating for mobility. The creature's two sharp incisors punctured the joint membrane with ease. The injury was minor, but the incisors became stuck, rendering them immovable. For a moment, an awkward silence settled between predator and prey. Then, a bizarre cry echoed from above, rapidly growing closer. In all his past battles, Luo Wen had never been attacked from the sky. While his nearly 360-degree field of vision covered most threats, he instinctively overlooked aerial dangers. Moreover, while his compound eyes excelled in detail and refresh rate, their range was limited despite constant improvements. His maximum field of view was only around 300 meters. Previously, when his enemies were either blind or nearsighted, 300 meters felt like an expansive range. Now, it fell short. The source of the cry finally appeared in Luo Wen's sight, and what he saw left him dumbstruck. It was a pterodactyl. What kind of crazy place is this? Luo Wen wondered, as his mind reeled with the three soul-piercing questions once again. But this wasn't the time for deep reflection. The pterodactyl folded its wings and dove, its massive body accelerating rapidly under gravity's pull. It closed the 300-meter distance in an instant. For the first time, Luo Wen faced such a predicament. Entangled with the strange creature, his mobility was severely limited. The venom had subdued his prey, leaving its full weight dangling from its incisors locked into Luo Wen's claw joint. If Luo Wen had been alone, he could have easily escaped using his powerful leap or optical camouflage. But what had been a promising meal just moments ago had now become a deadly burden. Despite his frantic attempts to free himself, his claws lacked the dexterity of fingers, and his panic only caused the incisors to lodge more firmly. Left with no choice, Luo Wen activated his optical camouflage, hoping against hope that the pterodactyl wouldn't see him. It was a self-deceptive comfort at best. As the pterodactyl neared the ground, its folded wings spread wide, transforming its dive into a glide as it passed just above Luo Wen. Relieved, Luo Wen exhaled until the pterodactyl banked sharply, adjusted its posture, and flew straight at him again. This time, the pterodactyl extended its massive talons. It was enormous, its wings casting a dark shadow over the ground as it passed. Luo Wen estimated its wingspan to be at least 7 or 8 meters. If they could communicate, Luo Wen might have tried to reason with it, pointing out the absurdity of attacking two measly creatures barely half a meter long. The pterodactyl dove again, its talons grasping the furred creature. Unfortunately for Luo Wen, he was tangled with his prey and was swept up along with it into the pterodactyl's grip. Underscore 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 underscore. The pterosaur had not expected an additional gain. After seizing its prey, it began a rapid ascent. The fierce wind howled past, and the intense air pressure made Luo Wen's eyes feel extremely uncomfortable, impairing his vision. His eyes started secreting fluid, forming a thin membrane-like covering. This was a skill Luo Wen had acquired from the submersible bug. Unexpectedly, it proved not only effective underwater but also quite useful in the sky. Regaining his ability to see, Luo Wen noticed the ground rapidly receding until it faded beyond his vision, becoming a blur. This indicated that he had been carried to at least 300 meters above the ground, and the pterosaur showed no sign of stopping as it continued to ascend. Since becoming an insect, Luo Wen had only suffered during the initial hatching phase. Once the brood nest was established, he had gradually begun living a life akin to a lord. If he hadn't been so picky himself, he could have even had dedicated bugs feeding him. This perilous situation was something Luo Wen hadn't encountered in a long time. Adding to his troubles, he had only recently awakened, his mind was still groggy, and his stomach was yet to be filled. Surrounded by strange creatures, he felt as though he were in a dream, a surreal and unreal experience. Yet, the smooth fur beneath his hands, the hard claws gripping him, and the occasional cheerful chirps from the creature above kept pulling Luo Wen back to reality. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Luo Wen realized he could no longer discern his altitude. White clouds surrounded him, and the temperature had dropped sharply, though the cold didn't pose much of a threat to him. It was unclear where the pterosaur intended to take him, but it was unlikely to be a friendly place. Once there, his single opponent might turn into a group. This was not a flight Luo Wen wanted to continue. He had to find a way to disembark early. Though the pterosaur's large wingspan made it appear massive, its actual body was likely less than 2 meters long. From Luo Wen's angle, he could even see its unprotected soft underbelly. Moreover, Luo Wen had a tremendously powerful long-range attack that he had never used in combat before. Extending his right claw, he assumed an attack posture. The full-powered hyperbolic system began charging, aimed directly at the target. Even a weakened version of the hyperbolic system was challenging for Luo Wen to control. Now, with the complete version, aiming was purely a matter of chance. To make matters worse, both the pterosaur and Luo Wen were in rapid motion. The turbulence from the pterosaur's flight made it difficult for him to stabilize. Whether he could hit the target was anyone's guess. But the arrow was knocked, there was no turning back. A deafening sonic boom resounded as the hyperbolic system fully discharged. In that instant, Luo Wen's right claw accelerated to supersonic speed, detaching from his body and shooting upward into the sky before vanishing. The pterosaur's body was struck first on its right side, leaving a gash. The attack then pierced through the base of its wing. The claw's extreme speed generated such high temperatures that the wounds cauterized instantly, leaving the pterosaur with barely a drop of blood lost. If this had occurred on land, Luo Wen's self-sacrificial attack might have gone to waste. However, at such close range, the damage was not limited to mere physical trauma. Before the pterosaur could even register the pain, a massive sonic boom followed, stunning it. The unexpected impact left the pterosaur dizzy, its head ringing. Reeling from the dual blow, the pterosaur involuntarily released its grip, losing its prey as it began spiraling downward, its punctured wing leaking air. Although Luo Wen had escaped its claws, he was far from safe. The pterosaur's earlier cheerful calls had attracted its kin, which had been lurking in the clouds. Now, seeing the first pterosaur lose its prey, they swarmed toward the falling Luo Wen. Due to their position beyond his line of sight, Luo Wen couldn't tell how many of them were preparing to attack. But based on the sounds coming from different directions, he estimated there were at least 3. With his right claw already lost in pursuit of its dream and his left claw jammed at the joint by the bizarre creature's teeth, Luo Wen was in free fall, unable to leverage any foothold. It was as though he had entirely lost the ability to resist. The situation was even more dire than before. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, Luo Wen's intellect surged. He displayed a hidden talent. This skill, borrowed from a type of deep-sea crab, involved deliberately shedding a claw when facing an irresistible attack to distract the predator while escaping. Luo Wen had never imagined he would need this skill, having long since forgotten it. Caught off guard by the aerial assault, he had been half a beat too slow to react decisively. Had he shed his claw the moment the pterosaur attacked, he wouldn't have had so much trouble later. But there was no point dwelling on past mistakes. The situation was what it was, and he could only treat it as a valuable lesson for the future. At the root joint of his left claw, a segment opened, detaching the claw. As it fell away, Luo Wen used his legs to push it, along with the attached creature, with all his might. The recoil sent Luo Wen hurtling in the opposite direction. Simultaneously, he activated his optical camouflage system. Though the rapid motion caused a slight delay in the system's operation, the monochromatic sky environment minimized its impact. From the pterosaur's perspective, the peculiar yellow-furred creature seemed to glide a short distance through the air. Then, the black insect clinging to its back vanished entirely. Their limited brain capacity didn't allow the pterosaurs to ponder deeply. They pursued the brightly colored creature instead. The smaller pterosaurs began a fierce aerial struggle. Their sizes were nowhere near that of the first pterosaur, which was why they had dared only to trail and not snatch the prey before. But now that the larger predator was injured and retreating, the prey it had dropped became the prize for their persistence. Being similar in size, none of the smaller pterosaurs could easily overpower the others. As their quarry approached the ground, they grew increasingly desperate, as the ground was not their domain. Driven by the mindset of a bite is better than nothing, one pterosaur took the initiative and jabbed its sharp beak into the creature. Unbeknownst to them, the peculiar creature had long since died. Its muscles had liquefied under the effects of Luo Wen's excessive venom injection. Though its skeleton and fur held its shape, it was essentially a giant water balloon. Under the pterosaur's attack, the creature's thick hide gradually tore open, unable to withstand the pressure. Finally, with a loud pop, the creature exploded. The sudden eruption and splattering fluids startled the pterosaurs, scattering them. By the time they looked back, all that remained was a tattered patch of fur drifting in the wind. Underscore 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 underscore. The aerial battle above was beyond Luo Wen's field of vision, and now, he faced a new problem. The last time he experienced a free fall from such a height, he had been no larger than a fingernail, and various forces could easily affect his descent. Even a gentle breeze could significantly slow his fall. That earlier experience had ingrained a certain mindset in him, high-altitude falls couldn't harm him. However, his current body was over 60 centimeters long, and while his thick exoskeletal armor provided strong protection, it was not light. His weight might now exceed 50 kilograms. At such a mass, only a strong gale could slow his descent. Unfortunately, the weather was sunny and calm, with not even a breeze in the air, let alone a gale. In this situation, Luo Wen wasn't sure if his body could withstand the impact of landing safely. He couldn't leave things to fate. He needed to draw on his meager knowledge to improve his chances of survival. Stretching out all 8 of his legs to increase his body's surface area, he tried to maximize resistance. His rapid descent slowed slightly, providing a momentary buffer, but it was far from enough to stop him from plummeting. Luo Wen cursed under his breath. If he could just sleep for a bit, maybe he'd grow a pair of wings and avoid such indignities altogether. Thankfully, he had already shed his 2 heaviest claws earlier, otherwise, those alone each weighing 7 or 8 kilograms would have added significantly to his burden. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The air sacs located between his carapace and abdomen began inflating rapidly. These sacs, initially designed as underwater oxygen tanks, had become almost redundant after Luo Wen acquired underwater breathing capabilities. Unexpectedly, they now proved invaluable. It truly seemed that no skill was ever useless, a fact the ancients were right about. The air sacs expanded to their limit, even distorting Luo Wen's abdomen. But the effect was remarkable, significantly reducing his descent speed. However, this created a new issue. The sacs were located in the rear half of his body, causing Luo Wen's position to shift from a horizontal spread to a head-down dive. With his claws gone, he had no way to shield his head and would have to rely on his armor to endure the impact. This was far from an ideal outcome. As the ground drew closer, tall treetops began appearing in Luo Wen's field of vision. He struggled to align his fall toward the treetops. Despite his efforts, his descent trajectory barely changed. Luckily, the forest below was dense, with layer upon layer of interwoven tree canopies that blocked out the sunlight. From above, the ground beneath the foliage was completely obscured. When he was about 10 meters above the treetops, Luo Wen strained his body into a pull-up motion. Using his immense core strength, he lifted his head momentarily. In that instant, his carapace and abdomen compressed together, forcefully expelling the air from the sacs. The resulting jet of air shifted Luo Wen's trajectory by a few centimeters. He then spread out his legs and fell onto the treetop. The canopy couldn't bear his weight, and Luo Wen crashed through the layers of branches and leaves, continuing his descent toward the ground. The branches scratched against his body, but at most, they left faint marks on his exoskeleton armor, far from piercing it. These scratches, however, steadily reduced his falling momentum. Finally, after multiple layers of cushioning, Luo Wen landed on the ground. The impact caused only mild vibrations, hardly enough to qualify as a light injury. Upon landing, Luo Wen didn't dare linger. His fall had made quite a commotion. Furthermore, the moment he entered the canopy, his compound eyes caught sight of another treetop shaking violently nearby. Given the height and thickness of the trees, whatever caused such movement had to be a massive creature. Having already encountered pterosaurs, Luo Wen had no desire to satisfy any curiosity. He had lost both claws, depleted the venom stored in his glands, and, having not eaten enough, was now severely exhausted, a state of extreme vulnerability. His best course of action was to lie low, sleep, and regenerate his claws. Maybe he'd even sprout a pair of wings. Unfortunately, without claws that could double as digging tools, burrowing into the ground was out of the question. And given his unfamiliar surroundings, finding a suitable tree hollow in the short term seemed equally unlikely. Luckily, the dense forest floor was covered with a thick layer of decomposing leaves. Though the smell was unpleasant, this was no time to be picky. Luo Wen began by biting into an exposed tree root nearby, intending to quench his thirst. This familiar action reminded him of his days of weakness, evoking a sense of nostalgia. But he was no longer the size of a fingernail. It took him biting into 7 or 8 spots and nearly half an hour to drink his fill. In the distance, vibrations reached Luo Wen's sensitive leg hairs. He had learned his lesson, however, keeping his optical camouflage active throughout. The local creatures seemed to have sharp vision, making his previously underappreciated stealth feature incredibly effective. During this time, Luo Wen even managed to ambush a few small, brightly colored birds. Their feathers were stunningly vibrant, but now they were gathering for a meeting in Luo Wen's stomach. The birds were so small and feathery that Luo Wen couldn't taste much before they were gone, leaving him wanting more. What he wouldn't give for one of those plump, yellow-furred creatures from before, something that was large and filling. As he gnawed on the tree root, Luo Wen's mouth watered at the thought. Finally full, he sought a complex terrain to hide in. He found a spot between 3 giant trees. The thick trunks formed a natural barrier, making it difficult for creatures to pass through, evident from the undisturbed layer of fallen leaves. Unaware of what large predators might be roaming, Luo Wen didn't want to risk falling asleep somewhere only to be crushed underfoot by a passing behemoth. Using his legs, he clumsily scraped out a hole in the decaying leaves. Taking a deep breath, he buried his head inside and covered the entrance. Surrounded by the damp and sticky decay, Luo Wen let his mind drift to distract himself, eventually falling asleep. His exact location remained a mystery, and the duration of his slumber was unclear. Since waking, countless unexpected events had occurred, leaving him with little time to explore the myriad abilities acquired through the self-sacrifice of trillions of bugs in the past. T/N, the Big 100. I've really enjoyed translating this novel so far. It's got me hooked, lol. No spoilers, but all I can say that it's only up from here.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.